Are you going to draw this out like a fucking game show host, or are we going to get the answer? You're like those really annoying game show hosts that's padding it out till the ad break?
Her name's Rebecca.
Rebecca, that's it. It's Rebecca. Can I go now? Yeah, go off you go. Go and meet your fucking alien buddies.
There you go. And her brother's name was
And also
Timmy.
in the original plot, when Hicks and Ripley were there and it was down to just them three, they were actually planning on getting infected to get into the chamber to get nuked. One of them was going to go and volunteer themselves, and the producers or directors decided to cut that bit of plot line out to save 20 minutes, and they didn't want them being infected and then saved, because you couldn't be saved from an alien once you were infected. So they didn't change the plot line.
So the bit where it's really funny, because what happens is Hicks gives his tracker wristband to Ripley, okay, in case they get separated, and then Ripley gives that band to Newt.
True. Second shit.
And then when they're looking for her, they're tracking the band, and then you think, they're getting close, the band's really near, that Newt's really near, and then they find the band on the floor, and no Newt, and she starts crying. I thought it was like, I remember the first time seeing that movie, and just the hopelessness you feel at that moment. She's just like mourns because she knows she's screwed, that she hasn't managed to save her. She just starts crying, and then of course the two girls screams.
There was actually a role-playing game for Aliens, which I had the book of, and it's got all the stats in it, like Cyberpunk sort of thing. And the irony of it is the Queen Alien and the high-level alien warriors have both got higher intelligence and wisdom stats than the bottom of the Marines. So the people aren't smarter than the aliens. Yeah, the aliens, they cut the power, man. They're just bugs. Yeah, they know what cutting the power is about. They know that humans need power.
Yeah.
And they also know that humans can't swim that well and are puffed when they swim. So they put weapons there in order to make you get the weapon and beat you. So, yeah, the aliens were clever.
Yeah. I would put the guns in the hallways. That was so good because you don't see anything.
What I liked is they talked about in the movie. They talked about that the aliens had. How did they put it? Every time the aliens had another generation, the experiences from their mothers and fathers got passed on to them through like genetics, but it was like genetics and instinct. And stuff, but it got passed on so anything anything the parents would understand or discover or learn would get passed on to the kids. Like memory. Learning stuff got passed on.
Yeah, like the Goa'uld.
Well, remember the quadrupedal alien walked up to Ripley and sniffed her and realised, I don't need to infect this one.
Oh, that's right. That's when you know she's already infected. I remember that one.
Yeah, it licked her face and walked off, and I thought,
that shot with that alien right next to her. She's like, yeah. I didn't like I really hated the third one. The fourth one, the fifth one, after the second, they peaked. Sorry, they just did. I mean, I watched.
I think the third one should be called. Third one should be called Alien Catching. Fourth one should be Alien. How much can we milk out of this?
I'm trying to think of the names of all the characters. I should know them. I don't.
Yeah, anytime you have a movie franchise, it's the sequel, and then when you go on part 3 or 4 or something, like look at Back to the Future and Back to the Future 2. Did Back to the Future 2 suck enormously? Yes. You look at movies like Planet of the Apes. First one good, but then they went on to make like 8 or 10 of them.
Yeah.
But wait, you mean the old ones? Or?
They couldn't stop themselves, could they?
It's a franchise. I mean, they don't have to put that much effort into it. They've already got some storyline happening, and every sequel gets a lower and lower budget, not a bigger and bigger budget.
And if you look at the amount of Batmans they've had, what's so funny, it's so distant from the original character. When you go back to the original Adam West, it's so fucking corny and high color, and there's always that stupid.
The TV show did suck. The TV show did suck, but that first one with Michael Keaton, Yeah, that was good.
That was good. Yeah.
Oh, I
Nice.
like the last one with that. Who's that vampire? Who played the vampire? And like you remember that the last Batman.
Yeah. With what's his
Oh,
face? With
yeah,
the broody guy.
he played
My,
in Twilight. He played in Twilight,
Twilight. Yeah, what's his name? I can see his
and he played
face.
in Harry Potter, Goblet of Fire. He was the
Yep.
But wasn't
Um,
like the first Batman all that more like the comic book stuff? It was like pow, and it was all so
Peterson.
sorry, just
Yeah.
It
stupid
was.
stuff.
Peter,
And there was corny
Peterson.
values like, don't forget, Robin, to stay at school. Don't go and fighting crime in
Yeah.
Gotham City. You've got to pass your university. And things like that. It was
Robert
always so...
Pattinson.
Turn taking, please.
Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, that's right. A reason I love the last Batman because it actually gives a more fuller, deeper sort of
Yeah.
concepts
So-
for Batman to explore about like why like his family was killed, why there's crime, right in Gotham, and it's like the first Batman movie I think that actually critiques the class disparity, right? Because he realizes I forgot what it was, but he discovered that like his family actually was kind of responsible for the poverty in Gotham and thus the crime too. I forgot what exactly it was, but
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to Aliens 2. Okay, so there's a scene where they get the Marines and they're telling them what the situation is, and it's basically there you go, not another bug hunt. And then so Vasquez, she chimes in and she's like, "Sir, I only got to know one thing: where they are." And she pulls a gun to shoot whatever it is. She doesn't care about anything else. Just point me in the direction where they are, and she'll shoot them. And as she says that, Hudson, behind her, mimes her words. You can see him make the words with his mouth right behind her because
really,
they've done the
wait,
scene. Yeah.
Wait,
You watched
with Bishop?
Michael Biehn.
No, wait, no.
It's a scene where they got the whole crew together. So Apone, who is the commander guy, and he's like, "Here we have our Ripley. She's got da." And then so she starts telling him, and they go, "Oh, so we're going to go to a colony, to rescue the colony daughters, from from their innocence." That's the kind of their line, right? They think they're going to go, colony girls type of thing. That was kind of.
Yeah.
So anyway, but then when what's her face Vasquez chimes in with that line, it's really funny. You watch that little scene. And so apparently, obviously they shoot the scene so many times. He was actually mimicking her words, but it wasn't obvious because none of the sentence where they are it's no closed lips, right? So you just have to move your mouth a little bit because you don't close your lips on that sentence, and so it's not immediately obvious until someone points it out to you, and then you can never not see it. Anyway, sorry.
I'm gonna watch for
What's that little scene? There you go. Yeah, right before they do the lander. That is good. Anyway, sorry.
So where's
Man,
the bit, where Lieutenant Gorman and fucking Vasquez are in the tunnel and they're about to die,
Yeah.
and they both hold the hand grenade.
Yeah.
What gives that? Because Gorman was a weasel and I was coward, and she was like the balls of the outfit. I didn't get that bit. Was that like bonding in death or something? I couldn't quite figure what that was about.
That was she basically. They get cornered. They're out of ammo, and they've got one grenade left. And Gorman knows it time's up, and she knows time's up, and so it's a final last thing where she respects Gorman,
even though he's an idiot.
Even though he's an idiot, and he's just inexperienced, and not really cut out for it. He's been put in charge. Obviously, he's not really cut out for it. He's not a tough Marine, and the men, see that. So, he's not respected. That's the thing. So Gorman, he gets his moment of final, respect, if you will, from Vasquez. That was a very poignant scene. It only lasts about 5 seconds, and that's it. They're gone. I was disappointed with that, but okay.
Yeah, so it was the best Marine can still be friends with the idiot. In the end, your death doesn't matter. You die together. Yeah, okay. I couldn't quite figure that bit. Yeah.
Yeah. They did that in Edge of Tomorrow, where they finally get to the Louvre, right? Where he talks them into helping them because what's-her-face is is behind them, and so they take the ship and they fly it to where the Alpha is, and then they crash the ship, and then two of the guys, they get cornered. It's Ford and the other dude, the Londoner guy, and so there's a bunch of the aliens, flying at them, and so they have to blow themselves up to give the other guys some time to get out of there. So they get their moment. It's good because it goes back in time, and so that doesn't really happen.
Yeah, Edge of
that
Tomorrow
was
was
a
one
good
of
scene.
Tom Cruise's better movies. In fact, the
So
famous quote from that one is "Wake up, maggot!" How many times
Wake
do
up,
you hear
maggot!
that?
Wake up, maggot!
But it was always precluded by him fucking up somewhere in the story. Then bang, wake up, maggot! Oh fuck, no, he didn't do it. He's back to the
Yeah.
start.
And
I
it
love
was,
that.
it
That
was
was
Sergeant
cool.
Farrell. Sergeant Farrell. It was so good. Sergeant Farrell, you're American. No, sir. I'm from Kentucky.
Yeah.
So yeah, that
What?
I
What does that mean?
I love this kind of characters. I love these fucking sergeants, man. They have the best fucking lines, like always, man.
J
Full Metal
Squad.
Jacket.
Yeah. Private Cage here is a deserter. What was it? What was he
From
giving the speech?
Texas.
You will. He is under the delusion, suffering from the delusion that he does not belong here. We must dissuade him of this delusion, and you may feel free to dissuade him until he can't pee standing up. Those don't look like officers' cufflinks.
And the way he threatens that general at the start, because Tom Cruise is the media guy. Well,
Yes.
you can't really do me because I'm the media guy and I've got all this power. Bang! Wake up, maggot! Is the next scene, which you
That's
get
it.
from
It's
there.
like
He threatened the
walks
general
out.
and he ends up. Yeah, right.
He
You're
thinks he's
going
got
in,
away with
buddy.
it. Yes.
Yep.
He thinks he's got away with it. And as he's exiting the door, the general goes, "Arrest this man." It's like, what? That's good. I've seen that one a few times too. Mind you, just watch it once and you've seen it a few times.
Can I ask a question real quick about the shape of the earth real quick? Because I was doing
Oh my
yesterday.
God.
It's a little windy out here. But
Sure
Montreal,
thing.
if I'm seeing Montreal during the day, you're not going to see it right now because it's super, super small. Yeah, like it's so much fog and stuff and everything. You're not going to see it.
Mm.
But I could see it during a very beautiful, beautiful, clear day. Now, I need to figure out exactly how many miles I'm away from that spot and everything. But I'm pretty sure it's a good now 20-something miles away from me. Now, I should not see the ground, should not see anything, right? Shouldn't see anything on a clear day.
How
Right.
far can you see on a flat Earth? Does it match the flat
Well,
Earth?
it's not going to be forever, honey. It depends on the day. It depends on, in general, on what's happening.
So it's
Okay.
the same as the globe. It's the same problems.
What's the question? I don't get the question.
Well, no, in general, how much drop would there be? For say, I think it's like 20 something again, 24 miles. So would it be quite a bit, right? Would be taken away from my viewpoint, right? So I'm asking. Does
Mhm.
anybody know exactly how much would be gone from my view? How much drop?
Where's Shoebill? Shoebill,
off
it's your
Right
Well,
at the
there's
top
a
of the thing, you know,
there's a
What's
curvature
it?
calculator that'll tell you what the drop should be.
right? I need to go
But
find
I
it again. Why is my
yeah,
phone
I-
charged?
I don't know. Some
I'll
drop.
pull it out eventually. Let me get this camera to turn off too. Yeah, just because
And then you
like
could
people are seeing views all the time that I'm pretty sure we shouldn't be necessarily seeing for what the reality represents is all.
And then you got to take in the temperature and all that sort of stuff to work this
Yeah.
out.
well,
Absolutely. Yep.
It's
I
mucky
can
and
rough-
murky and
I can roughly back engineer it for you, but not the way of measuring straight out from ground level out to the drop. But if you go up, you can see 37 kilometres, which is about 20 mile or about 23, at 100 metres, which is about 330 feet. So if you're up 330 feet in the air, you can see the horizon will be 24 miles away.
20 miles away. Okay.
That's going up and looking down to it, not looking straight across from your point of view.
Right.
Because that's
Yeah.
where your elevation's important in this. If you go up to the point where you can see it, as opposed to just looking out and then how far it goes down, which you can't see. Imagine if your nose is on the ground,
Mhm.
you can only see a few inches. You know what I mean?
Oh, I do. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's that point. So it's best to go up to get your range rather than look out to get the drop. Because either way, you can't see the drop. You can only look at it and, yeah. So climb up your mountain, and then once you're Jesse Path of Light is really good with this. He seems to know all the ins and outs. He's kind of well versed on that one.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Jesse,
that.
see if you can
Yeah.
speak to you about
Because these
it.
are the kind of things and observations while I'm here. Well, I'm going to be here for a little while still again. That I want to do. I'm like sitting here going, well, wait a minute. There's another one. Here's another one. Like people just don't realize that we can be doing observations everywhere. Like they're just right in front of you. I'll be right
Well,
back.
but
I got to
you
go
need to
connect
know
my
a lot
internet
of
again.
info.
Sure,
You need to know your elevation,
Yeah, it's a bunch of factors.
temperature.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know.
Bunch of everything you have to put into that equation. Yep.
And then does
For
it
the-
match the flat Earth? Like, how far out from the flat Earth is it? Or do they have the exact same problems the globe has? Which means it's kind of basically pointless.
Basically the same thing you're doing with honey and we're doing with refraction out here. I don't think there's not no way you could figure out on a flat Earth right now or a globe one right now, two different ways of equations.
What's the flat Earth equation?
The one that Simon Dan's team did, where they had about 1,000 people put sticks in the ground. Of course, every stick wasn't the same length. So what he did was he got the length according to the person who put it in the ground, and then calculated it. So to assume that every stick was a yard long or a meter, whatever it is, long, and then calculated the shape of the Earth. And he got some outliers, but it was as expected. It was a curved line, which means the Earth is curved. And then he calculated again just using flat Earth geometry, and it was a straight line. Because, if you just twist it to make the Earth flat, it looks like a straight line. But what happened in reality was it was a curved line. Because the sun's path will take a curved line around the Earth. If it's a flat Earth, the sun's path is not curved, it's linear. And that was 1,000 people, 1,000 data points.
That was for me. I'm sorry, I missed it because I literally had to reconnect Wi-Fi. I was walking, so once I connect back
No, that's
to
right.
that,
Yeah, it was
Wait,
just
it's
a
gone.
general thing.
Okay.
I was saying, I was just mentioning that the
Yeah.
thing that Simon Dan just did.
okay.
I don't think he got much press, if you can call it that. But
Mhm.
yeah, he did essentially the Aristophanes experiment, with 1,000 people doing it at the same time, and they had all these different data points to gauge the shape of the Earth from the moon, the sun angle from noon, something like that. I'm a bit hazy. Anyway.
Oh, you're fine. I just woke up too, so bear with me. I'm
Oh, yeah.
not even
I'm
awake.
on
really.
the other end. I should be in bed, so we're both groggy.
You're good.
It's
Very
6
groggy
o'clock,
this
yeah.
morning. Yeah.
I appreciate it,
And
everyone.
this bed is
Girls and
horrible.
boys, I appreciate the chat. It's
Yeah,
terrible
you have a great
insomnia.
night.
You gonna
Go to
go?
bed.
You gonna go, man?
Yeah, I think I might. I got to get some sleep.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
something good.
I enjoy the chat
Alright,
so
man.
much. I'll stay up.
Good. Well, take care, man.
Thank
It's
you.
been a good chat.
Thank-
Yeah.
Have a good.
Yeah, it has
Have
been.
a good
Thanks a
night.
lot, guys.
Now let's talk about something real. So face huggers and aliens bursting out of your guts.
How are you? How are you seriously doing, Boomer? You doing good?
Yeah, well, it's cold here and raining and all that stuff. I hate winter. Everything's sore. You know what I mean? You can't breathe properly without sniffling, and you think everyone's got the flu. And yeah, but hopefully, so. Good thing is summer's coming.
Oh, and then you'll get summer like me, and then all of a sudden you get sick, and you go, "Why am I sick in the summer?" Like,
Yeah, apparently,
same
there's been
shit.
records. There's been records everywhere, hasn't it? Isn't New York going through a heat wave or something, or England, or somewhere's going through really hot, yucky?
Yeah,
And we're
it's
getting
kind of been all over
crazy
the place.
cold.
Mm-hmm.
Our weather reports snow down to 600 meters or something like that. Like, if snow's in the clouds, that means the air underneath them is cold. I don't like that.
Bro, summer is ending for us now, and it's like cold. It's
Yeah, it's
fucking
cold here too in
cold.
Canada already. It's fucking cold this morning.
17. Yeah, but you're in Canada, maybe.
You guys,
But here for us in Czech Republic, we're like moderate climate. Summer
Mhm.
is summer. Summer is like, we get
Yeah.
30 degrees Celsius. But now it's 17.
Yeah, it makes me want
And
to
it's
check
been
Indiana
that
because I
for
was in
weeks.
Indiana. It was scorching, like it always is. It was really, really hot, but the weather's been really weird this year. It was cold, like, and all of a sudden in February when I joined back to Indiana, it was literally like 75 degrees. I'm going, what is going on? People were in shorts. Went back in March, it was cold as fuck again. 2 days later, it was literally shorts weather again. So this year has been heat waves and cold and back and forth. It makes zero sense to be honest. But that's just our weather.
Come
It's
on.
finicky.
Where I live,
Finicky.
if it's
Mhm.
if it's warmer than 14 centigrades, then it's time for wearing shorts.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, we're talking about 100 degrees. It was getting rocking when I brought Alex there around June time. June and July and August are hottest months in the Midwest. It is super hot and humid. Yeah, people didn't want to be it. People understand why people have AC now. Like Canadians don't realize that they don't really have a lot of AC in their homes, and now why people in the Midwest have them. It's brutal.
If you wear those shorts when it's over 14 degrees, no one can see because your lily white legs snowblind everyone.
That's absolutely true. You're completely correct, Boomer. Yeah, but we
Yeah.
were lucky. We had about 2 weeks of 25 to 30 centigrade, which is normal at this latitude.
Well, we have a beautiful season in between end of summer, start of autumn, where it's just you can go out in the sun. That's nice, and it's just a cool breeze, and it's really pleasant for about 2 months of the year. Well, this year we had an extended summer, so yuck, 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 and then winter came early, so we only
Yep.
had that beautiful time for about 2 or 3 weeks, and I was really pissed off about that because March, April is the best time of the year here where I am. And
Yeah.
we only got 3 weeks of March, April weather. That little mini season that I love so much. That's
That's
shit.
not good. That means your whole year, you're waiting for that all year. Every year we are, right? You're like, this is the
Yeah,
best time. And
basically,
no.
4 weeks at the end of April, we're still wearing shorts and sandals and no t-shirt and putting on sunscreen and a hat. 4 weeks later, we're rugged up and got a fucking woolen fucking beanie on and like your full coat, everything. It's like 4 weeks later. Yo.
What's this? What is this? Yeah.
So crazy that you guys consider the middle of our summer as your all's winter. That's crazy to think that it's getting colder in June rather than warmer. That's
Yeah.
funny.
I
Yeah,
have the
what-
same thing when I watch documentaries that are Northern Hemisphere based. And here we are in this wonderful February day, and I'm thinking, hang on, February, middle of snow. Oh, that's right, it's Canada.
If you look in chat,
Mhm.
are you surprised it's raining today when you see what I'm trying to do?
See.
I can't see. What are you trying to do?
You building a deck or something? What you building there? Little
Yeah,
porch?
building the deck now.
Yeah,
now,
it's beautiful.
I'm building stairs, and of course it
Uh-huh.
has to rain when you work outdoors.
Yep. You did your privacy fence too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. Really well done. Sarah, I've had people do my fences and my decks, and I had to have them ripped out. They were that bad. Redo. Not well. This is well done. So you know what you're doing, that's for sure. Beautiful work.
Well, I hope so in
Good
the
wood
end.
too, isn't it? You hope so. It looks well done. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, I think it's
Wish
coming
my
along
privacy
nicely.
fence looked that good. Jeez. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that difficult.
Right?
Just different.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
People just don't know what they're doing.
one just have to. Well, I started off rather early. My grandfather was a
Uh-huh.
carpenter,
There you go.
and my
Yeah.
father was a sailor, and he was away like a year at the time. So I spent quite a lot of time with my grandfather, and he taught me, try. You make mistakes, but that's how you learn.
Absolutely. Oh, I forget
And
you're
it's
in a
very
beautiful
cool,
spot,
yeah.
Stefan. And like you're like basically on the side of a mountain rock. Well, I saw you back in your yard. You're in a beautiful, beautiful area. Where you guys live is gorgeous.
Yeah, it is kind of nice here. It is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like straight in front of my house. It's like 100 and 200 meters to the sea. Same on the right-hand side, the same on the left-hand side. So, but still, it's just 5 minutes to drive to the city center. So it's nice.
Since you're out there in a different type of, I don't know, environment, like when I go to Texas, it's different. Of course, I'm dealing with, the mountain lions and stuff. You can hear them out there and stuff, right? I'm like, do you have anything in your backyard you got to deal with? Because you're so, I don't know, you seem like you're out and more to, the land and everything and yeah,
Yeah, well,
normal
yeah, I got
wild.
a garden in front of my house.
Okay.
I do. Let's see if I can take an image from up there and post it. At least you can see some of it.
What kind of animals come up to your house and where you're at all the time? What do you see usually? It's normal. Just birds? Or do you guys get
Yeah,
like animals that
birds.
come up out of nowhere too?
Yeah, sea otters, deer,
Okay.
or roe deer, the odd fox, a lot
Yeah.
of seabirds.
Nothing dangerous you got to worry about? No?
No, well,
Good.
we have the seal above our house now and again, especially in springtime.
Okay. I'm excited. He just bought his house. I'm about to move into it. I'm about to do decor the whole place. I'm going to stain the hardwood floors because they're real. I'm going to sand them, of course, down and stain them and everything. I'm so excited. I love work like what you're doing right now too. I want to fix the deck out back. We're doing the whole garage over again. I got to move my garden, chicken coop. Everything's coming in the next 4 months. I have a lot of work to do. So I might be coming
Yeah,
here
I
going,
know.
what am I doing wrong, Stefan? I'm not building this right. You're going to
It's
see me
all
doing
stuff.
different things soon.
Yeah, I just posted an image of a bit of my garden as well, so you can see how it looks like. And I built a garage myself, absolutely everything. That was a
Wow, that's beautiful. Yeah.
satisfying task to do.
Mm-hmm. That's the kind
Well,
of
I
things
just
that
need to.
people aren't going to know how to do anymore. One of my friends know how to do it, build their own shit, build a deck, do anything. Yeah, we're in a society now that doesn't know how to do hardly any of this stuff. Only a few people know trades, which is super sad. Like I grew up that stuff too. My aunt was on the roof with my grandfather, building the roof and stuff at 8 years old. My grandmommy out there too on the farm with her and stuff. But the kids nowadays are not out here building or doing any of this stuff that our grandparents taught us. No, barely ever.
Yeah, good thing is my son has told me, hang on, I want to join in and to learn. So he's spent a bit of time with me as well, so which is good.
Yes.
Well, I need to. I'll just listen in. I'll need to move on.
I think power tools should be a thing at school, optional for both male and female. But the problem is with insurance and kids cutting their fingers off with power tools, they once bitten, twice shy. They don't want to teach you how to use them. But if you don't learn how to use them, how are you not going to chop off your fingers or your toes with a nail gun, until you're thrown into a trade? But just drilling a hole, that's basic shit.
I was very lucky. I grew up in a school that does do this, though, Booma. I don't know if they're still doing it. But in my time, Lawrence Central High School, they did. They actually had a place where the kids could build. They build homes together.
My 18-year-old.
Yeah.
My 18-year-old just graduated last year, and he went through all 4 years of shop class, and they built he competed in competitions where they would do plumbing and electrical and carpentry and everything. Yeah, yeah. He went to state and stuff with a group from his school and competed all 4 years.
He can't be replaced by AI, can he?
No, no. I'll never replace, those skills. I don't think.
And if they can, shit. But I think it's going to be a long way before we get to that point and actually be good. I just saw a robot doing laundry for somebody in the house, and then someone made a comment, and I made the same comment because I do laundry. Wait a minute, that robot done messed up. Took everything in there and put it in that laundry. Didn't even check the pockets. So we're messed up, guys. We're going to have seriously bad laundry. These robots are going to forget little details, okay? They're just not going to be done perfectly like a human being does. No.
You remember the first Roomba? Is it a Roomba? Those fucking vacuum cleaners? They didn't identify dog shit or cat shit. So they basically spread cat shit all over your carpet.
Oops.
Yeah, oops.
So you come home one day thinking your house is clean. Just shit everywhere. Just shit everywhere. Oh, your carpets and rugs.
Well, that's why they put them into offices. They worked okay in an office where you vacuum every day and it's only dusty. A little bit of dust coming in from customers. So they worked well in offices, then they had to work out In fact, there's a Jim Panda who's got one. He reckons it maps out the house every day, and it keeps doing it and it never gets it right. It always fucks something up. It's got a mind of its own.
Oh, it does. My ex used to have one, and it literally used to get my cords. And in fact, I keep going around and end up plugging them, and then wrapping them around, pulling them in. Next thing you know, the lamps on the floor breaking and everything. No, those things suck.
Imagine, so you know the Pink Panther movie where he comes home and his assistant Kato's hiding somewhere to kung fu fight him. Then you got to come home and see what your room is fucked up in the house, like electrical wires hanging down and broken plumbing, and yeah, that'd be a cool
What
little
is it
story.
done?
Your Roomba hates you, so it starts wrecking your house.
It
It
does.
becomes sentient.
Goes under your bed. It hits everything out, pushes everything out. Oh, I've been through it. I'm like, what in the heck? And it turns on by itself. I'm like, whoa, no, stop.
That'd be cool. That'd be a great little comedy skit. A sentient Roomba that just, or a Roomba that means
Mhm.
well, but it's just dumb. It's too
The
dumb
best.
to do anything proper.
Look, the best thing that Roombas has brought us is all the videos and pictures of cats riding on them and different pets.
Right now, it's cute as can be. It is.
I wonder if Skynet had the same problems developing its Terminator series to send back in time.
They couldn't recognize dog shit. There's like-
Yeah, it kept on
Really?
shooting its robots and all. So, oh, fucking hell.
Technology. Listen, I thought actually, even at my jobs, all the new technology, even the stuff they're putting in, is so shit. There's a couple places they're putting in good stuff, but in reality, it's always being maintenance. We're always having problems with service things. And I'm calling somebody. Like, this shit is not smart. They're calling it smart TV, smart this, smart that. Nothing about it is smart. It's the opposite.
Yeah,
Dumb as shit, and you're smarter, and you have to fix it all the time. So what is the point? What they're doing is they're opening up another field of constantly fixing broken shit. So if you want to know how to get a job, just learn how to fix things. And that's where the next jobs will be. Because constantly things will be, I don't care where you're working, not working correctly.
look, Stacey, I think we've both got a form of PTSD, a Miles form, because whenever I see smart card, smart bus, smart app, I get scared because it's not. So what do they call it? Not smart app? In which case I'll probably buy it if it doesn't claim to be a smart app.
It's so backwards, Ruma. I'm
Yeah,
like, no, I don't want anything smart.
Dude, I don't buy something called a smart card. I will not do it because it's claiming something that I know it can't do. It's got to
It
be
can never
bullshit.
be.
Yeah.
We're in a weird but cool in a way time to live in and breathe in. Yeah, we're in society right now, hon. Timeline. Things are going to change. They already are. And we're about to see things that we don't probably want to see, like our grandparents all do, though. All these damn kids, this new generation. You know what I mean? You can hear it
But it's
now.
what
I'm
you
already
want
saying
to,
it.
like, you'll find your
Yeah.
great grandmother, the biggest trips she ever had were probably day trips that were 5 or 6 miles to the beach. And that was
Right.
very, once or twice a year. And now we're just flying 500 or 600 miles to a different beach. But it's still a big event. It's just much further away.
Yep.
What I hate is the way they shove technology down your throat. You know, like the touchscreen. I work as a mechanic and I don't wash my hands every 10 seconds. I've generally got oily fingers, so you can't use a touchscreen. And you do, and your screen's dirty. Like, hello? Yeah, I use hands for other things other than just playing on my fucking phone.
Do they have? Oh my goodness! I saw something really cool, but went away. But it's for like you're talking about. Exactly. This is crazy. They have these films that you put on every day over the touch screens, and the jobs are literally putting this on and ripping it off every day for the people that work in your jobs, the mechanics and everything, because they're getting it all over the screens. And that way, when it's really cheap too that they're buying, like a film, and it just pull on and off. And that way, you can every single day not have to sit there and have to get this oil off of a very good screen. It's not supposed to have it on in the first place. It's a touch screen. You're not even supposed to put Windex or nothing on that shit. It's supposed to be water only. So they have a actual film now that people come out with that you put over these screens now when you're using them. They just rip off and keep throwing away daily. Get too dirty, rip it off, put a new one on.
Yeah, but
It's a little
also,
more time consuming, but it's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the old cash registers that had the little buttons on the front that were computerized? Well, when you work in a bar, you're handling beer all the time. So straight away they had to put a plastic sheet over the thing if you worked in a wet environment. So if you're pouring beers and scotches and cokes, there's always water on your hands, so you fuck up your till. And they needed to make a plastic cover. Yeah, same thing. But it's just a hassle of having to do it. I like the
Right.
keyboard because I can wash that with whatever, and I like the separate screen. To me, a laptop is better, an iPad's not.
Mm-hmm. And we have these screens the keyboards that were built also for this stuff that was around water and all that. They're very easy to wash. They were built a specific way. They're not going to get like that. You click on them too, and they were like plastic. They were also built that for water and all that. In these places, I don't know where they're at anymore. I don't know. We don't see this shit no more. Where is all of our stuff gone? I miss the old days. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous.
Well,
it's a lot easier.
We used to see on video games 25 years ago what looked like it would have been what a soldier would use as a laptop, like really durable and waterproof and kind of, like you could build a bridge out of it and drive a truck over it. And I've never seen any of those kinds of things with real soldiers. You know what I mean? Like a really heavy-duty, mini, teeny phone laptop-y thing.
Yeah.
And yet we saw them in video games.
Right. They're probably out there not being used, was going to be used and then didn't get put out. Or something, or they're using it differently. You never know what technology has. Technology, we all know that they kind of give it to us later too. Definitely have stuff that they're sitting on for a while and then hand it out. Some never gets handed out to us.
Yeah, well, you know what I was just thinking the other day after they did all that bombing of wherever it was, fucking Uzbekistan or Iran or whatever, it cost something like probably $4 billion for those what were they, bunker buster bombs and Tomahawk missiles. Why not spend $4 billion on buildings instead of $4 billion on bombs? Like, okay, just never worked that bit out. Maybe it's cheaper to bomb the fuck out of something.
Or so they think so. Or they're going to tell you it is, whatnot. Just like, oh man. Yeah. I was hearing it recently. Can somebody explain to me, because you're talking about bombs, and I had this conversation, no joke, Boomy, yesterday, and it was about Trump. And I'm not necessarily going to talk about Trump, but he dropped the mother bombs. Supposedly, it was supposed to go after, I don't know, someone in ISIS, someone in, I don't know, Antifa, whoever they're going to call it. Was it one person they went after with the mother bombs? Because when you drop a mother bombs, I'm pretty sure there's collateral damage. It's not just one person. So I'm just wondering,
It's supposed to wipe out the ability of one country to send missiles to another or something is what I got. And like,
really?
That just never ends, does it? And even if you don't get them all, then you're going to get more bombs back at you. Like, why don't you just all fucking grow crops and have a fucking feast instead of a fucking war? Yeah, fire instead of...
But I do believe, and I know it's going to sound crazy, most people in here probably, is that they sit here just like we see in the pictures, and they're supposedly at war, we're fighting, but they're also shaking hands. Man, are we sure they ain't sitting down talking about this shit? We gonna play each other. Because just like they do with content creators and people in general, and politics and anything in the world, we'll just sit here, make some shit up, we'll fight, we'll play fight. We'll both make money. Yeah. Have a nice day. Like, seriously, it's so much theater nowadays.
Yeah. I think it's all saber rattling too, until it isn't.
Agreed. Illusion, and we're always fighting. Divide, and conquer. Divide. Man, what is that? The wars need to stop. I know people are never going to agree. We ain't ever going to agree on everything. We can't agree in a true community where is a community? Communication, community. I don't see one yet. Looking for one in the world. It might be out there in the tribes in Africa or something. I don't know. But like a real knit community. Don't know. Maybe small towns out in different countries might have a very good feel like that. Yeah. Doesn't really exist, that I see.
Well, what happens is funny here. We had like a couple of protests, and they were Hamas protests, I think, blocking off the roads in Melbourne and Sydney. Okay, you're blocking the road, so you're trying to say, look how important it is for what's happening over there. What do you want us to do? Okay, you block the road, we're looking at you. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Like, you blocked the road. What the fuck? Now we don't like you because you blocked the road and you didn't give us any options. You just said, you got to look at this. Look. Do something. Well, you're not doing anything other than blocking the fucking road. Like, it just doesn't.
Protesting don't work, and that's a protest. You're standing out there. You're causing a scene. You're causing more obstruction and problems in reality. You're causing other people who are trying to live and breathe actual soul in their days down and whatnot too. If somebody wants to hear information from you, they need to be willing to want to hear it, not to stop them and tell them you will listen now, because that's the same shit that we're trying to stop already. Like, what is the point? It's the opposite of what you're trying to create. Yeah, I know. It's got to be a very good lively function. But if somebody set up something that was not blocking your rows and over to the side, right, that was not in the way and was creating a beautiful function, a gathering of music and activities and talking to your kids in life, but just about technology, about the world. I'm not even talking about serious things that you don't want your kids to know about. I'm just talking about good, wholesome conversations. You would not have a problem with this. And you'd let them talk about what needs to be changed in the world. And you might go, you know what? I agree, but how can we change this, right? There needs to be a conversation of how we can move forward to change the shit. If not, what's the point? Or we're making awareness. But you still wouldn't be upset about stuff like that. People in their roads wouldn't be upset. And you're not causing people problems to get back and forth in their day. You're not pushing it on people. Because it reminds me of Christians and Muslims who say, preach, 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 push, push, push. You're not doing this. And in reality, it's like, nobody's listening to you. You're that person on the corner screaming that the world's going to end. Jesus is coming right now. And I'm telling you, nobody's listening to you with a megaphone. No, that's not reach people. And a lot of our activist work over the years, many years, has been that. Or let's get arrested. Let's get looked at in that way. How is that going to help anybody? This is the opposite of what true activism is supposed to be about. They're not doing it.
And look, I can imagine you might be frustrated too, but a lot of times people are ill-informed. Like, they might see someone driving a flash car and thinking, oh, what an arsehole, he's got a Maserati. But, okay, he might have been given that by his dad, but he also might have worked an 80-hour-a-week job, did nothing, had no life, never went to the pub when we did, and he saved the money for that. Like, you never quite know. Things are never as bad or as good as they seem in reality. They're always a little bit less than what you thought.
Some people decide to sit on that money. You know, my man has got a job at 15, 16 years old and had the same job the entire time as 34 years old. And all that money he has banked. Okay, so therefore, I'm sorry people went out and drank and did this and that. I couldn't. I didn't bank, you know why? Because I was surviving. I was taking care of families on my own. I wasn't lucky enough to have that help where I can bank money. But some people have had that ability. I'm sorry, I should have stayed home a lot longer. So that way I could make money. My mama was right. Why did I jump out at 16? Because I thought I knew it all and I wanted to live and breathe and do the world and work and this and that. And I was good. That was good. I brought a lot to myself doing that, right? Independence and everything. But then you're losing the ability to go, mama, I should be saving up here right now, shouldn't I? Getting on my feet, putting some bank in my life, right? So I can buy a home. I can do things. But you rush your shit out there. You can't. And that's what I did. And a lot of us did. Even my best friend who's got 3 kids. And she's like, where's my bank? You know what I mean? So a lot of people have not had that opportunity, but there are a few out here still that have, and thank God for them. And this is what I wish more people would have done, including myself. How can I get mad? I look at that going, dang, I wish I would have did the same shit, you know, but hey, you live and you learn, but not everybody has the same life, and it doesn't make them privileged. It doesn't make them better than me or rich or anything. They just use their money differently, wiser with their money. I feel maybe people don't, but why spend $300 that night in the bar when you can bank that money? Next thing you know, 15 years later, you can buy a home.
Yeah. Also, you've got a lot of responsibility when you're in your mid-teens about what job you're going to do for the rest of your life. Most of us don't even know how to tie our fucking shoelaces when we're 15, let alone decide what job do I want to do that I will like and make a lot of money out and enjoy it and basically have a good life. I actually had an apprenticeship when I was 16 and fucked off from school and went back and completed high school when I was 22, 23, because I realised it's not a case of whether you're smart enough to have done it. If you've done it, it opens other doors. So, yeah, a year 10 or a year 12 pass is important. It doesn't matter if you're a mechanic, but it does if you're trying to fucking sign papers or do something.
Oh, yeah.
But it was easier to do it when I was older. It actually was much easier. It didn't take a whole year when you're 23, 24. They make the courses better because they assume you've already got a bit of, I don't know, real-world skills, I guess. I don't know.
What's going to take you 4 years in high school? Some people can walk in and sometimes get it done real quickly. In and out. There's my GED amount. I understand that, though, because a lot of people have already, when like freshman year, they're already college level entry because in reality, you're gonna learn all that shit again, basically in college. They did the basic shit again and all that, so you're wasting your time. Most of it's extra credits. He's like, we need 42 credits in high school to pass high school. Why is there 42 credits when most of them aren't even your main credits? It's just a bunch of extracurricular bullshit that makes your child stay in class and stay in school while you at work. And in reality, I don't need any of that shit. I've already learned way more shit at home. I'm already making more money at home. And mom, I could be making money for you too. And she was like, damn, I'm a single mom. You know what? You want to go make some money? That's fine. And that's where it started. I started working at 11 years old, our generation, babysitting, doing this and that, cutting grass. You found ways to make money. And at that age, you start realizing at 15, I don't need school. I don't need you, right? I can do it on my own. But in reality, and that's the incorrect kind of way of looking at it because you're young and stupid. You know what? But that's what you're learning. Right, your first job ain't going to be probably your last job. If it is, that's wonderful. But majority at 16, I'm thinking, I want to work here. I want to work here. Next year, I want to work there. So I worked at so many positions in my life, and you don't realize it's important to settle down to find the right one, a career, sometimes until later. And I ended up finding mine, but it ended up being in my 20s, almost 30s, honey, where I ended up realizing this is my path. But to be honest, I've taken so many paths, it makes you open your mind to, I'm also not just secluded in one area. I can do a lot of different positions. And I think it's important for your kids to realize that too, though. I could be thrown at almost any job. Show me what's going on, right? Hands on, let's go.
Pause and pass the mic.
Okay, I'll pass the sage.
Eggshells in his pretend bot. We reckon it's eggshells with a voice changer now. That's not a bot. You're not a bot, Sage. We know you're not a bot. We know you're eggshells.
Right? Say that. Maybe it is. That's so funny. Eggshells, you're creepy now.
We're going to work out ways to break Sage. So whenever eggshells, he gets PTSD coming in because like his robots being wrecked by us kids every time. He's trying to idiot.
Oh, can I ask Sage questions? Like seriously, can I ask? Like, is eggshell creepy? Like you did with okay, Sage. Eggshell is constantly programming you. Do you think eggshells is creepy, Sage?
No, eggshells is not inherently creepy. However, its behavior can be perceived as such if it violates user privacy or expectation.
Expectations, the key word. So, I'm ready. Good job on programming her to say it.
Okay, let's try again. Sage, is eggshells creepy? Yeah, see, it's eggshells. He won't answer.
Perfect. Sage, you know. We know.
You try something, Stacey. Ask Sage if I don't know. What if a car can fly or something?
Yes, Sage. Can a car fly in 2025? You're slow, Sage. Very slow. Is there any way we can make you go faster, Sage? Oh, that's what I figured. Eggshells, you're falling back, dude. You're falling behind because you're not over there programming her what to say right now. So we now know this is you. I'll be right back. But it's always good, just in case you go away or something, make another cup of coffee. I hope you have a good day. I wouldn't say morning, but but have a wonderful day too.
Yes, you too. I am going to make a coffee. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Amen. To me as well.
I'm gonna post this YouTube short in the chat. Y'all watch it and see if you think this guy's back's sore the next morning.
Oh, definitely.
It's funny. There you go. It's in there.
Oh, I had to watch it twice because the first time I couldn't really see it. The second time is when you actually realize the pressure, the amount that he's dropped so hard that's going to rock his body. Oh, he's going to feel that for sure. That hurts.
Yeah, look how far he slips out of his thing that's around him. It comes plumb up his back. The thing that he is usually under his ass slips plumb up to his armpits.
God, that's going to hurt so bad. His ass is going to hurt. Everything's going to hurt. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Stacey, I'm back again. Hey, just something I noticed before, and I wouldn't mind your view on this because you seem before, like Spartacus, although I don't mind him as a guy, when we're sitting here, Red Cloud's talking about someone, and up comes Michael Caine. Now, Spartacus has then Googled the name. And then Red Cloud's talking about Michael Caine, the actor, and la-di-da, and he's been with his wife all this time. Then Spartacus interrupts with, oh, I just looked it up. No, he divorced her. Oh, did he? Oh, hang on. No, oh, no, he didn't. I'm reading it backwards. What he did was jumped into the convo, derailed it, almost blew the rails up with Googling, got the facts wrong, and killed the convo. And on Talkback Radio, they say, don't Google things when we're trying to work stuff out. It's killing the art of conversation. And I said to him, dude, if you're going to jump in and Google it, you're killing the convo. If you're going to fuck it up, it's really bad. Like, I kind of felt bad saying it to him. But he and other people do it all the time. Like, they jump in and Google, oh, I know, red's black. Now, yeah. Oh, hang on, no, red's not black, red's red. Like, this jumping in using Google to be smarter, it's actually dumber, I've worked out. Having to use Google is an admission of I don't know. And what do you think? Am I being harsh by saying you shouldn't use Google to be a smart-ass fact-checker? Because it's getting fucking annoying?
No, it's honey, we literally just talked about this the other day again. Small G, Google, big G, Google. All of a sudden, Google became like people's gods for some reason. We Google everything. You just Google it. Mama, just Google it. Why are you calling and asking me? We used to say this to my mom. And now I wish I could go back in time and go, no, I wish I wouldn't have said that at all. But it was easier for my mom to find something out. I'm busy in life. But there is nothing wrong with somebody calling somebody and talking about, what is up with this? You know how I could fix this instead of asking Google? Because Google going to give you an answer from AI now that may not be correct. Or it might give you their way when there's another way. And we're learning only what Google is telling us to do when there's many different options sometimes in life. So we're forgetting things because we're turning to one way, Booma. And you're absolutely correct. We shouldn't have been doing it. And we've been doing it for too long. And now Google is everybody's information source. And it's wrong. Yeah.
So if I'm Googling you, what I'm doing, and I noticed this with my niece about 25 years ago, you'd be saying, oh, yeah, and this guy went panning for gold and found 15 kilos of gold in 10 years. And then about 20 minutes later, oh, yeah, I just looked it up and you did get 15 kilos of gold. Thanks for letting me know you're fact-checking and you're an hour behind the convo. Like, when we're having an argument and we need to know if, I don't know, that car can do 100 miles an hour, okay, then it's cool because we want to know one way or the other. But when we're discussing whether we can make it that fast, we're losing that art of conversation. And I think that's a really bad, and I'm not bagging on Spartacus, I just got a really good example of it, where he jumped in, corrected Red Cloud Media talking about Michael Caine's wife, saying they'd never been divorced when they had, but then discovered that what he said was wrong anyway. So he interjected to then correct his correction, to fuck it up, and then we lost the convo. So what he did was a negative net result, and that killed the convo. And I even just said, dude, you just killed the convo. You want to keep... I wanted to say you want to shove your fact-checking up your ass unless it's asked for, but I couldn't say that. But you agree,
You're
though.
not letting anybody have this very open conversation between me and you where we're discussing life. And in the moment, me and you might figure it out right then and there. Yeah. But instead, we went to Google or somebody popped in and said, here's your answer. Did you just run the entire conversation that was really vibrant and lovely and everything that me and Booma may have gotten to anyway? In fact, it may have been better conclusion, but instead you came in with a Google. And I think we should stop doing that because it's losing the creativeness between us as human beings and trying to figure out logically our damn selves.
And what happened is we might have been discussing making a cake, and if that person hadn't have interjected, we're about to discover, why don't we add something to the cake, and then discover we've got a lemon orange chocolate cake and it's beautiful. They actually killed the creative art by having to be a fact checker. And you need it sometimes, but sometimes it's best to just, I'll let him go. You know what I mean? Sure.
And that's what we're doing online too much is fact checking each other too much when in reality just live. Live in a moment,
Yeah.
breathe, have these conversations. Whether they're wrong or right sometimes doesn't matter, because when sometimes a conversation is wrong, it ends up being right at the end, and both parties end up figuring something out or come up with something brand spanking freaking new. But with all this already determined and telling you, not much creativeness is going to happen from people because they're too reliant on someone telling them how it is.
Yeah. Like I was saying, when I saw the last episode of the second series of MASH and Henry Blake had died, I actually fucking cried because of that one. Like, they didn't have to kill him. They could have just sent him home, but they killed him at the end of the episode. I actually cried. And they go, "Well, you're your fucking actor." No, dude, you don't understand that. I loved Henry Blake. Colonel Blake was great. And he was going home anyway. He was written out of the series. And the last 10 seconds, Radar comes in and says he got killed. You bastards, I really loved him. He can't be written back in. And I was sad. I was emotional, even though he was just a fucking actor, you know?
A lot of people were for Game of Thrones too. I remember when they killed off all the characters. I watched that scene because I hadn't read the book at the time. And I was like, you just killed almost all my main characters I'm watching. This is a fucked up show. I don't know if I want to watch this anymore. But I'd never seen them kill off so many people as main characters in anywhere that I was like, I have to still watch them. Because how the hell is this going to continue if you just killed everybody?
I know. But I noticed that I said this earlier, in a Star Trek movie with the chief of security, Tash got killed. And I thought, no, there's no way she's been killed. It's just looked that way. They'll clone her or they'll do something and bring her back. And no, never to be seen again. Like, oh.
I said, you wait. No, it's not happening. It can't be.
Yeah.
But it's good that our brain's thinking this way instead of just automatically knowing. I don't want to live a life, guys, that I know every single thing from the moment I wake up. And AI is going, it's okay, Stacey. It's 72 degrees out today. You're going to have a wonderful day. Oh, wait, don't open the door yet. Open the door. We're going to have an AI just constantly, because we're getting to that point. Google this, AI this, that just tells you everything what you should do and breathe. Because I think we're going to have no life, hon. You're going to, like you're talking about right now, there'll be no beautiful, creative moments now between people. Like inspiration with somebody creating something brand new, just not with Google telling them, just two people sitting in a room. No.
Yeah. But, I mean, well, you look at South Park. They sit there and they knock that up in over a day or two. They sit there and just, like, throw shit back at each other, crack each other up, and then write it down, and it's a show 2 days later. Like, wow, how do they do that?
I don't want AI to write it for us. I don't want it to be run through AI. I don't want it to go. This is where inspiration, the creativeness between human beings, this is why we love each other. Because we're humans, we need to be doing this all the time. Why are we relying on a machine, AI, that has to be all-knowing almost, it feels like, right? So every bit of information out there to come up with something creative. This is why a lot of stuff on it's not creative anymore. The movies are getting shit. Everything's kind of getting shit because I think we're running too much on computers and AI and technology. We are not relying on each other and the bouncing of ideas around that bonfire, anything, laughing, and those moments are going away in people, and that's super sad.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, what was it? That really old. I don't know many of his movies, but Alfred Hitchcock. Apparently, there used to be a thing in all of his movies where he was in the background somewhere, and it became a thing to find Alfred. Like, where is it? It's pick where Hitchcock is, and he might have been the bus driver, or he might have just been in the crowd, or he might have been, I don't know, feeding bread to the seagulls or something like that. But there was every movie he did a little cameo where he was, and it was a competition. And Hitchcock movies are still to this day called the most creative and clever and whatever, because he had these ideas like Psycho and all that stuff. It's just good. We've lost that, haven't we? If you have an idea that's too radical, people get scared of it and it doesn't catch on. It's got to just be a little bit different, not a lot different.
Yeah, it's getting. I remember sitting there, so I quit watching movies. If I'm able to watch a movie and I can already think of a better ending, or oh, you should have did this, oh, you should have did that, I can already tell you where it's going. Man, there's no point in me watching this stuff because it feels like I don't want to sound better, more creative, but my mind's more creative in some of these damn movies right now. No.
Yeah, like do you remember the original Indiana Jones? It was like a terrible plot line. It didn't matter. He didn't actually have any outcome on the overall plot because the Germans would have still happened. That would have happened to them anyway, regardless of Indy being there or not being there. But what was cool about it was like at the start where you're thinking, what's he doing here with the skull and the rock and the way he flips the skull quickly in, the rock quickly in and gets the skull, then gets chased down by a giant stone? Like, none of that shit really made any sense in the whole continuity of the movie. But it's cool to watch on the big screen. You know, like this big ball of rock chasing him down and all that shit. Like, it just, none of it had any meaning. Like, who dedicates their life to riding around the desert stopping people from finding the location of some statue? Like, how does that even happen in your life? This is your job in life. Like, what?
Exactly.
Yeah,
but at least that creativeness was created like that. Like, it was done, and then there was no really necessarily point. It could have been taken out, but that was a huge moment for everybody watching. It was a theater moment. So they were making sure they created these moments, cinematic moments, right? That mattered in the movie. That made you go, oh, shit, damn. Whether it really needed to be in the movie written in that or not. I know. Man, good old movies that they used to be.
The one I never got to in an Indiana Jones movie was that the chick who slapped Indy when she walked up. So you've come back and slapped him. She was having shooter matches, like sculling spirits against the other guys, drinking them under the table. And I never got, like, why? Why was she such a big drinker? Like, okay, she can drink. She's just drank some guy. It never made any sense in the movie, but I still remember her having shots. Like, okay. Like, it meant nothing.
I think that's what's important too, sometimes, to put stuff in things that make no sense. It's just there to take your mind away from exactly focusing on what's going to happen next. Your mind, how it works, right? So they may be having us focus on that and say, like, what does this mean? Why am I doing this? And then it goes on to the next scene instead of your brain thinking about, oh, I know exactly what's going to happen next. Your brain goes a little kind of cinematic and theater and here and there. And maybe that's why my brain needs that. So I'm like, why am I not, watching this shit anymore?
I remember once in a video game, ones where you play and you interact a bit more with the other characters, and one of the NPCs says to me, wherever you go, there's only death and destruction. And I'm like, I've looked back at the TV and said, I'm in a fucking video game. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to shoot things, you dickhead. Like, not that I could say that option, but it just struck me as strange that a video game character is going to tell me I'm shooting everything. It's a shoot 'em up game. Of course I'm going to shoot everything. Like, how am I supposed to win? What's going on here? Why are you two yelling at me? Okay, I'm off to have dinner now. Nice to talk, Stace, as always. See you again.
You too, honey. Sorry, I was just picking the mic. You too. Always a pleasure with Boomer. That's why I said I don't understand, Boomer, why you get some hell sometimes. I always have a great conversation with Boomer. It's fun. I was about Terry. Oh, y'all. I never really have a hard time talking to y'all. It's always a pleasure. Oh, why would Earth is Life do that to me? That is an old ass commercial.
Pause, then
That's
share.
so cool.
For monologue. One at a time, please. For multiple
You need to get
talkers.
some help, Sage. Brandy, you better do some work on Sage, because I spoke like 3 words. Nobody has spoken at all. She needs some help. She is not good. Good morning, Lalo.
Pause. Turn taking, please.
This bot. Nobody has said anything, Lalo, for a minute. And every time I go to speak, just make a couple words. It's like, give moments, monologue. What is it doing? It doesn't like me.
Oh, there's a mod bot now.
Yeah, it's a stage bot. It keeps telling me that I'm monologuing if I say 2 words.
Oh, it has a timer too. Yeah.
Apparently so. Aisha's really, really like programming this thing out, but it's wrong. It's not gonna shut her up because why? It's not smart. It's not smart anything.
Oh, close. It's a app. But yeah. Morning, Sosie.
Actually,
Good morning. This feels like the old days. I haven't been able to say good morning to you in a minute. I hope you're having a good day. You off to work?
Oh yeah. Exactly. I'm always at work or doing something. If I'm not here, I'm with my friend.
Yeah, that's right.
Just got out for I think it's a 4-day work week, and I'll head out to LA.
Oh, you went out to LA, you said? Huh?
I'll have a 4-day weekend, and then I'm gonna head to LA.
Oh, you have a 4-day weekend. Ah, coming. Sweet. Whole family going to LA?
Yes.
Sweet. Even better. Family time, a little bit of that vacation. LA's not too bad, honey. I've only been in a little bit and out. I wouldn't have been there for, visiting. It's gorgeous too. Not kidding though. I'm getting tired of being asked about Trump because I'm in Canada. Please don't ask me about Trump anymore in the world. People, please, please, please don't ask me about Trump. I want a day I can walk in the world and nobody asks me about it.
Well, I haven't turned on the news yet or watched any feed about it, but I think a lot of people talking
Yeah.
about Fantastic Four. I don't know what else have been talking about. Just right now, it's been Fantastic Four. The house market is about to crash, like always. What else? Or at World War
Why not?
Three, there's a mall shootout. You know. Oh yeah, that
Tell me something
tsunami.
bad.
That tsunami
Oh
that's supposed
yeah.
to.
What's about going on about that? Anybody heard anything else about that or what's happening?
No. They always try to put a conspiracy twist on it, right? It was the Russia
For sure.
big earthquake or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And they're like, how did the earthquake happen? Is it something else? I mean, yeah, who knows what the heck's going on? I know they can do stuff to us, but to sit here and argue about every single one and make it a conspiracy, it's very difficult for my brain. I'm just sometimes I'm just going, no, look, I'm not going to just play into everything in the world because I have to live. I have to just have a little bit of happiness in my life. And the more we focus on these things, and we've talked about this before, Lalo, and I've done it, I start forgetting what's important around me. I start forgetting that life is actually beautiful. I start forgetting how amazing everything is, though. That damn TV, those negativity, everybody around you talking to you about what's wrong in the world, what's wrong here, what's wrong. Actually, there's a lot of good things going on. Beautiful things, but there's so much of the bad shit we're focusing on people, and we're letting them let us focus on it. That's what's going on. Uh-huh. Because it ain't that bad. Listen, it's bad out here when it comes to things to change. The housing market is ridiculous, Lalo. Yes, it is. I've spoke about it a lot. It's like 3 times now almost the price for a house out here in Canada, let alone in America. It's a little bit better in America, to be honest, depending what state you live in. But the taxes are more higher when it comes, sorry, the interest rates are more higher when it comes to United States of America, though. Way different over here, but you're still paying way more for a house. $300,000 for a house that used to be 150 to 180. So no, we're in a really bad situation when it comes to society as a whole, but Not Indiana. I can buy like acres of land, a huge 4-bedroom home out in
Pause.
Muncie.
Then share.
You pot. And then, honey, that's nothing. It's like $180,000 compared to other places. We still have it pretty good in ways. Is it make it okay still? No, but what are we gonna do about it? You know?
Well, like I said, people do stress over how to make money, and of course there are ways to make more money. But that means it's funny, like you said, the purchasing power has been dwindling down. But some people do endure, and some people do endure, and make some side jobs or company. But of course, all these videos and stuff like, oh, make money off of Amazon, make money off of whatever, or making posters, or make money off of crypto.
I know.
It does suck into a lot of people that supposedly is successful, maybe to invest or do all this stuff because, like you said, there is this craving to purchase, so you can make more money, to have that purchasing power to make that mortgage payment, and have all the
Yeah.
duties of the world, right? Because of course I
Of
do
life.
want to get,
Yeah.
yeah, you do want to have like that. Like they say, why do you need a motorcycle to go do the sands? It's like, why do you need a boat? It's like, bitch, I just I want to, these luxuries, right? I don't want a
Listen,
yacht.
I want a jet ski. I wouldn't mind one, but I don't have a yacht. But I wouldn't still mind one. Get me wrong. We all would love some luxuries or be able to go and do these things and take everybody out. If I had a yacht, I'd be like, y'all want to go on a trip together? We'll plan this shit and y'all can come stay on the yacht, right? Your friends and stuff and your family. And it'd be wonderful jet skiing. I wish I had 5 of them so I could take my family to go jet skiing when they come visit, right? Hey, guys, go on. Go the kids too. Go have fun. Of course, we want to have these luxuries, these things that are just amazing. This is why we save up all year long, our families, to take our kids on vacation or Disneyland. Or, where would we go in the world? Florida. But it doesn't mean that we should be working our life away for them and 2 or 3 jobs and everything else. Because I'm going to tell you right now that what they really miss, our kids miss, is the family time. My mom worked her ass off when we loved going on vacation. It was something special. But a lot of times we just wanted to be able to probably sit down and play Monopoly together like mom used to be able to do. Fight about it, joke about it, laugh about it. Even the fighting moments are fun because you remember those moments. We just don't have enough of those together, so we're looking for a vacation. We're saving up for it. So really, is work important? The extra to do this one time a year or what? Because most of the time people do not have this at their house all the time. Everything they want at their fingertips. Of course we don't. Can't. Unless you're rich as shit and elite out here.
Right, like I said, work weeks, like we can't even take 2 months off. I think people are living paycheck to paycheck. Try to save one, at least try to get like 3 paychecks ahead. But like you said, there are ways, but it's just like they make it so easier to that it's always hard work. But like you said, it just
Yep.
it is good to know how the money system or how all this stuff works. Think about it, how can you use that system to make more money? What's going on?
I'm already
Even
thinking
though,
about and talking about it because eventually I'm going to have a visa here where I can make money in Canada because I'm the kind of person that cannot sit around and not work, at least part-time something. I know he'd love to take care of me to sit at home, but I'm the type of person that likes to make money. I like
go to
to have
work.
extra money, right? Work, baby. But there's things I can do at home. I used to make my own homemade soaps, okay, and sell them to my friends and family. And they're amazing soaps. You cannot buy them in the store. They're natural. They're loving. They're the best soap you write on your skin. We used to go laundry detergent. We need to go back to the basics of making everything. Banana bread. And I'm making my homemade sweet tea, and nobody even knows what sweet tea is here. So I'm already putting it in water bottles for him to take to work. Try it out. And this is the point. The more you do things, you know how to do things. Sell it. Make money. Uber, DoorDash. There's no way people not making money nowadays.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm
shit.
saying.
Need a
That
car.
I understand there are some people that all they do is just work. They're just workhorses. They don't
Exactly.
understand money. They don't understand the stuff. But of course, they're struggling. But of course, because you can call them stupid but like you said, back in the day, the purchasing power of just a person working, you can buy stuff just by working instead of knowing what is banking and all this stuff and stretching the dollar. But I think
It's not fun stretching that dollar. Okay, when you go and see something you want and you can't freaking buy it and you have no money, it's not fun stretching a dollar.
and then they could say, just get another job. I'm like, put down my.
I'm already working an ass. I know. It's like, wait a minute, I already gave 15 hours of my day away. 15 hours, and then you want me in 6 days a week sometimes. And to have more, I have to do what then? I
Work.
actually need to quit this job and find
Work.
a different way of working
Work.
money, making money. work. Hey, you
Well,
working right now?
that
You better be
that goes.
working, like.
I don't work, you bum ass. I am working. I'm working. I'm selling my metal. I'm fucking doing side jobs.
Right?
And then I got some other stuff, some other services to help the Latino community because they're what's it called? They're not tech savvy, and there's a lot of money in helping the immigrants, because
There is.
there's
Don't help the immigrants, bro. Don't help them.
No, I'm not thinking about
in the
helping. I'm
lion's
thinking
den this
about
morning.
making money. I'm thinking about making the money off.
He's not
There's
thinking
another
about the
guy.
immigrants in this situation. He's thinking about where's my money? Where
Yeah,
can I
where's
get
my
some
money, man? You want a driver license? You want a driver license?
Here you go.
There you go. Want a social
You want
security card? Here you go.
you want a social
There you go.
security card so you can work? Why you want?
What else
You want to let you?
That's how you make your money, dude. Never mind.
Huh?
Don't go to work.
No, he's not being serious. Like,
No, I got connections. It's not really.
oh, is that what
Do
you
you
call
think
yours? Connections?
unemployment? Man, there's a lot of stuff. But I'm just saying because even though, but it's hard because when you see I think, but not even the immigrants, you got the Asian people over here. They got a service tech that went to San Jose. Man, they say they got like 35 Chinese people living in an apartment. Well, not an apartment, but it's a hometown.
Holy
And
moly.
I'm like, damn, even the Chinese, dude, they're suffering too.
Even the Chinese are suffering out here, y'all. Let's take a moment of prayer.
But hopefully they're doing better than the Mexicans. Maybe they are saving money, putting all that money in a business. We don't know.
Honey, hopefully there are. Listen, people are having a hard time surviving. A lot of people are going, and there are people that should have stayed home with their parents, like I just said earlier, a lot longer. And people may look down upon that nowadays and they say, like, you're still at home? Look how much money they have. They're only paying $500 rent. Well, if my mom only charged me $500 rent, oh shit, I would have been banking. I didn't have to pay electricity, water, nothing. You didn't even buy hardly food or no detergent. Wait a minute. This is the easy life.
Well, bringing it back to
Man,
Trump, I hope they pass that
yes.
law in overtime. Well, I don't know if that's going to incentivize, make people more work. It's like, oh, so you're not paying taxes on overtime? Oh, let's just work overtime.
Not
You know what I
even
mean?
this. All the company
No.
has to do is make you sign an agreement before you even start working that they're not going to pay you overtime. That's it.
Well, good
What do
luck
you
with
mean?
that
That's
one. The only way they're going to do that, sweethearts, they'd have to put in the salary. Nobody's just going to say, I'm not working overtime unless they have a salary like my job usually is. Okay, I will get paid for 0 overtime no matter what as a manager. None. I don't care what time I show up. Doesn't matter. I don't care if they're 80 hours, 180 hours, doesn't matter. Mandatory, you only get paid your 15, that's it. So
That's one
it's
thing
probably a
about
salary they can do that way. Yeah.
not even the company that I work for right now. They pay you per hour, but they don't pay you overtime. They make you sign a
Hey,
contract or an agreement before you get hired on that they're not going to pay you overtime. If
so
you
when they say
if you
they're
go
not
over
paying
40
overtime, how are
hours,
you doing this?
you're not getting time and a half.
So you're just getting regular
You
pay though. Just you're still
you
getting
get
paid. Just overtime.
yeah, you get regular pay, just not time and a half.
Okay. Wow. What a company. Shit on you. They're shitting on you like
But it's not that bad. I mean, it's honestly it's
I
not
get
that
you.
bad because even with that, I'm
Yeah.
still making like this year. I'm
Money.
expecting make 90,000, which it's like the best I've
There
ever
you
done.
go.
And
There you go.
then next year probably 100,000, or maybe a little bit more. And
Mhm.
even though I'm not getting that time and a half, I'm not bothered by it because they don't. Another good thing about not getting paid overtime is that they don't hassle you about your time. Like, oh, hurry up, because a lot of companies, once you reach 40 hours, they don't want you working anymore because they don't want to pay that time and a half.
Right, right, yeah.
You might get
They
maxed
give
out at
away.
50.
Yeah.
You might get maxed out at 50, 10 hours overtime, and that's if you're lucky. This
Most people
company,
don't
you
want to
can
pay
work
overtime.
60
They're getting
hours.
rid of it completely. Yes, I'm telling you right now, they did not
And
want to give out overtime in my last job either, and get rid of it altogether. They're trying to get rid of all the hours as much as possible. Less.
they'd rather hire more people than have to pay you overtime. That's how they do it, and give other people part times. But I was gonna say, yeah, but the thing is, like, they don't hassle you about your time. Like, they haven't hassled. Like, I can go to work whenever I want. Like, I can be there at 9. I can be there at 7, 7:30. And while I'm at work, they don't like bother me. Like, hurry up, like, about like quotas and like, like, I hate that shit.
Yeah, that is true.
And that is good.
Like warehouse jobs, like you have to be like producing so much per day or per whatever. Dude, that shit's crazy.
Mhm.
I can't. I'll go crazy.
So it will not benefit them. They'll just, so if this thing does pass, they're just gonna sign a contract
Yeah.
with you.
Probably.
If you don't, if you want to work there, it would behoove you to sign this agreement. And if you don't, you can't work here. That's how they do it.
They may not even need to sign a contract, just like people don't believe in my own state, stupid stuff like they don't have to give you a break at all in Indiana. It's not even our law here. We do not have to give you any breaks whatsoever. Both states are different, but in Indiana, no. These are different things that they can just pass because they want to pass something federally or government-wise. Say, hey, there is more overtime. That is everywhere. There isn't. I don't think I need to sign anything. They may not make you sign a contract at all because it's just the law. That's just the way it is now. So there won't be a contract probably. Now companies might give it to you, automatically give you certain benefits. Like for instance, I'm sorry, Canada out here is rocking this shit. They're giving $70 an hour for Sunday overtime, double time. Come to work, go ahead. They're just like giving it out. Like people are just purposely on Saturday not doing their job, just sitting back, making it go slower, right? Because they can get overtime. Now, in my company, they see you doing that. Get out. I'll get somebody else to take that job and get it done quick because I don't want to pay you for Sunday. That's double time. Time and a half on Saturday. So therefore, get this shit done on Saturday, not on Sunday. But they don't care. I don't know why some people are just so rich out here, honey. They are giving out that overtime to everyone. And I've never seen it before, but so many people are making overtime in this company. Wow.
That's good.
I hope
It's
more
good
jobs
people.
do this.
It's
I
good
know, right?
owners, good CEOs. Yeah, they want to help their employees.
Stella Jones, they were one of the good companies, best companies I've ever seen. They deal with wood. They're amazing. Waste Management is also out here, but Waste Management is a shitty company. Forgive me, I'm an expert for that company. It's shit. They'll work you to end and bones, but they'll pay you good. They'll pay you good. Probably what you're making, Lion. We don't need to talk about what you're on, probably. But they still are good. If you're working in kind of machinery or anything.
No, yeah, I mean, this is probably the highest I'm gonna. Unless I can make my own business on the side, I don't expect to. I think I'm like at the top of the ladder. I mean, I'm already kind of content. We'll
Like you're
see.
signing contracts,
But I'm saying,
right?
like,
You're making like a certain contract with them for that every year, or how are you doing this?
I don't know.
Or is it just a contract to get things done? Like, do you have a contract with the company that for your vehicle for so many drives or
There's no
whatnot? Because you don't got a contract like myself, right? That I signed as a manager. It's different,
No.
right?
I'm not an independent contractor or anything like that. I'm just
Got you.
working as an employee. I don't have my own business. But I'm saying if I were to start my own business, I'd have to, make my own contracts, do all that, which is more complicated. I'm satisfied with where I'm at, right? Like, I had goals of being rich when I was in my early 20s. I don't want to be rich anymore. I just want to be like comfortable. And you can get jobs out there, blue collar jobs,
I know.
make 6 figures in a couple years. Doesn't take
That's what I'm
a
saying.
doctorate.
Yep. Oh, well, don't ask Moy like that. Well, I had a huge conversation over there at Jim Payne's about a week ago. Said some nasty ass shit about all blue collar people and all flat earthers. If you work at a grocery store, you work anywhere, gas station, even though you could be making $100,000, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. As a manager or anything, right? Salary and stuff. Oh, you are dumb as fuck, he said. And yeah, basically, we shouldn't hardly exist in society because we're so shit and dumb. You have no degree, you have no life, you have no nothing. I'm like,
Wow.
you are shitting on most of society when you said that. Oh, I gave it to him because I've never heard somebody speak about the entire society. Like, everybody's got friends out here from the rich ones that work at Kroger's or your Marsh or, well, I'm sorry, Marshall System or Myers. And some of them are actually making really good money in the corporate field of those people too. So you better watch, no offense, these people what they're saying. But Moynick's got some money in his pocket. Don't get it twisted. We're dealing with some people right now that are sitting around us that are elite. They got $1 million homes, honey, 2 or 3 of them.
Oh, I
Everybody
know.
talks
I know.
about this.
Ruhif is like a millionaire, bro, in Australia. He's got
Mhm.
like top 10 millionaires in Australia.
But it just shows you how they look at you. Look at us.
And
Even the
there's some other
wow.
guys. There's some other guys. I can't remember who they are, but they've been in here.
I'm not gonna name them. I know them. I talk to them every day. I was just talking to them earlier.
They're millionaires.
Yes, they got good money. Good for them, though. Good for
They can
them.
buy that boat. They can buy that boat. And
That yacht,
motocross,
honey. That yacht.
the bikes, the jet skis.
I know all that shit we were talking about earlier. Because Lime, we were saying that stuff. I know you want to live comfortable, but like, look, Lala's about to go on vacation. Great for him for LA. But don't you guys want to do that too all the time? If you want to take your family, your son shows up, you're right, and he's like, "Let's go jet skiing down." And you pull out your jet skis and his friends, you all go jet skiing. Next week you guys want to go out on the boat. You want to go do, these are things that you want to do with your family if you could. Do I have to have them? No, but it shouldn't just be a vacation. It should be our life. We should be living it up. It's one shot. It is gorgeous.
It's not. I know, but
not fair.
Not everybody can have that. It's just the way it is. Not everybody.
No, don't say that. I can do it. I can. You can. We all can.
I know. That's what I was telling. That's what I was telling.
Yeah.
It's not.
AC, like,
It's just not. It's not happening.
I know. That's what I'm saying. But they make it that image of everyone could do it. Just buy my program or do this. Buy some crypto, and you can make that jackpot. To have that luxury, of course. Like even you, Lion. I don't know how long. Throughout the year, how much time off, or do you actually do 2 months off to go to a vacation, to go to Egypt, or just go to Italy or France, or
we ain't got.
or
That.
just
We
get
don't get that.
Exactly.
I get right now. I gotta wait till like my third year, and I think I get 3 weeks vacation.
That's the
Right
issue.
now,
Is they don't
next
give
year
you
I'll
any
get
time.
a week vacation.
Yeah.
I just
3 weeks paid,
It's
and
not
then
about the money.
if I wanted a
right?
month, I'd have to ask for a 4th week without pay. That.
Okay. That's the problem without pay. We need vacation that we're still getting paid while we're gone. Because this is the issue. People cannot leave their jobs for 2 or 3 weeks and they know they're not getting paid. Now, if it's paid
Right.
time off, like I get, it's a different situation. Sometimes I'll build up within a couple months, 13 days paid time off. My company was pretty brilliant. But guess what problem is? I ain't got no time to use it. They expect too much of me. I cannot leave my job. I don't even give a fuck if I have 2 weeks sitting there paid time off when I got no time, because if I end up taking off, they're going to be pissed at me, the district managers, because they need me on the floor. So they never give you this time to be with your family. They go do these things. Usually ends up people taking that paid time off at home. We'll take it off. I'll stay home. I'll help the family. I'll take this, do this, you know what I mean? A little bit of vacation from work. And instead of actually taking that time to have fun, because they've got us so working like down to the nitty gritty, hun, that people just don't have it. No time to take off work. That was the issue. Where's 2 weeks where I could just leave? But when's 2 weeks in a year? 2 in a year? 3. This is ridiculous.
This is the way of life. Sucks.
Well, I don't want it to be
Well,
anymore. So this is why it's not going to be for me
They
no more.
design it this way.
It's not they, like, it ain't like, it's just the way it is, like, guys, like, this is the way life is.
Oh, no. They definitely designed this way, because when I have to pay, well, I'm not paying, but $300,000 for a house that was $180,000  3 years ago, 4 years ago, we got a problem here. They definitely designed this. They definitely designed me to have to work my 9 to 5, actually 15-hour days, right? They designed these workers to be exactly what they are out here. This is by design, definitely by design, to make sure that you can't be with your family all the time. They got them all out of the house.
By design.
Right, yeah.
It's by design, but it's not by like some elusive entity, shadow government. That's not. I'm saying, like, this is by design since the beginning, since Adam ate from the forbidden fruit. Like, we've had to work our asses off. Yes, man has to work to support himself by the sweat of his brow he shall make his bread.
Yeah, the bread don't take that long.
But he has more time off than right now.
We have to work. It sucks. And some people have to have it a lot better off than others. And there's always going to be that wealth inequality where we it seems unfair, but that's just the way life is. And not everybody can be that billionaire, yacht owner, chilling on jets. Not everybody can be that. And it's impossible for every single human being to have a yacht and jet skis. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, because of those fat cats, right? I know. There's always losers.
Not
and
even
winners.
It's not even because of the fat cats. Like, that's more of like a envy type of ideology. Like, you're envious that these men have billions of dollars and you only have thousands. We can't be looking at them for what they have, and however they made it is kind of irrelevant. The fact that they have it, and you're lusting for that wealth. You're envying that wealth. That is sin. That's sinful.
No, not envying the wealth. I'm not envying anything. What it is everybody should have this ability. Now,
right?
I'll show you the house right now. It's freaking amazing. But she had to work her ass off, but she got lucky too.
It's like they make record profits, right? I know. Instead of giving it to the workers, they'll just hoard it themselves. Yes, they have the decision to do that. Yes, if I was like you said, the CEOs, you told Stacy they're good, right? But if they were not good, you already put them a label bad. They just keep them to themselves and then fuck the workers. Yes, I know they have,
but they can do that. They can do that, and that's in their right to do that. And I wouldn't even consider them wicked for keeping the wealth. And
not bad,
because that's not something that
policies
you could have
wage inflation.
I know, dude. I understand there's a massive wage difference between the CEO.
No. When lower income workers start making more money, the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, which takes money out of their pocket. So, there is a shadow government type system that keeps this 80% of the people working in place and 20% of the people controlling.
No, there is. I'm not denying that the existence of the deep state, right, the shadow governments. What I'm trying to say is that ultimately, though, there's one sovereign over all of that controls the hierarchies on the hierarchies on the earth, the powers, the archons, the principalities, the rulers, the judges, the magistrates. There's one sovereign that appoints all of the other rulers, right, through agency, and there's all types of dude. But the point is that we have to work, right? You're not going to escape. There's not going to be this free energy device. It's going to solve humanity's problems where nobody's going to have to work anymore. People talking about Tesla technology. That's not happening, dude. We have to work, dude. You have to get up. You have to go to work. That's how the world works. And everybody's going to have that equal quality of life, dude, where you don't have to work. It's minimal work. You just lay back, at vacation time every day. That's not going to happen ever.
I don't disagree with that, but what I'm saying is the system is made so that reality is a burden instead of just your reality. And there's metrics and measures that they put in place to make it a burden, so you don't have the free time. In their mind, free time is you sitting around and thinking about taking over their power. They'd rather have you work distracted.
There you go.
Having to do shit about it. There is a they there. There truly is.
Definitely a they.
They see lower income workers, the blue collar workers, not as quality salt of the earth people. They see them as peasants.
I agree. I see what you're saying, and I do partially agree.
And they treat, if you ever work. Oh, sorry, honey, go ahead. You're good.
I just want to emphasize that it's not really up to them completely, totally, right?
Well,
there's a higher power.
You called it envy. That I envy them. There's envy.
Right.
No, there is. I can hear it, bro. Because you think
no, not envy. No.
No, because when you look at somebody else's assets, how much they have, how much they make, and you deemed in your heart that it's unfair for that person to take home this much money, they should give it to the poor. They should give it to their workers. Right there, you already making a decision that you think that person's mismanaging their wealth. They're hogging the wealth, right? You're thinking that's not right. That's what you're saying, right?
Okay, can I say something around that real quick, biblically even? Doesn't it talk about in the Bible how we are supposed to grow food and also give to the needy out there, so much of the crops on the edges and stuff? That is the same thing that we are supposed to doing at these big companies, like the one in Canada that's giving back to their people, making sure they get plenty of overtime, plenty of money, plenty of income. Nobody's unhappy at that company,
No,
right? This is the
no,
problem. That
no. You're
company should be how
oversimplifying
every
it.
company is being ran. Caring about the
No,
workers
no.
and caring about the people. Yes.
No. You don't have to give to the
It
poor and
makes
the
a good
needy.
economy.
If you do that, it is righteous. If you do that, if you don't do that, it's not wickedness. Right? It's not that if you invest the money, if you invest the money back into the business, you don't give it to the employees.
To
That doesn't
yourself?
make you wicked. That doesn't make you wicked.
No. Let me ask you a question. If you're investing money back in the company, which is your company, so you're investing money back within yourself, so you're keeping greedy to yourself. I'm not talking about you. The company will be keeping greedy to themselves only. And then now God talks about in these times, oh, hi, baby squirrel, that you are not going to be able to take that shit with you. And God talks about people keeping that money and vein and gold and jewelry and walking around like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, but
They
you
are
don't.
supposed to
No,
give
no.
back, honey.
That's not necessarily the case, though. You don't. I'm not denying charity. Right. Let's make that very clear. I'm not denying charitable behavior. Right. I'm not denying that. That's a very good thing. Right. But there's also this idea of kings and rulers that have a surplus compared to the average Joe. Right. You had biblical characters like Abraham, like Joseph, who was second to Pharaoh. Right. Had chains on. Daniel had gold chains on, bling on. That's not a problem. Right. There's always going to be wealth inequality in a system. There's always going to be the poor, the middle class, and the upper class. That's typically how it works, and you can't escape that. There's always going to be a lower class. There's always going to be a middle class and upper class, and that's a healthy
Can
system.
somebody help me real quick on camera? They're going to tell me this is a squirrel. This is not a squirrel because it has a little tiny freaking tail that is not the same as a freaking squirrel. Is that a mouse? Something? There's oh my god, tree rat. There is a different saying to this. Oh, hey, buddy, you are too cute. Because his squirrel is not the same as sorry, his tail is not the same as a regular squirrel.
Chipmunk.
No, it's not a chipmunk.
Right?
No, it's too big,
Oh.
isn't it, for a chipmunk? I know
can't.
chipmunks too. They're so cute. I know. I'm too far away in a way. My mother walk up to him. He's so adorable. Oh, I love being out here. And the bunnies, geese, squirrels, they all come up to me. And I guess what? I did the experiment where you sit down and you sing. And oh my God, all the little baby geese came up to me. I'll have to do it someday for y'all. I'm just sitting here singing and drumming on my leg, and everything just starts coming up. It's oh my God, I love nature. I seriously love nature.
Lion, really quick, when you were talking
Sorry.
about like the system and stuff like that, I don't disagree with you, but the problem with this system is you have corporations paying basically 0% taxes. You have wealthy individuals with the same ability to pay 0% taxes. But if you are a regular person, you're stuck into that model of paying like 30, 40%. If you make $100,000 and you pay 30,000 in taxes, that's a lot of money. But if you make like $4 million and you pay that 30% in taxes, you're not really hurting.
I get what you're saying, and this is what I'm trying to explain to people too, is that we think fairness, right, has to be an equal distribution across the board of whatever it might be, whether it's food or taxes or money. Like this idea of like equal distribution is fairness. That comes from human thought, right? That's not something that's biblical.
But it's a tax system, though. You know what I mean? It's not about
whether it's food, whether it's property, whether it's love, whether it's tax, whatever the case may be. This idea of equal distribution being righteous is a facade.
It's not about equal distribution, though. What I'm saying is it's about like equal application of the law. If you have a middle class person that's stuck in this tax system because they can't afford like a CPA and all this other stuff, like a rich person can, like all of these things, like the term is not fair, or that's not what I'm looking for. It's about them having to go through the same things. That's the definition of fair. If you have a system that penalizes, like with taxes, you go to jail and stuff, and you're forced to do this essentially, and then you have the rich hurting the system, forcing the poor to pay more of their income into the system. That's the inequality, and that's the fairness I guess I'm trying to address directly. Not like everybody gets a girl, everybody gets a car. But if everyone has to follow the same rules, I mean, that's kind of what life should be, right?
So, and this is going to be difficult to understand, bro. Me myself, I had to meditate on these concepts, dude, for a long time, dude, to try to gain clarity from it. But even when it comes to the application of law, this idea that it should be applied across the board equally is also a facade.
Ooh,
And I could explain to you why that is. I think I already tried one time with this idea of double standards being immoral, right, or unethical. Biblically, that's not the case. Double standards are actually justified and considered righteous biblically. And this is something that we've been programmed in the West and not.
Can you give me an example?
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. So this is something in the West where we've been programmed, whether it's the application of law, whether it's taxes, whether it's food, property, that it has to be distributed equally across the board, regardless, right? And that's just not the case biblically.
Let's just stick to law.
And I'll explain.
Let's stick to law, right? Let's stick strictly to law. We'll go to biblical, right? Like if you don't want to marry a girl and you had sex with her, I think like you had to pay your dad like 30 pieces of silver or some shit, right? So like you're saying that some guy should have been able to have sex with a girl, not marry her, and not pay the dad, and that would be a fair system now.
No. That's a straw man in my position. I'll be able to explain it to you, but
I'm not trying to straw man it. I'm trying to.
No, I know, but that's a bad example. I'll tell you why, right? Because there are laws that are objective across the board, regardless of
status,
gender,
riches,
creed, race, whatever that don't matter, right? None of that matters. And then there's laws that are subjective that depend on the subject involved, right? Literally. So you can have both objective laws that apply to everybody across the board unanimously, and then you have laws that don't apply to everybody across the board that are subjective. You can have both in the same system.
I agree with that.
So you can have both. You can have both objective and subjective laws.
But the tax code is not. So, like I said, I'm trying to stick to one topic, and the tax code is a objective code that is subjectively administered, and as the subjective administration of that code, it allows the rich to take advantage of the poor.
I understand it, and I agree with you that our tax code is not it's not the best, bro. I'm not here to argue taxes per se, but I'm just trying to I'll give you an example. Since you're bringing up taxes, I'll bring up interest rates in the scriptures, right? Interest rates is one that, for example, God made it so that interest is allowed, right? But under specific parameters, rules, right? You're only allowed to charge interest rates to people that are outside of the nation. Right? Yeah. So outside of the boundaries of Israel, you are actually, in fact, allowed to charge interest to the non-believers, to the Gentiles. That's one law where we see it's subjective, right?
No,
it's applied objectively. No, it's applied objectively, but it's also subjective because it involves a subject
but the law itself is you can charge interest, but not to your own people. Essentially, that's the law. So it's not correct. That's what's being applied. So if it was objective, is you can charge interest, and then you have the subset of but not to your own people. That's fine. That's fine as well. But what I'm saying is, in our system, just like I said, we're sticking to taxes, right? Just this one thing. It is a big part of why people are poor and why there's poverty. But like in our system, the richest people do not pay their quote unquote fair share, which is the exact same proportional amount that we must pay of our earnings. As an American citizen, no matter where you earn a dollar on the planet, you owe the Treasury money. That's the objective code. It is subjectively enforced, and that's what I'm talking about. It shouldn't be allowed like that because it causes inequality. It causes more poverty.
I suppose, but the thing with the interest in the scriptures, it's also subjectively enforced. Like I told you, it depends on the person.
So it's subjectively
if it's the person of the land, right? You cannot charge interest.
Charge them
If
interest.
it's a person
Yeah.
outside the land, you can charge interest.
But so subjectively enforcing that would be essentially, because the objective rule of that is you can, but not to your own people. Subjective would be charging interest to your own people. That would be in subjectively enforcing that rule by charging interest to your own people.
Damn, my goose was going for a minute.
Right.
And
bailing out the
there's-
riches, bailing out the corporations. It does not apply to me. It only applies to corporations.
It does apply to you because they use your money to do it. It's socialism for the rich and
I know.
capitalism for the poor.
Another thing is showing partiality, showing favoritism is not. It's supposed to be immoral in some Western thought, right? Right?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't say immoral. I would say it is being reflected upon who and what's being favored and why. But I wouldn't say that showing favoritism is immoral objectively. No.
Good. I'm glad that you said that, because I also don't believe that showing partiality, showing favoritism is immoral, depending on the reason why you showed favoritism, right? And this is what we see in the scriptures, because God is not a respecter of persons. He doesn't show partiality based off of superficial reasons, like someone's gender, someone's the color of their skin. No, he actually doesn't. No, he actually doesn't.
Who's the chosen people of God?
Yeah, but why did he choose them? He didn't choose.
But you just said he does. He does show favoritism. Because I asked you the question. You know the answer. You can just say it, and then we can get to the next point.
He does show favoritism, and it's considered righteous to show favoritism, depending on the circumstance, right? And the reason that he chose Noah above all other men is because Noah was obedient. Noah was merciful. So he chose Noah not because of any superficial merit, right? But because Noah was obedient and righteous, not because of his DNA or his bloodline or anything like that.
That we bred. Do you know why? Like the dogs that we chose them because exactly the same thing you said. They're obedient. They listen to us. They're docile.
Yes.
So what you're just saying is God chose a pussy. In my mind.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
All right,
we used to be wolves, and we used to be wolves.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny that sometimes my boss does show favoritism to some.
Sorry,
fucking pussy, but yeah. No, yeah,
but
my job, there is a guy
same thing with Abraham.
and he does shows for favoritism. I don't know why he's fucking a lead supervisor.
Yeah, he didn't choose Abraham because of his bloodline, dude. If you read the scriptures,
he's a pussy. He's a pussy.
He was chosen for the same reasons.
He's a pussy. Abraham's a pussy. God, what you're telling me is God chooses people who aren't men. Who like literally, that's what you're telling me. Abraham wasn't a man. A man doesn't kick his child out because a woman tells him to. A man doesn't fucking attempt to kill his fucking kid because
let me explain to you, bro. You used to be a ball player, right? You're probably still a ball player. When you're a coach or when you're picking your team for your school, right? You're going to choose the people that fit the job, that had the criteria needed to perform. No. So the way that God chose people in the scriptures, he chose people not based off their skin color, their genealogy, or anything like that, unless he made a specific covenant, right? He chose them because of certain criteria that they met to perform. They need somebody to perform. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but the role in which God casts him in is essentially a pussy, in my opinion. A person who does not... who needs external anything, a person who can't make up their own mind, a person who can't think for themselves. That's what I'm seeing. And if God, like I said, we took wolves and we made dogs. We didn't pick the most aggressive fucking alpha wolf to breed. We picked the pussy. And that's literally what you're telling me right now. Is like God picks pussies. Like it's like I don't get it sometimes.
Yes, you're funny, dude. Whatever, man. If you think they're pussies, dude, in your eyes. But I'm saying, he chose people that, yes, you might call them pussy, but they're humble, they're meek, right?
Yeah.
He actually does say about choosing the lowest of the bunch to become the
Like you
greatest of the
would
bunch.
by turning a wolf into a dog.
Yeah, yeah. You have to become a wolf in these fucking streets, and that's not bad, because if you want to keep it all to yourself and use the system that's already been in place, then yeah.
Well, the difference is this: a dog can't exist by itself; it needs its master. You can't put these fucking little house dogs out in the street that they're going to make it. I mean, they need their master, and that's what I'm hearing. It's like we only select people who are going to be dogs. We're going to like. I'm a wolf. Like I that's why I've never liked the story of submission and all that other crap. Like it's there is nothing is ever going to come and save you ever. It's only yourself and your family. It's all you have.
Okay, I've worked in companies and talks about, like, I'm hearing you all and stuff, but I'm sorry. Maybe all the other managers what we're doing with you out here, but district managers, regional managers, up high corporations who run it all, they ain't running shit besides telling us what to do. Who's running these companies? The managers are running their companies. And in reality, they're
Bunch of
working us, treating us
dogs.
like shit, and it's a monopoly. And it's not about anything about us. It's about them. I'm sorry, if you never worked for anyone like this, you have no understanding that you are a peon even when you become even a district manager, sometimes even regional, because you are not
Have
the
you
top
ever
chain
employed
and they're
anyone?
stupid as hell above. Do
Have
it,
you
honey.
ever employed anyone, Stacey? Have you ever employed anyone?
Absolutely, honey. Yes, I have.
Yeah,
I've had to employ my entire crew. Yes.
yeah. And then what I'm saying is, it's like the stress of making payroll, the responsibility of you're not just taking care of just your family. You have to take care of like 1,000 families, depending on the side of the industry you're in.
Correct.
Um,
Yeah.
like
I
that
understand that.
type of responsibility and burden, I don't think people on the other side of the coin kind of respect.
Understand.
Um,
Yep.
but at the end of the day, I don't
Mm-hmm.
disagree with you. There is a lot of greed, and there is a way better
Oh, so
way
much
to
great.
contribute.
Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
you have to also feel the empathy for the other side. Is like they're taking on a burden as well.
Well, your main managers are. Yes, they are. But my district people don't give two shits about any of the people I've hired in. They don't care about their families. They don't care about what's going on in their home. Only person that cares about that is me. Little old me sitting there every day dealing with that shit. And the reality is, let's say, Stacey, you got 150 hours, give them out. And after that, don't care what you do, because I don't care if you need more hours or anything. This is what we have for you. In reality, that's bullshit. You got way more time, way more money to give out. You're just being greedy as shit, and you're expecting me to give these people out 20 hours and they have a freaking family. I'm
I
sorry,
don't
but
know
they're
the
going to get another
company.
job, and eventually
I
they're going to
really,
find a full-time damn job that applies all these hours. You cannot give out 25 hours to people at $14 an hour. You can't.
if you're at a company that has like physical labor, the margins in those industries are very slim. They're not like if you make $1 million like in like from a check from someone, probably like 990,000 of that dollars go out to pay to provide for the
Yep.
service that you did. Like they have very, very thin margins. So if they're coming to you and they're saying there's only 180 hours you can have, that's because they've mapped it out across their entire workforce.
Oh, well,
And
see, I see a little bit more going on in these companies, because when you're dealing with retail or anything like this, honey, it's coming in, coming in, coming in, and they're getting so much money from stuff that they're losing and wasting. Shit.
I'm just saying, like it's
Yeah.
you have to understand, like the margins in those companies are very thin, and then like I said, I there is corporate greed. Um, there truly is, and there's ways to address it, especially with the tax code. But like you have to understand, like they're one bad quarter away normally from being out of business. That's the average company in America right now.
The smaller ones, right?
Yeah,
Which there are a bunch of them throughout America.
but that's the majority right now. I mean, you have the conglomerates, you know what I mean, like the Apples and those $3 trillion market caps, but the majority of the companies are small businesses, mom and pops, and they are it's a very fragile system, and with the interest rates so high, getting a loan isn't easy. You know,
But
it's
they give student loans like fucking every day.
that's a student loan. That's every type of loan is different. Yeah, you have to different like a SBA, a small business loan, things like that. They have different criteria. But I mean, some people do that. Some owner operators will get a student loan, fake go to college to fund their business. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know. They break the rules, right? They don't
Yeah.
follow. Just be obedient, like you said.
And I don't think
I
that's bad because every billion-dollar corporation in this world has broken every fucking rule to get to where they are. Like I
Well,
said,
of course
rules
they
for
have. They
thee
even did
and
it to my mom. They did it for a big time back in Indiana Bell. It started back a long, long time ago. They stole her idea, and that was the calling card. $66 billion that they took from my family. Are you kidding me? Yeah, they do this all the time to people. How do the elite stay elite? You don't think there's a design going on out here? Definitely. And then
well,
those companies want to treat their employees like shit. I don't care if you're paying $20 an hour. Are you really giving them benefits if you're stealing their ideas and taking $66 billion and the elite stay elite? Yeah.
Right, like you said. How
it's
many
rules for
rules should
thee,
I?
none for me. It's rules for
Yeah.
thee, none for me. That's how they operate.
Yep.
Exactly. The powers that be stay the powers that be because they don't let people that are actually smart and intelligent out here to actually do something most of the time. When I talk about entrepreneurs, there's a few that get to make it, that they allow to make it, but in reality, the ones that are sitting right there, sometimes at their companies, they're stealing from, they're using, and that is what's messed up. And the elite will always stay elite because they're listening to us, taking our shit,
Well,
and putting you down as a peon.
well, that goes back to lying that he said it's a facade. It's all an illusion. And like, but for them, they make that illusion for us, which is
It's for them for control. You know, instead of putting us in an actual cage, they put us in a cage of debt. They lock us in a system to where we pay for our own food and housing throughout our imprisonment in their system.
Oh, and then we sit and pay to oil that machine, run that machine, and we do it all for them because that's
We
how it
are
is
the
by
machine.
design. So beautifully. Yeah.
We are the machine. You know, eventually, if tech keeps on going, you know, a lot of manufacturing jobs could go away because of robotics. And that's when this inequality that we're talking about, unless it's fought for now, is going to become fucking revolution because people are literally going to be starving. There's going to be no jobs. I don't know if you saw the last jobs fucking report in America. It's been trending down. I wonder why. But at the
Of
same
course it
time,
is.
or it's the tariffs, or it's the tariffs. Our GDP number, we had a 3% intake because of fucking math. Everyone was like, "Oh, the tariffs are coming in, so we'll import a lot of shit." Tariffs came on, they don't import anything, and now all that's about to cycle out of the negative side. Jobs being less, it's just we're not in a good place.
This is gonna wreck our corporate fields, even your small little businesses and everything. Everything that we order that's imported, anything that's happening, then the companies are going, wait a minute, they're dealing with this shit now. It is a constant battle that will continue on because Trump wasn't acting around here like we self-sufficient. Now I get, I want a self-sufficient country too. I want Canada to be the whole world to be self-sufficient, but it's going to take years to be self-sufficient. Not even in America do we have that built up yet. Well, go ahead, Trump, wreck some shit, wreck a home because you think money's going to go down, things and prices going to go down. No, what's going to happen is the homes are going to go freaking mental because they can't afford shit. And then you might see 4 or 5 years some self-sufficiency after his little ass gets the fuck out, excuse my language, and you get somebody else in there, and then you realize, we all realize, he did a hell of a lot more worse than we thought. That's what's about to play out.
Well,
Same day, different day.
Owen Benjamin was comparing mortgage prices today to like 1980, 1970. And they're basically they're cheaper now than they were back during, the whole 80s.
But that's because of inflation, though. But then you look at so there's two types of inflation. There's like inflation that hits food, and then there's the inflation that like everyone cheers for. It's called asset inflation. So the difference is this: it's over since QE 2008 when we started pumping a lot of money in the system. We've been pumping up the price of assets. So now in QT, that's what the Fed's doing now, quantitative tightening. They are now taking their money back. The rich aren't giving their money back. That's why home prices aren't going down. That's why all those things. We are paying that money. with the food and all these other parts of inflation that you're starting to see.
What'd you call it?
It's quantitative easing. That was
Quantitative
started
tightening?
easing.
No,
Yeah,
I know about easing, but now you're talking about tightening.
Yeah, QT. Yeah, QT. They started QT the beginning of Biden's term. That's why we saw all this inflation.
Oh,
Wait. Could I say something pretty, please? Because I don't want to just blame Biden for this shit. Because if
It
I go
wasn't
back
Biden's fault.
in Trump times, that we were still talking about the prices of houses that are changing. The inflation, they already went the fuck up, right? It was already there. I'm sorry, it wasn't just Biden.
That was from
No.
2008. That was from quantitative easing. That was assets inflation. Money chases shit. It chases
Yes.
things. It's like energy almost. So the way in what was being printed by the Fed, that money was pumped into the asset market, stocks, bonds, homes, all those other things. Now they're doing a program that they started pretty much at the beginning of Biden's administration called, and this isn't Biden's choice, this is the Fed's choice, to do quantitative tightening, QT. And now they're taking money back in. But you're not seeing home prices go down, you're seeing food prices go up. You're seeing things go up. So they're taking the money from us instead of taking the money back from where it went.
Yep.
And that's not just America. I'm sorry, but we just bought a home over here. Okay, it's expensive shit. We asked them directly, the realtor, how much of the prices of the house has gone up, and since COVID has hit, and we made sure we spoke about COVID. Forgive me. And he said, I said double. He said, yeah, definitely double, maybe triple.
Yeah.
We're going 2/3. 2/3 of the prices of these houses gone up. It's ridiculous. That's done by design all over the world. It's not just happening in just the United States of America. It's happening in different places. The interest rate's different here, though. 3.4 compared to like, what is it over the United States? Crazy.
Yeah, but the
What you
people
got
who
in
bought it,
2020? You go ahead.
yeah, like you said, people who bought the house at 2020, right? They're not letting them go because the inflation of the price of the house has gone up. So they have the money. That's so they will not let it go.
Yeah.
Either you're selling your house and you already have one, you're banking because you don't need that freaking house, but you're not selling. You'd be stupid to sell your house right now and try to go buy a new one. Yep.
You're betting that it's going to go more up. That's why people are not letting it go. People are not selling their house.
And I've already talked to them, and it ain't going down. More majority of people, it's not going to go down, guys. They don't ever see hardly ever in this field that it goes down.
That's
like
just
I said. You could make them go down. That's the thing. The model is made currently for them to stay inflated. There can be provisions to deflate them directly. And that's the power of American citizens. No? That's the power we do have. If we could all get on the same understanding of what's happening.
Not going to happen, though. We can't even, no offense, guys, get a group of people in our own communities to get along, we figure out and get on the same damn page. You think we're going to get America? These people that are, I'm sorry, can't even think logically to get on the same page. People are not going to be all on the same page for this, and we'll never get there.
And what's that page? So I can do my part.
The page is essentially know your enemy. It's not the Democrats. It's not the Republicans. It's not black people. It's not immigrants. It's not white people. It's not your neighbor at all.
The Jews. It's not the Jews.
I didn't say
not
that.
The Jews.
Didn't go that far.
Sorry, Lion. We're not trying to.
Just want to stir shit up. All right.
Just kidding.
I know. You can't get away from that one. We're like, meow.
Not the reptilians. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's know your enemy. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's know who is the person who's putting you in the prison.
Yeah, the financial.
Okay.
The financial grip you're talking about, right? The financial grip that had hold of us. Because of course we can argue like who is they, right? You know, we can argue that all day. But it's just knowing that the mechanism of that financial.
They are essentially, unfortunately, if you wanted to cast it, it'd be that. Remember that, like, we are the 99% and people were out rioting.
Yes.
Probably back in they would be that upper echelon of society that all they have to do is fall out of the proper vagina and their life is good. They don't have to worry about things. There's no such thing as or, it's always and. Like that's they.
Different lifestyle. Totally different one. I don't even know what
It's
that
not
is.
casting everyone like that in the same mold, but that's who would be the they that you would target in this regard.
Shouldn't that be what we focus on next? I don't know. I might start a little group tour thing. Who are they? That's what we call it instead of the gatherers. Because to be honest, who are they? And that's what the awareness needs to be about. Is we're fighting each other, right? Divide and conquer is exactly what they want us to do.
I would say exactly the they.
Everybody's their
Another
enemies at this point.
like a guy like
We're looking
Warren
around going, "You're my enemy, you're my enemy, you're my enemy." And these people are not aware of who they are. We still have to break it down. Yeah.
So a guy like Warren Buffett, you could throw him in the they category, but then you look at the statements he's made. He's like, there's no way that my secretary should pay a higher tax rate than me, and all these other things. You know what I mean? He sees the inequality, but he's part of the system. So, like, even within the they cast, they understand it, but they don't. No one would like to be out of that echelon, and that's what is presented essentially to them as a solution for the problems for the masses. I'm not a communist on any level. But at the same time, I am an equal distributor of the law. And like I said, if everyone could just understand, these are ancient mechanisms that were built for species currency, that now that we use fiat, we should probably fucking reevaluate. And Alan Greenspan was probably one of the most important aspects of this architect of what the Fed has been able to pull off over the last he was in the 2000s, so what, 25 years?
Yeah, like it's been a long time or more. Yeah. Look, I'm gonna be with you though. I know I'm moving to change the world, but I can go back to my grandma's times and they said the same damn shit back then. My grandma, all the same damn shit. There was control by design. It was a little bit better because grandma and grandpa had their own chickens and coops and everything, and they built farms and they had their own way of life and their 8 kids and all that. But now we're talking about a whole different design that's happened in those last 25 years or more. So these homes are not the same, but the same shit was no different back then in a way. It's just done a little tiny bit tweaked differently. But instead, it was the same design. It was just them controlled. You think my grandma had control? My grandpa had control? Nah. This has been going on for so long that I can't even tell you when it began.
Well, I mean, control, and that's the thing. No one has autonomy. No one truly does. If you're honest, no one can just do anything they fucking want. You know what I mean? No one has that. But I would say over the last 25 years, essentially, our controls over our own government and our lives as Americans have been worsened and lessened with law and shit. Patriot Act, the NSA, data survey, all that stuff. We've lost more autonomy than your grandparents and grandparents had, but I think we have a better system, but it's not perfect, and we could make it better. We could make it even better.
And I think from a whole world perspective, because I'm starting to learn the laws over here in Canada. Like, they can't even refinance their homes. It's a one-time buy. The bank does not let you do this, okay, to them. You can't refinance it later 3 times or whatever you want to do. Nope, you buy a house at one time, and that is the only loan you get, and you pay that shit off. End of story. There's so many different things that are not being run the same way, and that does change things and how things would be working. But even then, hon, I'm seeing the absolute, by design, control that we're never going to get out of. I think people think we're going to, but the design is done already. It was meant to be exactly what it is right now 25 years ago. In fact, they're probably a little bit behind.
So the problem with their system is that within their model, and this is a model that's been going on for a very long time, there has to be a giant quelling of killing of people eventually. And we no longer have that capacity. That's why we have 7 billion people or 8 billion people.
Can I ask you on that? Why do they need to kill people? Because listen, they tell a lot of stuff out here that I think to make people go down this alternative route of conspiracy. Then everything's a conspiracy. We look like nut jobs, right?
Why do people need to die? unfortunately, it's because of resources.
Hmm. But I know this whole thing about so many people need to be killed off and everything. I don't think they really believe that because by design, they need us, the
By
people, to
design,
make
they
everything
had
fucking happen
periods.
for them.
They have seasons of war for a reason.
Mhm.
Killing
Money.
off 1,000. Listen,
Control.
if you kill off 1,000 men, it really doesn't mean shit. If you kill off 1,000 women, that's like catastrophic. But if you kill off 1,000 men, that doesn't mean shit. I mean, when you look at genetics, there's a fucking constraint of the Y chromosome to basically 9 out of every 10 men that were ever born never fucking reproduced.
Mm. We don't want to get a society till we don't have women that can reproduce, and that is an issue as well. Yes, and some women can't have children. We're not have children. We need to not be. You start killing off women, and you kill a bunch of the women. You guys don't have a problem ever existing, right? People
Oh,
kill children later on. So yeah,
the
yeah,
thing
what the
is, if
women
it's a
women
big
don't
thing.
listen, what if women just becomes so completely untenable, and we get fucking like AI sex bots and things that clean our
Oh, they're
house?
talking about it. I can't. Yep,
No,
can't
I'm
deal
just
with it.
saying.
Listen, I've already talked
No,
to
no,
so many people about it. This
listen.
I'm going to have an AI too in my house. I'm like, are you guys crazy?
No, listen.
No, he's
Listen.
talking.
This is not like in our lifetime, but this could be about 150 years away, easily. Where we're headed with
I think
all
it's
this shit.
tomorrow.
Or
No,
sooner.
explain to me like this is what I'm saying. Like if I had an AI sex bot
Okay.
that cooked, cleaned, fucked me when I
Uh-huh.
wanted to, and shut the fuck up,
Right.
like what role does a woman have other
What am
than
I
reproduction?
useful for? You know, I would
Reproduction.
tell you right now why I'm useful. No, wait. Can I say something? Because I had a conversation, not just about the woman, about in general. Like someone was talking about AI. It was going to be the new thing. Have in your house, raise your kids, help raise your kids, right? I'm like, oh, damn, that means you're going to have to set up a religion, everything. You could just morally have this set up for your children. I said, but your children are never going to be able to breathe. And I cannot have an AI in my house or everywhere I go, and my children, but they can't have some privacy, have some feeling of life, okay? Now, the difference is the AI might be able to have some fun with you, might be able to be programmed, but there's never going to be that little innocent child laughing, and you feel that. And when you get that laugh from your belly that's like, oh my God, you just cracked me up. That energy, the exchange of that, you will never feel that. You're going to take away the spirit
I'll also
of
never
life in
feel the
people.
fact. I'd also never feel being betrayed. I'd also feel never being lied to. I'd also feel
You might
being
get betrayed by
respected.
that bot.
I'd also,
You might.
Well,
I mean,
you're saying they're playing that card, and I know a digital companion.
Oh, yes, they are. And they have games now. The AI now will send you video of them. I could look just like your girlfriend. I just saw it the other day, witness to me. I could be just like your girlfriend, look like her. I could be anything you want. It's an app on your phone now, and now it talks to you, and it will send you video and pictures. What?
Well, yeah, but that's what
No,
you're
no,
saying,
no.
Jen. It's gonna come to a point that I'm gonna have it on my room now.
Hmm.
I think there's
Download it
movies
to a bot
about
in your
this,
house
right?
now. Yep.
But anyway, go ahead.
no, there's rules about it. But if you're
No, but
18,
there's
you
not.
sign
There's
up
not
and you have to.
actually. No, there's not.
Yeah,
I've
there
not
is.
seen. Can
There
somebody show
is.
me a movie? No, wait.
Yes,
But they're usually like a program that's not really there. It's a person that just shit gets seen walking around, but they're not real. How you gonna have sex with that thing? And a robot ain't gonna let you have sex with anything like that yet, unless it's
But he's
a
saying
love doll. And that is not.
if majority of the men choose that, what are the women are gonna do? Not
that's my.
reproduce.
Well, the man ain't gonna be satisfied. He ain't gonna get nothing but himself. I'm sorry, because that AI ain't gonna do shit to you like you think. I'm sorry, they're not built this way yet.
You can just literally put every porn video into its database, and then you can say,
Yeah, but you can already do that now.
I want to have sex with whatever. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's going to be what? A hologram, one, or two, it's going to be in a machine, and they have not built a robot machine to have sex with anyone yet. So please.
Will it take half your money and steal your children in the middle of the night? Will
With
it
anyone yet. It's going to be a
file?
hologram, though.
Or
or it's
will
going to
it
be a robot.
file
The
petty
robot, no,
domestic
I've already
charges
seen the
against you and get
robots.
you arrested? Will
There you
it
go.
then
It might.
fall?
It sure the hell might.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I
That
don't
might be
It can be
because of
hacked,
something
right?
you did, not because of something she did. We don't know
Oh, dude,
though.
that's possible. That's possible. I'm just asking. Would that be possible? Would the AI do
I mean,
that? That's
yeah,
all.
like when you go down this path
Yeah.
where you're constantly making bad choice after bad choice, you lack the comprehension of the idea that there is something sacred to the bonds created between biological life forms. Like, would you rather have a fake plant in your house or a real plant in your house? Would you rather actually be there at the point of conceiving a child, or do you want to do in vitro fertilization and have your child born in a test tube and have there be no charge to the implosion as the sperm hits the egg, which is going to imprint ancestral memory because your body is plasma carrying ancestral memory? Like, you want to lack all the things that make a person genuine. You just want to create gray blobs. You want your life to suck. And then you wonder why your wife leaves you in the middle of the night. And then you wonder why your wife leaves you. It's like, maybe it's because you don't value your own life.
Maybe I don't. You're correct. I don't value myself. But yeah, I was just asking if an AI would do that.
No, I'm just speaking in general, like in the terms that you're using. I don't know if this happened to you. I'm just speaking to whoever it might have happened to.
Oh, I'm just saying if AI, I'm just asking. The question was, would AI do? The question was,
like lacking the bonds that there's like electrochemical reactions in nature, right? When we interact with people, there's something sacred and geometric happening. Like the structure of our auric fields, they like work together. Once you have these things that really just disrupt the communication, like going from 400 to 32.
Dude, have you ever heard of like sex?
Yeah, yes, I looked into all this disorienting frequencies. They don't create bonds. That's why everybody thinks, "Oh, why don't I just have sex with a robot?" Because you don't appreciate the bonds that you were creating your whole life to this point, I guess.
Or they don't have them yet. Never experienced them, or they're missing it.
Like
period.
Yeah. I would trade whatever perfected AI sex bot you're talking about for any human interaction any day.
I wouldn't. I would disagree. I disagree.
But then you're selfish and you only care about your own pleasures, which is basically a sin.
That's fine, but that's your opinion. I disagree.
No, it's not fine. See, this is why people become so self-absorbed and hermited into their own little spheres of what they think is reality. Now you just don't apply in the real world.
Oh, it's completely fine. It's
no, it's not fine. You're supposed to be a member of society. That's the intention.
I am a member of society.
Behind you being created. Yeah, dude, you are here for a reason, and you want to shell yourself off from the rest of the world.
I don't. That's not what I said at all.
Well, you want to be trapped in your house fucking a robot, you would be.
Why do I have to be trapped in my house fucking a robot?
Can I say something really quickly? This is something that you said,
whatever the hell I want. No, really quick.
Ren, you said to me that you didn't want to be betrayed. Right? When you say stuff like, well, you don't get betrayed anymore, it's not going to lie to you anymore, then somebody's been hurt by people. But the only way you're ever going to have feelings like that, true actual feelings of even betrayal, is to actually have these interactions. And I'd rather be betrayed because it's reality, it's real, than to have a bot just sit here and fake my reality that everything's beautiful and grand, but in reality, I'm bored out of my mind. It's not grand, and this is not life. Betray me then. At least I feel some fucking feelings in the world. Forget my life. But that is important to feel.
I get what you're saying, and I kind of understand what Electric's trying to say. But at the same time, it's if you value yourself and you value your time, I'm saying these things, and I'm saying if an AI would not do these things, and the AI would do other things that I would associate with wife, other than this chemical electric bond, if that's all you're offering me, that if that's it, then I don't know why we have like women's rights and shit like that, because all you're offering me is fertility.
Oh, this is where I go into play in my home every day, and I say to people and in the world and men that I've been with in my life, what am I good for? When I work my ass off and I come home, that's for me. You work your ass home for you. Am I just here to feed you and get, excuse my language, get fucked? Because if that's what men just think that women are here for, to reproduce and get that, and to feed you and take care of you and all that, this is why the one went out and said, screw that shit. When you went to war, we handled shit. Now you want to come home and act like I need to bow down to you. Honey, it's about respect. And you don't appreciate women like the woman appreciates a man. Now, this is the difference, because in reality, honey, when Mama's son, in reality, you have a woman should be this for you. How about what a man should be for me?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I completely agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with any of those things. But my question was, in a world in which a woman only offers fertility to a man still has to take care of his fucking self if he doesn't have a woman. He doesn't just lay in the fucking gutter and die. He still has to provide.
In a world where men are women.
Women are men.
Yeah.
What kind of women are you attracting towards yourself? Like, if that's what you consider to be the case, that's what you're attracting towards yourself. You have to consider the law of attraction. Try to picture a world where that's not the only thing women have to offer, and then reap the benefits in that law of attraction.
And I have.
You're attracting those kind of women, the women that don't want anything from you.
I set a hypothetical. I set a hypothetical, and I asked a question. That's what I did.
So then it's not real. So then your situation is not reality, so it doesn't apply.
It became a personal one.
How is it not reality in some cases?
Oh, you just said that it's not. What are you even talking about?
Okay, if you have enough money and you could just hire people to do everything for you, and you could just hire a prostitute to fuck you,
right?
Like that's a.
Well, can I speak on this? Pretty,
what I'm
pretty,
saying-
please, because I know people that are
It's a
drug addicts out
hypothetical
here.
question.
Okay.
It's a hypothetical question, and the answer, it's just a question. In a world in which women only offer men fertility, like what do you do?
When is there a world that women only offer fertility?
live in
Honey,
that
we out
world.
here managing shit and managing you every damn day. We offer way more than fertility. We offer you comfort, guidance, love, and all those things when you come home. If you can understand that a woman is there to help guide you, make you a better man every damn day, and make you feel good when you walk out that door, make sure you're fed and loved and nourished and cared like the children are too, then you don't understand life and people. You don't appreciate it.
Did you forget who raised you? Was your mom in your life? Was your mom only offering you fertility?
My mom didn't offer me fertility because I was a child.
Exactly. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're not describing reality when you make these fake scenarios.
Unlike you, Jesse, I speak as a man. Unlike you, I speak as a man.
You're picturing this not real world where women only offer you fertility, and I pointed out that your mom offered you much more than that.
I'm speaking as a man, Jesse, not as a child. As a man.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Well, I'm very sure.
You're alluding to fake scenarios, things that don't happen.
I just gave you a reality in which, in a world for a man and woman, pretty much.
I see what both of you are saying. There are a lot of women today. That's all they have to offer is pussy. They don't have that motherly role that their grandparents had, right? They don't feel like they should be cooking for you every day and doing your laundry and pampering you. They think that that's like outdated, archaic.
Well, dude, if you're trying to actually find out how many of those people there are, you're gonna find out it's like very few and far between. You're gonna find women like that. It depends on where you're looking. If you go to strip clubs and if you hang out with those types of women, you're gonna start developing a picture that those are the only women in the world because that's the lifestyle you created for yourself. You need to step out of your norms, step out of your norms, and exit that fake masculine sphere that you put yourself in, and go find yourself some real people. That's all you got to do.
So back to the original statement. That's not what Ryan said. That's not what I said.
Nope.
That's not the statement. The statement is in that role, and I agree with Lion. The roles in which I would seek a mate would be the roles in which I'm paying a fucking maid to do. Or some other shit that
You guys aren't getting it.
No.
Okay, there's a lot of. Can I say something, please, as a woman? Because there's a lot of women, even like my nieces, who are being raised correctly, but they're getting sick of society. They're getting sick of the men they're seeing too, right? And they're like, I'm done. And one almost went to an AI friend who was like, I'm becoming her everything. Oh, it got really bad. Then she went to work for the very first time, and everything started changing in her life. And this boyish girl who didn't want to have any children, wanted to have anything in life, and I got this on my own, found a man that she all of a sudden made her feel a certain way. Slow, like step in her, like little fire in her step every day in the morning when she went to work. And now she's all about love, children, everything. She's talking about the life you're talking about. Maybe it takes the man sometimes to spark that in a woman because she not lived it, seen it, or breathed it.
Clock. It's
Just
a biological clock too. There's literally.
No, it's not just a biological clock either. It's also found we've been through some brainwashing and programming in our lives, and these children especially have.
You guys force a world upon us because of your fucking clock. You realize that?
No. We're not forcing a world upon. The world has been forced upon both of us. Let's get this very clear. Okay? It's been forced upon me as a feminist, and back in the day, and we weren't.
Because of your biological clock.
Lordy mercy.
I could have a kid when I'm 95 years old.
What really happened, honey, is everything was kind of okay.
I could have a kid when I'm 95 years old. You can't have a kid past safely, like they call it, like geriatric pregnancy starts at like 35 now or some shit. So it's just like
That's incorrect. All the time. Like it depends, guys. You guys are talking about eggs that you don't know how many eggs a woman has. You don't know when they're dropping, not dropping. It is a miracle that children happen all the time at 60, 70 years old for a woman. I don't know where your head is at, but it's
women
not
don't have
life
kids at
just
60,
on a
70.
piece of
No.
paper.
Women do not have kids at 60, 70.
Oh, yes, they have.
No, there's been plenty of cases
this-
in the medical journals where women had children at like 70, dude.
Yes, thank you,
For real.
sir.
But it's rare.
Okay.
It's very rare.
That's like
Exception.
Otherwise, they probably lived a very good, healthy life. Yeah.
That would be the lowest percentage of the human population that has that.
Wait, can I say something? Why is
That's the
that?
exception, right? You're talking about the exception.
Why is that though? Was that person in a better care of society? Let's go back to those days to see how she was raising her children, her life, the environment, her breath. Like, how did she eat? Did she have any vaccines? There might be a reason that 70-year-old or 60-year-old had a baby and we can't have them anymore, and you want to blame it on me. Oh my goodness.
I'm not blaming it on you. It's your biological clock, and you force
You're blaming it on the women.
us. You force a world upon us to fulfill your needs of nurturing and caring.
Can I say something? You may not carry anything from me anyway. No offense, because your shit may be no good. So as much as you want to talk about my biological clock, maybe you don't need to worry about what you eat, what you do, and everything in life, because it does matter about you too. Yep.
Yeah, he's shooting blanks.
I'm shooting
blanks. Shooting water.
Well, you want to shoot blanks to the AI bot, but yeah, you know.
No, I don't. I unfortunately have not shot blank. I still
I don't care what you shot, but the point is the shot could be wrong or it could be right. You or me. So let's not play that game.
He doesn't care about your shot.
I know he doesn't care about the goals.
2.3 points don't matter.
But what I'm saying is, you force a world upon men that we don't have to exist in, and we exist in it to your charity and your benefit. You realize that, right?
Well,
in a world
wars have
where
been
you
through
forced
that
upon the men.
Yeah, and we
created-
exist to your charity and benefit. That's the end of the statement.
Oh,
we exist in this world.
I hate it, man.
Yeah, we created air conditioning for the women, right?
No, we created the air conditioning for the South.
Midwest, baby, Midwest.
It was invented in the South.
Or to comfort the women.
Ren, you correct me. I'm not mad at you. I do get passionate because it's not just about being a woman, but you are definitely telling me, yes, you're a lady.
But Renee, like back to the point that you're bringing up, like I try to see where's the sex industry going with this, and like you said, a lot of men are choosing other options instead of just the biological women, because there is problems within society of the women that, like you said, like maybe they're just too hectic, they're taking your money. It's like they're saying, I think it's right now there is no benefit if you're marrying a woman, because
Can I put it back to the man though?
The percentage.
Because I'm sorry, if you remember the war times, my grandma went to work, everybody went to work, they went off to play. Y'all went off to play, came back, like I said earlier. The women were sick of the shit. They were already running it on their own. Things got crazy between my grandma and grandpa too. Shit. And they started working. And what really happened is they broke the home. Yes, they broke the woman's home too. But what they broke it is, the thing is, so is the men should have been so damn cocky and not giving two shits about the woman when she comes home. Probably thinking like Ren, that you was just there. Come here, girl. I'm back home now. Bend over to bed. Here's my dinner.
That's not so, okay. So first and foremost, that's not my. I may have a primitive mindset, but that's not my actions. I understand. I have siblings who are female. I understand that there is a female existence, but I do not understand. And the thing is, it's like you don't get it. We exist like this for your benefit, and that's what you don't get.
And I exist like this for your benefit.
No, you don't.
It's a mutual thing
like
out here in the world.
You have no choice. That's what you don't get.
Either do you.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
How?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
How?
You don't. You're a woman. You exist in a system of patriarchy. Every right you have is granted by a man.
Honestly, dude, you just sound like you're mad because you're paying child support and you can't see your kid. That's what this sounds like.
Everything might be because of a man, but because of the woman at home, she made that man do what he did. So you're forgetting that the man is a man because the woman helped make him that man.
It's the Kevin Samuels philosophy. You can have a whole bunch of women around you, but never have to devote your time and your relationship to making them happy. You could just You could just cycle through random women and then have a man be your fucking wife, who's going to actually provide all the needs of your life.
Yeah, it
That's
works.
the this is the Kevin Samuels
every man
philosophy.
is born from a woman. You need a woman to be born anyway. Without the woman, you're not getting born, and then you have to breast milk for 9 months, and then you get weaned onto other stuff. But anyway, what about this troubling problem where the kids of today are not living as long as their parents? Their grandparents and parents are outliving their own children. That is a problem that's sneaking into our lifestyles right now, don't you think?
A lot. Absolutely. 1000%.
Thank you.
But the solution is robots, dude. Don't you know?
You know, I mean, my brother died at 40 years old. My mom is still alive. She had to bury 2 of her children already, okay? And 70-something years old. So absolutely, we're talking about cancers and health problems and everything. So you want to talk about my DNA or my eggs or your sperm or any things that are going on, honey, we all out here are not making it longer. People are not able to have children. They're having miscarriages and everything else because the food, the vaccines, and everything we talk about on a daily basis that is wrecking a home, wrecking society. And you'll talk about what a woman provides and brings. What it does is both of us, this shouldn't be separated. Both of us as a whole bring everything.
The birth rate is higher. Like the mortality rate is the lowest.
Who are you? Okay, no. Who are you believing? Who are you talking to? Just because you have some numbers sitting on a screen?
That the mortality rate today is lower than it's ever been in human history. They're
killing children off. I just had someone go down to Ohio. No, I'm going to disagree. Absolutely disagree.
Does that include abortion?
Right, I'm just going to go there. My friend just aborted her child. Are you kidding me? At 5 months long.
There's a million abortions in America a year, and the mortality rate, you can even include abortion, it will still be lower.
Can I say something? Wait. I already know the answer to this. I looked this up a while ago. Look up why the mortality rate is being labeled this way. It's because they're not after a certain amount of time in certain places. If you were born and you die within a certain amount of time, it is not considered even a death yet. This is a fact in a different country, in different places of the world, that they will not count it as a death. If a person, I give birth, and my child dies within a certain amount of time, it's not counted until later on. Fuck these numbers.
So the solutions is still sex robots?
Still sex robots.
And I want to say something else too, because I'm a woman to friends. I've never seen so much of a time, probably the last 4 years, 5 years, that all my friends are talking about their periods are messed up. It's all out of line. They're having miscarriages now left and right. People that had never had a problem having children. I'm telling you, I'm not blaming anything at all right now. But in the last 4 or 5 years, I'm seeing nothing but worse things happen with women. Plus, let's go back 5 more years. I don't care what your numbers are, just like COVID, and you want to put them on the screen and tell me what's actually happened. My numbers don't count to your numbers. Experience.
Yeah. Are you looking at it like as are you looking that as like a number game, like versus like how much money I spend if I marry a woman versus just getting a sex robot that does everything the same? Like you said, that robot that you're saying that does cook, clean, and all that. I don't know. Maybe that's like in 30 years or 20 years. I don't know when that's gonna happen.
You calculated it out, figured out how much money it was going to cost, and which one was better, pros and cons.
Well, yeah, if a robot costs you like I think one of those the high tech robots, I think they're just like 100 or 200 grand.
Yeah,
that kind of moves around, but doesn't really do anything. Just sits there and just jiggles.
Jiggle, jaggle, jiggle. Like your mom now.
Well, I don't know when that's gonna happen, but
I said
woman.
Like the reality of this, if all men were to agree, if he actually has a point and people are supposed to be corresponding, this is actually a good idea. Let's go do this. And you just picture a bunch of men just in these like 5x5 rooms with just a robot on top of them, and they're just fucking constantly orgasming, and nobody ever does anything except for lay in that little room and get fucked.
That might be all you ever do, but that already exists. Those places already exist. So
no, they don't, dude. You don't. You're talking about what's not reality. No, people go out in the real world. They still make friends with women, and they still want to have like traditional households. They still want to have a nuclear family. What are you talking about? There's kids out there right now that are driven by the idea that they're gonna marry and have kids, and there's no robot in that equation. You don't know what people think. Okay, so your mind is completely warped by however sad your reality is. You think you need a robot on top of you in a closet.
Will you please define a traditional household?
Mother, father, kids, maybe another relative if needed.
And what's the income on that?
Yeah.
What's the income of that electric? How much he needs to make?
Yeah, you have to have a household income.
A number. Give me a number.
No.
What does that have to do with this is what people are trying to do?
Answer the question. Just answer the question, and you'll learn. Just give me a number. How much? How much?
There is nobody's learning anything from you. You sound completely brain dead.
Ooh. How much? What's a number? Do you know what numbers are?
Depending on where you are in the world, you can survive off of different rates of income.
Okay,
America.
Texas.
And Nashville, Tennessee.
No one has a
There you go,
number
you
like
idiot.
that.
So why not be more specific?
No one
Texas,
can
there
have
you
a
go.
number like that because it
Dallas.
depends on the size of the family. Come on, man.
You can do an average.
Okay, three
Yeah, the
kids.
size of the family, what the
3
family
kids.
actually wants to provide for their kids.
Okay,
You
an
could
Asian.
scrape by in a fucking 2-bedroom apartment with 5 kids and living
an
off of
Asian
minimum
woman.
wage jobs. I've seen
That sounds
people
like
do
fun.
it. That doesn't
an
actually have anything to do with what I'm pointing out. What
Okay,
the
an
fuck are you
Asian
talking
woman.
about at this point?
You know, I understand what
This
he's
is the
feeling. A lot
this
of
is the
people.
weird, pathetic thing that guys have been
120.
doing lately. They
120.
keep asserting
Yeah,
that
I
you
know.
don't need.
What's the number?
Yeah, you keep asserting that you
120.
don't need your counterpart.
120K.
When you
Electric,
already
Nashville,
have
Tennessee.
your counterpart in existence. Your counterpart is
One-
literally there for you, put there by the
Nashville,
creator.
80,
And there is
80,
some have been misled, so therefore you think that the
80.
reason you were put here by the creator is to not acknowledge your counterpart.
Okay,
Like this is the warped reality nobody agrees with.
I haven't done that at all.
80,000 to 120. There you go. That's a number.
Yeah.
Ren,
think
you're
80
gonna forget though, hon. People are gonna get tired of listen. It's just like free will or not free will, and this is why God just doesn't want you to just love Him because you made Him. He made you to love Him. That AI is gonna be forced to love you. When
So God
somebody
didn't
walks
make
up to you out of
love.
nowhere and says, "Hey, you look good," or "Hey,
God
I like
made
you," or
me
tells you, "I love you,"
to
and they mean it,
be a
and it
father.
doesn't. Is it forced?
Listen.
It's when you'll feel that.
If you have to make $80,000 to $100,000 a year to have a wife and 2 kids,
3 kids.
electric, 3 kids, what do you think? How many jobs and what percentage of men make that alone?
I'm sorry you guys can't work, but if I can go out here and get a
This
contract
is
on my
just a
own,
question.
yes, you
This
can.
is average
Yes, you
average income of men in America.
So then you're not a man. You're complaining about earning an average
I'm
income to
not.
support a family. So don't be a man then.
Complained 1 second about earning. I've never complained 1 fucking
Or don't
second
have
about it.
kids.
Yeah, it sounds like
Or
you're
don't-
complaining
don't
right
have
now.
kids.
I'm
Yeah,
Or
we have
have
one.
kids.
I'm trying to ask you. You're talking about a traditional family. You said a traditional family is this. In a traditional family, does the woman work?
Right now, in this day and age, yes, but should be that way, no. But she don't be working at home and working
Yeah,
other
dude,
places. Stop that.
Okay, he asked me a stupid ass question. I want to answer it now. You asked me, does a woman work in the household? Yes,
In a
dude.
traditional,
She's doing all the responsibilities that the man would have been doing if he was staying in his house.
I asked you in a traditional
Dude,
family.
why are you yelling over my answer to your dumb question?
Then answer the question I asked you. I asked you if in a traditional family does a woman work? Don't answer.
What
the
are you
question.
calling? You're using these words that can be conflated, right?
Yep.
Work. There is work to be done in the household. When the man's not home and shit goes down, yeah, there's still stuff that. What do you think? Your house just pops out of existence when you're not home? You fucking clown.
Job.
He's living in the
paid
Jetsons
job.
era.
Okay, most of the time, women are working out here, like myself. Usually, we're working 15 hours or more, or less, or 10. But we're working, and taking care of the house with our loved one. Both have to do it now because we're both working, or we're at home, and the man's busting his ass. Thank you, God, covering up with that money so that we can stay home. And my work is still happening at home, honey. When you're at work, I'm doing laundry, doing the dishes, sweeping the floor, cleaning the floor, taking care of the kids. You know, it's going to be work.
Okay, so the question is this: in a traditional family, is the woman outside the home earning money? That's the better question.
There you go.
Right now, or how it should be traditionally?
Right now, it would be yes.
There's now a neo-traditional household where you can actually manage having both the man and the women work, and this is now being considered a new tradition. People are cool with it, and they still want to provide for each other and live in the same household and not get fucked by robots in a closet.
So the answer is no. In a traditional household, the woman is not outside the house earning money. Is that fair to say?
This is
To
ridiculous.
actually be a traditional housewife, that is work. You are doing work while the
I
man
said
is out
outside of
not
the
taking care of
household,
any of the
I said
household.
Outside.
outside of the house,
Do you
making money.
do you let your house get trashed? Like, is your house trashed or something?
No,
Now he has a
I have a
robot
maid.
for it.
Yeah, I have
And
a
a maid.
maid.
Robots.
I have
You've
a
got a
maid. She
robot
does
maid
the
like the
robot.
Jetsons.
I wish.
Yeah,
I
your
wish.
maid.
Is your maid your wife? Like, are you trying to smash your maid or something?
Not
Probably,
at all. I
maybe.
would never do
Happens.
that. Why would I do that? That'd be stupid.
If you be with a robot, why wouldn't you try to smash the maid? What is going on in society? Boy, you better try to
The
talk to
maid
that
could
woman
sue me.
before you talk to that
The
robot.
maid could sue me.
No.
The
She was
maid could
talking to
say
her
that I forced
outside of her
myself
job.
upon her. There's no point. There's no point. She's not even that hot.
There's a
She's really
courting.
cool
There's called
though.
a
She
courting.
cooks
Yeah,
for me
courting of a
sometimes too.
woman. This is
Really
what needs
cool.
to be brought back. Can I say one more quick thing? You guys need to bring back how to court a woman, how to treat a woman, and when you do that, she might treat you
He
differently.
does. He
And she
pays
might
her.
want to provide to you. Now, I want to say one more thing, please, because it's about money. And I've been talking about lately. I don't mind staying at home doing all the chicken coop, the gardening, the watering, and everything, the folding, the laundry, the cooking. As soon as you walk in that door, you got dinner on the table. Okay, dishes are done now too, and we're having wine. I do not mind that. But in reality, when I wanted my nieces to have a birthday present, what's going to happen? If I want to buy you something for Christmas, what's going to happen? We need to make our own money. We want to feel like we can also provide and do something, even give back. Not a homemade gift, not cooking all the time, because I already do that. I want to do something special.
Okay.
How does a woman at home do something special and provide stuff in the world? We want to make a little money in the sun. And that's why I will
I
still
thought
have a
that was
business, whether it's making shit
isn't
at
that
home
what
or not.
kids end up doing? They know you by your fruits. That there is the vanity of women. There is the world in which we're forced to live in, to where we could provide absolutely everything for you, and you
No.
still have this. You just had
Do you not
basically
want
a
to give your
permit on the
mom
bowels.
something really
It's
nice?
never enough.
Do you not want to give something special to somebody? Oh, I got a phone call. I'll be back.
I
There's
do
my
all the
man. He
time.
comes first. Be back.
I do all the time. I do all the time. All the time. I love my mom. I love my siblings. I love my daughter.
There you go.
I give them.
Go
things
tell them
all
they're
the time.
only good for fertility, like you are in here today. Let's hear you do that.
I didn't say that. I asked the question. That's all I did. I never made the statement.
Yeah, be careful because you know where you're treading into some retarded territory. I mean,
Well,
like the argument you're making here. Would you go make this
honestly,
argument to your own mother? Would you go make this argument to your own mother?
Yes, I have.
Great
Yes,
question.
I
That's a
have.
great
Right, then you're an
question.
absolute retard.
Times.
Yeah, he's devaluing his own mother, the mother
I
that
have not
brought him into
devalued
the
my
earth.
own mother.
What
I
a
haven't.
wally.
I haven't
What a
devalued
wally.
my own mother. Not at all.
You are. You're doing that when you speak. Every time you open your mouth.
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Every time you speak,
The fact
to
that
your
you're
mom,
blind to this, it proves that you're so wrapped up in your own like toxic manosphere that you think that
He
everything
hasn't
is
got
just
a
for your
clue, has
own
he?
benefit. Everything is for your own benefit. That there is no harmony to be had with other people in the world. Like all the traditions, all the traditions of nuclear families and traditional households was all for nothing. It's all for nothing. Everybody was doing that because they're just demented. They have no idea how to run the world.
his mom wants that too from him. His mom wants that from him. Go ahead.
We were trying to define these roles. You just used words like traditional. I was trying to define these roles. And I was trying to, in my whole.
No, well, you need to stop trying to define things because you're booked by some kind of weird jaded thing you had happen in your life.
You created something called neo-traditional. So that's the thing. You have to re-educate society. What
I didn't create this. This is actually what's considered most common nowadays for people to have that $100,000 household income between a man and a woman, so they could have a kid and raise. I know a lot of people that do. Yeah, two people working, and honestly, they have baby. They hire babysitters, and this is one of the. This is one of the traditions that I think we need to not do. What's wrong with you? This is one of the things that. Can you stop interjecting things that don't matter? So this is something that we shouldn't be heading towards. No, these traditions where both people have to be away from their kid throughout the day. This shouldn't be becoming a tradition. We should go back to how it was.
That's the world. So the world that you were defending is exactly what you're saying. It should not be. You realize that though.
This is a sacrifice that people make because of inflation. and the hiking of prices of the mortgage rates and all this stuff, yeah, people got to make sacrifices and send their kids off to a babysitter or to some kind of like,
But the
after-school
world
program.
you've been defending for the last 30 minutes is the world you're saying that should not be. And I've basically said exactly that. But I'm the fucking asshole who wants to have sex with robots.
Come on, man.
You don't even understand the point I'm making. Like, you're so lost in your own weird thoughts.
I do understand the
man,
point.
what this
I
out?
made your point for you.
Yeah, this is bizarre, dude. Like, I don't even think you understand what I'm saying.
It's hard to understand what you're saying.
The point I'm trying to make is, hang on. The point I'm trying to make is, will he live as long as his mother's living at the moment? Will you make
I
it
won't
that
live as long as my mom.
No.
Hell no.
Yeah?
Electric, would you
we'll see.
like make a will you
I won't live as
don't you
long
want
as
to
my
make
mom.
a 200 don't you want to make 200K so your wife won't work?
Yeah, the way that I would make 200K nowadays, I'm willing to make that sacrifice to have like that traditional household.
Okay,
that's not
awesome.
a problem in my mind.
That's completely awesome. I
know people that literally are doing this right now. Now, I don't have to have like 6 kids in my household and be going out and like coming home at like 1 a.m. and then going to work at the 6 a.m. That's tough, but there's people out there that are grinding and they're willing to do it and they get it done. So I called that, I don't know, you don't want to call it traditional. You want to call it something else because of the, the average household income nowadays. But dude, there was guys in the 50s, they would go to the military. They wouldn't come home for years.
Yeah.
Right.
That was also considered a traditional household, So like all these terms, like we don't want to conflate them, right? When I say traditional household, I'm trying to hyper-focus on the idea that man goes out and he comes home to his wife. And the wife's responsibilities in the relationship is maintaining a comforting household, a clean, taking care of the kids, making sure that everybody gets everything done on time, like really being an overseer. And that is a very, very like needed position in a family. If you don't have somebody doing that, then yeah, you're gonna have your husband is gonna go start fucking prostitutes and wondering why all the women are like, superficial and don't value.
But that's hard to find. So if you're making that kind of money, you can pay the maid to clean your house, or tighten it up before you come home.
Right. So you want to trade that relationship for things that you can gain with money. You just want to pay a bunch of people to just be in and out of your house, not actually establish any value.
If that's really hard, if it's hard, if you can't find, if you're not there, spending the time for dating and finding that good wife, that traditional wife, that's really hard because, like you said, there are women out there they're just looking out for themselves too, because of course of the tradition of they should work too.
That's all right by me if they want to work. I've got no worries with that.
I think they should be doing anything that they're capable of doing.
Yeah, as long as they don't fuck it up. That's all. As long as they don't fuck it up, go ahead.
That's for everybody. That's for a man too. You know what I mean? It's the same aspect.
Yeah, that's how I've always run my life. As long as I don't fuck it up, and they don't fuck it up, let's get on with it. You fuck it up, you're out. Simple.
Yeah. But that's in a man's world, like I said.
But she aren't you the safety net? If she fucks up, there's a safety net, right?
Exactly.
The truth is, you got a double-edged sword. You got a whole bunch of women out there. They're going and getting apartments amongst each other. And women are deciding that they actually would rather have other women like start building their household. I know a bunch of girls out there. They live with women and they're not lesbians. And this is how they would rather live their life, because you got men that are pretending like they don't value women in their day-to-day. And now it's literally, you've created the equal opposite reaction. Like when guys pretend like I could just go fuck a robot for the rest of my life. Now you're gonna get, women being independent from men. And they can just go appeal to a sperm bank. If they really want to have kids, they can just go they can go find a sperm donor.
The women have devalued the roles, though. You have to think about it really, really quick. All those things that you were saying that are honorable, in my opinion, that are awesome, and I don't think that's the only thing that women can do. But those things that we're talking about are things that are considered negative for women to do and not in vogue. And you're a fucking chauvinist pig if you expect these things. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now, thanks for that. Yeah, excellent. Now, I made a point earlier on by saying that if a woman fucks up, she's out. I don't mean she's out on her ass straight away, but she gets a chance, of course. I mean, if she's not doing the housework and doing things properly, what do you do in the end? You give her a couple of chances, but if it's still not working right, what do you do? Okay, well, that's up
Yeah,
to
this
you.
conversation is extremely unintelligent. There's something objective to be had here, and to be entertaining this like matrix, like you came out of a pink goopy pod with like a metal things attached to you because you're just like getting stimulated by robots all day. You just want to be Neo coming out of the pod, dude. And this conversation is honestly disgusting, dude. Shame on you for saying horrible things about your own mother.
Let me make my second point now, Electric. Let me just do the second one. Now, this is what's happening in black communities at the moment in the US. So this is black women in the US are stranded. You know why they're stranded? Because they're looking for the class A high salary earner, and they're not prepared to put anything on the table. So the high salary earning black man now doesn't want a woman hanging off his wallet. That's what's going on now at the moment. They're asking, what are you bringing to the table? Apart from your pussy, what are you bringing to the table? Basically, is what they're saying. What are you going to contribute? Because at the moment, black women are being left for other women from around the world. Basically, it's what the black women are saying. So there are the black men and people who are looking after themselves are asking, what are you bringing to the table, black woman? There you go. Okay, so there is a problem out there. Bear that in mind when you speak, especially those of you who are black. There's a problem out there. Okay. I didn't mean to kill the conversation, but that's the actual reality.
The thing is, it's like when you look at like what is truly of value in society, it is women. They're the most valuable thing. You could kill fucking 90% of us, and the human population wouldn't even fucking notice, dude. Like women are the most valuable thing, and from there's an inversion that we are the most powerful thing on the planet as a man. Like, we have now created a way to push a button and destroy the whole fucking world. Do we take our narcissism and our fucking Machiavellianism and all these traits that allowed us to survive and apply them forward? I say no. But what happens is we get now diagnosed as schizophrenic for fucking trying to be a man. We get called like things for trying to be a man, and that's what I'm seeing the death of, not just in any one subset of humanity, but all across the board.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be wanting a robot though. No robots for me, thanks.
Didn't think about it.
No, I don't have to think about that at all. I just know it. No robots for me, thank you very much.
Oh my gosh. You'll come around.
Nah, you're
well
in that role.
Well, maybe not a robot for your pleasure, for your sexual pleasures.
I just know.
Well, not a robot for your sexual pleasure, maybe for cleaning your house or something else.
Not really. No, again, I can do that all for myself, really.
I agree with that, and that's the thing. I completely agree with that, but I don't want to.
Well, that's you then, isn't it? That's okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to. That's fine.
Yeah, but I still do it. I just don't want to do it. It's just what it is.
I do it. I do it, and I use the time
You're in
to.
the military, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how to do things you don't want to do.
Exactly. I listen to the podcasts whilst I'm doing it.
Yeah, like I said, like you know how to do things you don't want to do. You know, that's the thing. Some people don't. That's the problem.
Yeah. I value the time, so I'm going to make sure I do the job properly. Otherwise, it ain't worth doing at all if you're not going to do it right, because that means you would have wasted your time, the energy, and the utensils and everything else. So, it's done properly. The best.
Hey, Jen, you cut out.
Oh, sorry. I said I use my time wisely when it comes to the chores, and I don't waste electric, heat, time, money. No, I save
Yeah.
everything.
So no robots even to do the cleaning and stuff.
Not really. I mean, if I'm going to have a robot, and again, I don't think I would want one. Just those little robot things that go around the house sweeping the floor. But it doesn't get into every crevice, does it? So at the end of the day, no, I won't be having one of those things in the house. Really, it's not something that I'm looking forward to. I think robots come into their own. Like I was saying it the other day. When you have these exoskeletons. So this individual has lost the use of her legs or his legs, right? But then you can strap this thing on, right? And it's got GPS and it can take you for a walk around your neighborhood and bring you back home again. How's about that for a robot? And you wear it. Yeah, that kind of idea I like. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like autonomous robots though, like that's getting to the place of like they're doing production jobs and like putting stuff together and building things. And that's where it's going.
If I could have a robot, the only need I need a robot for is someone like for instance, like my mom. She's nursing dementia. I like to have when I'm sleeping, she's not going to get out that damn door. Security is for security, something like that. Which is, well, we can help you get something to drink, help her to. You never know. That might be something for the elderly that could help and help. But I still would not trust that robot with my mom. See, I'm very, very.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you wouldn't trust it.
I'd be very difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was talking about, this particular type of robot is that you wear it like a jacket, straps around your legs, your thighs, your body, and now you're mobile with the thing. All right. And then you program
for people
it.
that can't even hardly do things. Yes.
Yeah. You program it to take you for a walk around the neighborhood, taking in the lakes. Yeah. Negotiating the steps, all that stuff. And then you get home and you feel good. You've gone out of the house.
Well, they already have this for military, don't they? Haven't I already seen this where they're literally it's like soldier bots, and you can get into them, and their bodies are 10 times stronger or whatnot than they would normally be. So now somebody who cannot walk, somebody who has leg problems like my mom, leg issues, and a lot of stuff, you literally could put in this person who can barely even move, and they could start now maneuvering and walking and doing things, seeing the world that they've never been able to see. Important things like that could be great, but when is the technology and this degree ever used for something beautiful to change the world? It is always done with destruction, always done with something very sinister and designed behind the scenes. And this is the stuff that we were just talking about earlier. The sinister part of it is it could take away a lot of different things. And in fact, if we keep going down to women and men, or a man doesn't need a woman, you're going to end up not having any children. So don't forget, you won't exist. Your kids won't
won't
exist.
even have a life.
You guys keep living that lifestyle. Yep.
Won't even
You're
have
going to erase life.
Even. Yeah, what a waste. But images of the old lady taking down the bank robber, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Well, the thing is, you can have the man can have children at 70, though, right?
Eventually, you'll erase life. Eventually, you'll quit having children if you stop having sex with a woman. That's a fact.
You see, women are meant to have children up to like when their menopause begins, and that's the end. So you've got to, if you're following nature's cycle and not this capitalistic world system, then you're going to be okay. So that's why those who are living in the jungle now, they're the ones having the best time of it with their families. Great granddad still alive. There you go. Because they're living in nature's cycle, which is
what we were saying earlier. But that cycle is a condition that's forced upon men.
Well, nature's cycle is not forced upon men. Nature's cycle is nature's cycle. It is for man to adhere to nature's cycle and not adhere to a system that's devaluing it and giving him vaccines to poison his ass. That's not the system you want to follow, is it? Come on now.
Yeah, implementing technologies that are created by men to control men is not nature. That's what you're claiming is what you should be doing. That's stupid.
So oh my God, the problem that you actually have that I just heard was you have a problem that us women, basically in this biological clock that made you guys help you guys create life, create a baby. I don't really want to deal with that anymore. That's the problem of life now. So let's just get rid of the women. That's insane. That's what I just heard.
That's not what I said.
Basically. So we are the issue and you're sick of our biological clock.
Yeah, I heard the same exact thing.
Well,
that was silly what you said there, man.
No, what I said was
nature's cycle is number one, mate.
What I said was what I said was okay.
Hang on a minute.
So nature's cycle. No.
I had a friend, right? His name was Kenny, and he became a granddad. He became a granddad at the age of 30, thereabouts, 30, right? And he was sad. And I said, look, you see what you're doing there? You are a granddad now. You're going to be you are probably one of the fittest granddads in your neighborhood because your children started early. That's okay. Don't judge your lifestyle by a system that's devaluing us. And that was like 30 years ago when I said that to this guy, okay? Because he seemed to be down in the dump and he was a granddad at 30. I said, or 28 even. I said, you're a lucky man. You're going to see your great-grandchildren. You are lucky. That's what I said to her. I wish I was in your shoes, mate. There you go. You know, nature's cycle should never be devalued. Thanks. Carry on now.
But what I'm saying is, it's, you know, as you meet people in life, it's people you're surrounding, you end up kind of being with. If you go through life and you find a girl early, you are basically forced to do the things.
You're not forced. There's no force going on.
You found. It's a blessing.
You are obligated. You are obligated.
Why are you using the word force?
You are obligated.
Why is obligated being used? Obligated any better? Obligated
No,
is just
you
like
were
I am
blessed
supposed to.
with
I'm
the opportunity.
obligated.
Dude, it's all based on perception. You were blessed with the opportunity to challenge, to make that challenge come to life.
Thank you. You know what?
Okay.
I suffered.
Not
mate.
obligated, not forced, not I have to, not any of this. You are blessed.
You just
that you have.
You have to really not be grateful to be alive, dude.
I was blessed with the opportunity to be now an early earner, and I have to earn what I have to earn what I'm supposed to be earning when I'm 40 right now.
Oh, well, I was doing that when I was 18.
You could be banking up when you're 40. Sorry, when you're 40, you ain't gonna have to work so damn hard. If you bank enough when you're younger and you do your money right and you handle your family right, you could be literally living in a better situation. Your wife might make you better. Your kids might make you better. In fact, you'll feel like you have love, and that is the best thing, the richest thing you could ever own is your children and your freaking wife's love.
So the same people that are robbing you for your time are the same people telling you that Earth is a globe and you're in a vacuum and all this other dumb shit.
There you go.
Why believe that?
Now I know I'm right. The average income from a man 18 to 26 is like $36,000.
Okay. So what?
You can still make
go out here and get a manager job and make 60,000, 70,000. Quit with the excuses of only a $20,000 job. Then get off people's asses and find another better job because there's opportunities everywhere. That's an excuse.
Do you remember what I said? That you're expect to earn at that age what that process you're talking about takes to about the time you're 40 to accomplish?
Not necessarily.
Yes,
the job that you chose may have been the wrong job.
It depends on what you're trying to do. If you're not willing to assimilate to these new things and how to earn money in this time, and you're just trying to like go out there and you're just offering landscaping to your neighbors, you're not going to earn the income that you could if you just assimilate to the right processes.
Okay, so what do you think the average worker in America is? A landscaper or a tech programmer?
AI is going to take over.
They're a retail person, and they make between $20,000 to $30,000 a year max. Okay, whoop-de-doo. What you talking about?
AI is going to be a problem. They're talking about AI taking over most jobs. Say that again.
That wasn't one of the options. Focus. That was not one of the options.
No, I'm focusing. AI is going to be taking away some of the jobs anyway. Right now, but you're going to lose your jobs anyway.
But what we're saying is, you have an obligation that is there because of the blessing that you've gotten to earn. And Stacey, I'm not disagreeing with your process. That is a process, but it takes the time to a man is around 40 to be able to accomplish that process, if they even start early enough.
Well, can I say something too? A man just wants to jump out and find a woman, and a woman just wants to also provide and do these things and manage a home because that's what we live and breathe and do, Lonnie. But in reality, we all should be saving and banking and not trying to go, let's get this now. And if you maybe banked until you're 30 as a man, became more of a structured man, and a woman becomes more of a structured woman, and then you meet somebody, then you have kids, you'd have a great structure and home. You have to build something. Before you build something, you can't have something. Wait a minute, I'm almost done. You keep wanting, I'm almost done. You keep wanting something grand that's not even an AI, something big, and you feel like you're obligated to earn it. If you want something that big and beautiful in life, you have to earn it. You have to build it. And you want it
Yep.
just provided and given to you. And that is your problem
Nope.
because you feel obligated instead of wanting to get off your ass and want to do these things for your wife or your
Yeah,
family or your kids. You feel
exactly.
obligated.
He's
That's your
fighting
problem.
life. He's fighting it. Really, he doesn't want to be in
Okay,
a system like this. Really,
what I'm saying, I don't, because
Yeah,
it
his
could be
purpose
inverted.
his purpose in life is getting fucked by a robot, apparently.
that's what it
That'd be
sounded like. That's for sure.
that sounds
Can I ask
awesome,
a
but
question real quick? Can I ask a question in the
no,
room?
because I had a
AIS, if
statement.
you're working, no, wait, he's working right now. Right now, working his ass off for me right now, working over here. I'm not doing nothing. I'm at home talking to y'all. I'm about to do some dishes and do his laundry. But AI, if you're working, you can hear this, sweetheart. How do you feel
Yeah.
about it? Is it obligated? Do you have to go to work today? Or do you feel a great, loving blessing that you're taking care of me and this house and everything you about to build for us?
Yeah, it's a blessing.
Do you
Should
feel
be proud.
obligated, like it's a responsibility, it's a burden?
Yeah.
Not really. Somebody has to
If
earn
your
money.
lazy, if your
And
lazy ass is at home just tinkering around on Discord, yeah,
When
who
do I
else is
ever
gonna
take her
do
on
it?
Discord? You can also walk and do all this shit that I was just doing, get the dishes done, get everything done. And here soon we about doing chicken coops, gardening, and who's going to take care of that shit, love?
Yeah,
While he's at work.
and you can work online as well, and work online. By the way, that's
Yep,
possible now.
and you make bread, right? You can be making
exactly.
bread and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stacy's really knowledgeable and she makes great food and all that. Like quality woman.
You can't listen to a
Thank you,
woman
babe.
about the workforce. They just got their rights in it not long ago.
I could talk about the workforce, honey, because I employ people usually. And I take care of people's homes just like I take care of mine sometimes. Now, I'm not doing that. But most of my life, until 42, I have worked my ass off. I left the home
Yo,
at 16
Fresh.
years old, and I've been
Yeah.
working ever since.
Yo, Fresh, any woman can do your job, dude.
It's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's not a true statement.
How do you know that? Do you even know what he does for a living?
It doesn't matter. It's not true. That's not a true statement.
Have you guys forgot
you
about
don't know.
the value that you're
He
bringing
sounds
into
like
the
he's a
home?
librarian. Is he not a librarian?
No.
Shit, library.
You're forgetting, though, that you have value. You're forgetting because of the obligation that the woman at home and your children are going to respect you and love you for doing that every day if it's a good person. They're going to make sure you don't feel obligated to get that hug. And they're going to expect that hug when you walk in and that kiss, trust me. And you're going to make them feel like they worked their ass off all day, just like you did too, though. But there's a mutual understanding of love and care. When you find that with a woman or a man out here in the world, you might feel a little bit different of feeling that obligation and burden, because the burden, yes, you want to talk about role description, it's a burden. It is a burden. It's a responsibility put on your shoulders as a man to take care of the home. But do not forget, she has a burden too to take care of you and take care of that home. And there should be love.
No. So you like earlier I said a word and everyone's like, whoa. You use burden, right? There's a song.
No, you used the word burden, and I'm just replacing it back for you. You used it. Yes, you most certainly did, sweetheart. Yes, you did.
He did. He used it. He definitely used it, and implied it as well. And you implied it. You implied it big time.
I corrected.
You were promoting that robot like it was going to be your lifesaver. Really, you were.
No, you said obligation, and then you went to burden, honey. And then I'm like, oh, burden. That's even worse. But actually, you're right. No, you're right.
I heard you.
Let me finish this. No, it's okay. Listen, it is okay. Can I say something? No, stop. Burden is fine. Burden is fine.
Even if I did.
Shut your mouth, Fresh. Burden.
Even if I did. Okay, even if I did. No one wants to be a burden upon anyone. No one does.
Honey, but that's life. No. That is life. There's a burden on people that actually feel like they want to help people. There's a burden if I'm taking care of my mother, if I took her around and took her in my home and helped her out as dementia. It's a burden and a blessing at the same time. We're talking about
okay.
I mean, see, this is what I'm talking about. You're not over talking when I'm talking, love. It's been all morning. Every time I speak.
No, the problem it hasn't really been over talking.
The problem is you're over talking me, but now when I ask you not to over talk me.
But I haven't been over talking you. I haven't.
How many
Even though
30
we're talking
milligram
everyone.
Adderalls did you eat today?
I think everybody
Josh, if you
needs
don't
to
shut your
chill a
damn
little
mouth
bit.
because
There's
you are
a
another
lot of
problem in this
people.
community that I've already called out 3 of you guys, you'll be the next one. Shut your fucking mouth to me. You understand me? Watch how you talk about a
Whatever.
woman or what she's doing or taking in drugs, buddy. You may have a drug problem, but not me. Take that shit somewhere else.
What I said, Stacey, I've never said any of these things that you've said aren't good things. My entire statement, and this is why having conversations like this is hard, because no one's staying on the words being used and what's being said. You're just ejecting emotion. So
No.
what
I just tried to.
what I'm saying is all of those roles that you define are things I find very attractive in women, but women do not find those things creditable. They don't think that is something of value in this neo traditional world, I guess, that we're now
Because
in.
you won't value it. Really.
I do. I just told you. I did. That's what. Like
But
I
you
said,
disregarded it.
word. I did not disregard it. I just made a
All of it.
statement,
Yes, you
asked a
did.
question. Upon once you only bring fertility to the market to play with, what do we do at that point? Because that's where we're headed. That was
No,
my
honey,
statement.
that's where you're headed. That's where men like you, no offense, and people that think like you and who want AI and who want these certain things in their life are headed. Not the rest of the majority of people in here who do not feel the way you feel. We're not headed in that direction at all, hon. Do not please put your projection on me, because most of society in here talking to you right now does not feel the way you.
So you think that children are interacting the way we did as kids and they're intermingling? No. Women are having kids later and later in life, just like what you're saying, because of that of the financial burden, essentially, of bringing in life to the fucking planet. Like what all I'm saying is there is a world in which I would like to have those roles celebrated amongst women. So when like those things happen and like interactions are still occurring, we have these traditional roles that we are kind of, you guys are standing up for, essentially. Like the world you're projecting is a utopia. No,
it's not.
It is, because a woman can't do any job a man can do. That's not true.
No one said that. Did I ever say that? No, those words never came out of my mouth, because I've never said that.
It came out of Electric's mouth, but
It came out of
Okay, but I've
Electric's
never
mouth.
said
And
that.
the
So
funny
you're
part
talking to
about
another
it, not
woman
to
who ain't saying that.
What are you
sidestep away from
saying,
the
Hested? What are
conversation,
you saying,
but
Hested?
the funny part about it, not to sidestep away from the conversation, is that there's not a single female that works in that building. So
What building? His building?
no, mine. The one
I
that
don't know what they're
the
claiming
one
I
where
said. What are you claiming I
he
said?
claims a woman. He claims a woman can do what I do, but yet there's no women in the
Oh
building
yeah,
doing what
anybody could
I
do your
do.
job, dude. Nature
Sounds
does
What
your
do you
good.
job.
What do you do?
It sounds
What do
good.
you
That's
do?
why there's no women in the building.
Can I just ask you what
Well,
you do?
then you just
If
have
you
a
don't mind, you don't
sexist
have to tell
workplace.
me.
You should hire some women so you don't look like you have
There
some
you
kind
go.
of,
Yeah, we've
diversity issue.
tried, but they all have
Do you
quit
grow
because they
weed?
say they can't do
Oh,
it.
so now you're
They
gonna
can't
get
keep
loud
up
and
with it.
upset because I said women could do your job, which is obviously the
No, I'm
case.
trying to talk over the loud
Jesus.
ass yapping dog in the background.
Quit talking your
All right,
shit,
calm
bro.
down, dude. It's not that serious. People can do your job.
Now it's people.
You know,
There you
there's
go. I
some
like how you
quite
cleaned it up.
disrespectful. You know, you guys are the problem in the
Yeah,
society.
men, women,
This
and
this is
children. All walks of life could do your job, dude. It's not hard.
We're the problem. How are we the problems in society?
No, I
when
said
society
people,
built
some of these
upon
people in
men?
the room, and if you want to call yourself out for that, because I didn't name you, are the problem in the society, then maybe you should
Because we
look in the
keep
mirror because you're already
choosing them.
feeling it.
That's why.
I
That's
might
the
do
fault.
that.
Mm-hmm.
We keep choosing them. That's why.
The problem is you keep appealing to this idea that women are vulnerable, that they can't take care of themselves, and that's exactly the opposite of what we observe in reality today. Women are going out and they're supplying their own. Dude, they don't depend on men. This is what your whole angle is, dude. You're saying that women don't value traditional household things. And they don't want to keep the responsibility. They want to go run off and not be dependent on men. That's why you're taking this
The majority
jaded,
of the ones that are
hyperbolic
doing that are
position.
selling their body.
Yeah, I'm in the
in
middle
order
of a
to do
sentence.
it
Please go
because they
water
don't
some
even
plants. I'm in the
value
middle of a
Damn.
sentence. Yeah, dude, you're
Amen,
yelling
brother.
over and you have no idea what
They
you're
don't
talking about.
even value themselves.
No, you're
That's
getting
why they
triggered
probably
because
sell
you
their body.
realize and no, women don't need you. And therefore you take the jaded position that, well, I don't need women.
No, I
Yeah, that's the
agree.
only reason why you're making this argument at all, because you realize that some
But the
women in
thing
your life
is,
lack
if there
any
were
need
no,
for you being a quote unquote man in the work field. Like you're gonna
there
go
is,
out there, I'm gonna go bust my ass, I'm gonna go swing hammers and dig holes and come home to the woman that can't do it. But the truth is, the woman is earning an income without doing all that stupid manual labor crap that you think is earning a household income. So go
okay,
ahead
so
and find a better job, one that is more assimilated to reality today.
there you go.
You got to
So
earn
women,
$100,000 doing more
if
than
you're a
just
woman, if
swinging
you're a woman,
shovels and digging holes. Dude, yeah, dude, this
why
is
do
the
you
truth.
have
You
the
want to
right
join
to
it?
walk?
Stop interrupting.
If you're a
Stop
woman on this
interrupting.
planet, stop monologuing. If you're a woman on this planet, why do you have the right to walk down the street?
I'm going to
Because
finish what
men
I
give
was
it
saying.
to
So
them.
you think you should go out in the field and be swinging hammers? Dude, nobody needs you to
I'm
swing
asking
a
you a
hammer
question.
for
I'm just asking you a
The
question.
$100,000 a
only
year.
reason
I could
women have
hire a
rights is
little
because
kid.
men give them to
I
them.
could hire a kid in high school to do the
Why are you
job for
yelling? Calm down.
$12 an hour, 3 to 4 days a week. He'll do it better than you. I
Okay,
don't
that's
need you
fine.
to swing a hammer for $100,000 a year. Stop trying to earn your household income that way. Actually
I'm not.
assimilate to
Ren,
the future where you're supposed to be doing more than just being a fucking manual labor grunt.
can
Like you guys want
can
to
I
water
please?
plants and earn 100,000? You're out of
Okay,
your mind.
you guys, go ahead, Matt Faxon. Go ahead, Matt.
I make
Go
quite a
ahead.
bit
You
swinging
can
a
talk.
hammer for a living.
But Ren, you said something real quick. I just want to address. Please, please, please. You said, "Why does a woman get to walk down this street in this
No,
planet
I didn't
Earth?"
say, no. I said,
What
why
did you
does a
say?
woman? I said, why does a woman have the right to walk down the street? That's what I said.
And the
Wait.
answer,
Before I answer your
the
question, can you answer my question then? Why does a man have the right to walk down the street?
Because they're a man.
Oh, because
the
you are a man, you better than me.
No.
You
the
have the right
answer
to
is
walk down the street,
because
and I don't
men
have the
give
right to
women
walk down. I am
rights.
not done. Fresh, shut your mouth. When I'm walking down the street, I don't have the right by God to walk down the street that God created me and provided me, just like you.
Look,
Why men don't
do you read the
respect you is
Bible?
because you don't
Do you read
respect men.
do you read the Bible?
Can
Do
you
you truly
shut your mouth?
answer
Not
that
you, Steve.
question?
I'm sorry.
Like seriously,
Yeah,
really
Fresh
quick.
is upset because his wife left him or something,
If you'll
clearly.
read the Bible, if you'll read the Bible and
Projection.
answer that
The
question,
drywaller's mad.
I'm sorry,
seriously,
Ren.
like seriously, like if you read the Bible and answer that question, that woman
Uh-huh.
has the right to walk down the street if her husband or if
Yes.
her father tells her to, right?
No.
That's the Bible. Yeah.
Well, honey, if you want to
the
go
Bible.
biblical, that's fine, but you are
I
supposed to
don't.
respect the woman that you have no
I
respect for.
agree.
Zero.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not agreeing. You're supposed to respect women. That's not what the conversation
So
is
some
about.
complete jackass just said that men gave women their rights. No, the truth is men took women's rights.
Women wouldn't have any
Yeah,
rights.
when
if
they
men
when
didn't
they
let
wrote
them.
all their constitutional rights, dude,
What are
they
they gonna
did not
do?
include.
Take them
So
from
you
us?
took the rights.
What's
Yeah,
going on?
this is why you literally equate to nothing in reality. Fresh is over there watering plants, not earning an actual income, and he thinks he has a say in that.
You should just stop.
He's an ass.
Nah, but
He's hella
biblically,
bad.
nah. Since you guys brought up the Bible, I have to address in the Bible,
Please.
Get 'em.
man is to rule over the woman, dude, and woman's desire is to rule over the man.
Exactly. Women are to be subservient to men.
So
to be
Stacy,
both.
in God's world, no, Stacy, to answer your question, in
Balance.
God's world, I asked you a question. Remember, why do women have the right to
That's
walk
your
down?
God. Is that my God? Is that
Yeah,
biblical?
some
I
of the
need God to
values,
tell me.
some of the values in the Bible we forget
Oh,
about
here
them
we
because they
go.
don't
Bible
apply to the real
bashing
world.
because he doesn't like it. It doesn't fit his worldview.
No, dude, the Bible also says that you should throw stones at women. I don't see you doing
And the
that
Bible
whenever a woman
also
isn't
says
subservient
that
to men.
the Bible also says that a woman can get into heaven by the faith of her husband, but a woman's faith isn't as valuable as a man's because a man or the husband
So you don't
can't
know
get
how to
into
think for yourself.
heaven
In modern
because
times,
of
here's
the
a man that
woman's
can't
faith.
think for
Hold on, let me
himself. You
finish.
can't think for. That doesn't
They
matter
don't
what
want
he's
to hear
saying
that
because
though,
he's
Lion.
appealing to a 5,000. You're appealing to a
Bro,
5,000-year-old
bro. We
text
can all go.
that has
Dude,
nothing
what's
to do
going
with
on?
how modern society is
This is
operating.
why
Electric, you have to let
Christianity
other people
sucks and
finish.
never, ever, ever will be something of God being holy and loving because
He's hella
Christianity has
mad
taken
about
something
that.
and made it very
Hold on,
disgusting.
you guys know you guys know who Andrew Wilson is? He's on he's a lot of times he's on the
Yo, these
whatever.
random Christian apologist names do not matter. Let's
Electric, you
talk
have to
about
let other
modern
people
All
times.
right, but I'm just
I'm in the
saying
middle of
he's
speaking.
debated.
Stop interrupting me.
Electric, you have to let other people talk.
Renee, stop trying to overmoderate. I'm
Electric,
going to
you have
say
to let
my
other people
piece and then
talk.
I'm going to be done.
All right,
Where's
No,
that
you
bot?
won't.
What
You
happened
are
to
Quiet and
appealing to
follow
a
the
book
rules
that
or
is
you'll get muted.
5,000 years old. Stop interrupting.
Where's that bot?
You're appealing to a book that is 5,000 years old. The operations in that time do not apply to what you do, how you operate to earn an income today. So, no, there was no reason to throw a stone at a woman. There is no reason to imply some kind of lifelong contract. So, you appealing to the Bible for your morals and standards on how to operate in a society is irrelevant. It doesn't apply today. Stop appealing to the Bible for excuses for why you should throw rocks at women.
Electric, she did.
No one
Electric,
did.
she appealed.
No one did except Fresh. I'm still responding to what Fresh said.
There's a lot in there, dude, that you're misconstruing too, like stoning women.
The
That can't
law
be applied
came
today,
from
even
the
if you
Bible.
wanted to.
What are you talking about? You
But
abide by the law.
You can't come up with your own ideas,
Hold on,
dude. You can't think for yourself and realize that you shouldn't do those things.
Hold on. Andrew Wilson has argued feminists, bro, publicly many times, professional debates, and other men that support feminism, dude. And a lot of times he brings up something called forced doctrine. You know what forced doctrine is?
Yes.
Forced doctrine basically, it's a lot, and it entails a lot of things, but mainly it's the idea that men, because of their structure, right, their body build, they're stronger than women, right? And because they're stronger than women, they will automatically rule over women. Understand? It's like, how do I explain this, bro? Because they are the weaker vessel. Women are the literally scientifically by default, they are the weaker vessel. And that primary reason is why men will always, no matter what, rule over women.
Can I ask you
Regardless
about
of politics, regardless of who's right and who's wrong. That's just a fundamental understanding that through forced doctrine, men will always overrule women. Go ahead.
Can I ask you that question then when you say a weaker vessel? When you're talking about the vessel of God, like this body that God gave me, are you talking about your body, my body? Are you talking about the vessel like your soul? Are you better than me because you're a man?
Physically,
he's talking about because therefore you can physically beat a woman. He's saying because you can physically beat a woman into submission, therefore the control that is had through those means is all justified and necessary.
No, that's
it's garbage, dude. This is what the Bible promotes. It's garbage. You don't need to appeal to that doctrine.
That's not what I was saying.
Because you can beat a woman into submission, therefore you should.
Not beat.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's just the state of nature. That's the thing. Like what you're describing is a state of nature. It's the state of existence without laws, without rules, without morals.
No, the law is part of nature, and it says that you shouldn't do that.
The state of nature doesn't say that. The nature.
So why don't you go around beating women into submission then? Why don't you do that?
Because I'm not.
Wait, stop.
And I am because it's not in your nature. That's why you're not doing it. It's not a part of your nature.
All right, guys. One at a time, but we're talking about biblical and nature and line. You just talked about a world of no laws, and I don't think you can ever tell me that there wasn't a world of no law. What are you on about? Because in your view, there should be laws all the time by God, right?
No, did you guys not understand the moral of the story is that men are stronger than women.
Right.
Men are stronger than women, right? And because of that reason, men will always rule over women.
That's in the state of nature.
Wait, see, this is where I got to do it. But you'll rule over me physically. You will not rule over me mentally or anything else. Physically only, honey, because you ain't better than me mentally.
That's fine.
I could literally flip, Lion. I can flip this on you right now. Men, in order for you to even exist, you're dependent on the carrier of the egg. And I hate putting it that way, but maybe you need to hear this in these absolutely fundamental terms.
But that
understand that you are not dependent on your own strength for modern society, dude.
That doesn't answer the
question.
That
doesn't negate. Hold on. Let me just respond. He was addressing me, dude.
Wait, let me talk to Lion, because the Lion got answered.
Renee, stop interrupting. Let Lion answer.
Go back to the question.
Yeah, you've been going on for a minute.
You can interrupt and let Lion answer.
The question was, why do women have rights? That's what I'm saying.
Renee,
we're getting away from the topic.
Renee, I'm going to answer that. You can go right after, bro. You can go right after. I'm not denying.
We're getting away from the topic.
But hold on. I'm not denying that we need women, right? We're codependent, right? We need each other. That doesn't negate my premise, right? That we are contingent on women. We are contingent on women, and women are contingent on men, and we're contingent on the ecosystem and the habitat that we call Earth, right? We're all contingent individuals, animals, whatever you want to call us. But the point here that I'm trying to make is that there's a very rational reason why men rule over women, and it's because we're physically bigger. We are the stronger vessel. They are the weaker vessel. That's it. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Go ahead.
Provider then because of that.
And what I'm saying is, within the state of nature, that is a reality. We don't live in the state of nature. We don't. And the question of why women have rights, because we don't live in the state of nature, is because men granted them rights.
Correct.
Okay, before you all fucking tell me I had no rights, when did I have rights, Lion?
What the reason that you the reason that we have rights, right, is a combination of God's sovereignty and man allowing you, God through agency, through man allowing you to have rights. Ultimately, the reason that women have rights in 2025 is because men allowed women to gain freedoms,
but we're
like the ability to vote
biblically.
and ability to enter the workforce. The reason that happened at all is because men allowed it.
Yeah, but God intended
Incorrect.
women to have rights as much as men to have rights. Even though men
I'm not
work,
denying that.
men
I'm
is
not-
the stronger. The
Okay, that's what
stronger,
I was trying to get to,
I'm
Lion.
trying to get this out there now. The stronger vessel, and he is to take charge and look after the family, protect the family, whilst the woman is busy looking after the children. That was the natural state of affairs. You know what I mean? You know.
And can
She
I
did
say
have the
one
right
thing
to
for a
speak.
woman, please? Because
Yes,
you want to talk about
go
my
ahead,
vessel.
go ahead,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
very. I you may be stronger than me in your muscles, right? And you think that that's where you become a superior over me, right? Okay, you're better than me because you physically are stronger. But let me tell you, sweetheart, your mother has a better vessel than you. She gave you life. You can't have my vessel. My vessel is the best thing on earth. So you guys
Yeah,
want to
God
talk
gave you
about
the
how
best
your
vessel.
rights and everything. You would
That's
have
right.
no rights without my damn vessel.
That's right. That's absolutely correct. 100%.
No, that's not true. That's not true at
Yes,
all.
it's true.
Yeah, the reason why
Women are the
men
lucky ones.
started to
They get
instill
bring
rights
life
back
into the
into
earth.
society was after a bunch of carnivorous, like barbaric men were taking rights, right? And then you had the men that were raised properly by their mothers who acknowledged that there was something wrong. They said,
Yeah.
"Okay, we're gonna start locking up the barbaric men."
That's right.
You trying to equate? You're trying to take all these freaking parts of the equation out and say, "Nope, it was just men giving you rights." No, in
Stacey.
the beginning, men were taking your rights to freedom.
Yeah.
Stop pretending that
Hold
wasn't
on, I
part
just
of
want
it.
to
right. Abusing rights,
Stacey,
even.
hold on. Stacey, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
And
And
your
I thank
mother
you
as
guys
well.
for yours. The respect. Now, can I say one thing to him? Because it all started over. He feels obligated to even go to work every day. He feels, why do I got to do all this stuff and take care of the home and take care of the woman? Now we get mad to women's rights, your vessel. And in reality, all this is special that they're trying to take away with AI. That was the whole damn point. You can't have any of this shit without AI. Even an
And
argument
clearly, we
like
still have. Yeah,
What are you
we have
talking about?
mongoloids today that pretend that, like, if they wanted to, they could just take a woman's rights, as if they're a part of some kind of responsible man, like, discipline.
So this is the thing. This is the thing. At the end of the day, no matter what, even as a man, we're protected by laws. Those laws are enforced by.
Well, those are man's laws at the moment. Those are man-made laws. That's what
Yeah, but those
you
laws are
can't trump
enforced by
God's laws.
agents, right?
You'll never trump God's laws, and we don't live on a planet, by the way. Stop saying the word planet for a place that doesn't exist where we live. We don't live on a planet. You can't
I
prove
didn't
that.
say
Don't
planet.
keep saying, yes, you did. You said it twice. I've been counting you. You've said it twice.
Yeah, you did say
I'm
planet
counting.
earlier because we were walking on the
Silly
planet.
ass.
Women's rights, you
Yeah,
did.
I'm
It's okay,
counting,
though.
man. You said it twice.
I said walk
We
down
don't
the
live on a
street.
planet.
I said why do
On
women
this
have
planet.
rights? Well,
He said
okay,
planet. I counted him twice. Don't worry.
It's
okay.
okay, though.
So
It's okay. I say planet sometimes in
well, we
accident,
still
and I'm
haven't
like,
answered.
no, I
We
did
still
not
have.
just say that.
So let's not answer the planet question. Can we answer the question of why do women have rights to walk down the street then?
Because, honey, I'm allowed to. Because God told me I can walk this damn earth. And if you want to arrest me, you want to do something wrong, you can address that with me and God, because you will one day. But the rights came from God for you and me. But men wanted to come in and tell me that I didn't have rights or I did have rights. And you guys, men, wanted to control things, mankind, and tell me how it should be.
Stacey, you have
men with no human values, they decided to take rights.
Yeah, women.
Yeah,
born
if you have no values, right, and you think that, like, everything is just based on what I think should be happening, therefore I'm gonna go capture women, and then you say, like, oh well, women never had rights because I was a barbaric man and I was just capturing women the whole time.
Jesse, that's what men used to do.
No, those weren't men. Those were barbarians, heretics. They were heathens.
Those were men. Those were men.
All right, so you think you're a man when you're imprisoning women?
No, I'm just saying that those were men doing that.
No, I disagree. They were heretics. Real men don't do things like that.
Yeah, they were
Okay.
they were sick men.
Real
They were
men-
sick men because they wouldn't like to see their mother being dragged by the hair into the
wouldn't,
room and getting
probably.
battered, would they? Now, no man
Probably
likes
not.
to see their mother do that. So obviously they
Probably
were
not.
sick men.
But
Thank you.
but the
It's
thing
like
is,
thinking
though,
like all the controlling, all the
those men are the reason
enslavement,
why you're here.
all the enslavement of women is what led men to realize that they shouldn't do it. No, it was that there was men
those
that
men are the
had
reason why you're
nurturing, caring mother. It was more likely that there was men that had nurturing, caring mothers,
Those men are the
taught
reason
them
why you're
values
here.
and balances and principles and how to treat women. For them to say, "Oh shit, there's a bunch of barbaric men out there not treating women correct. We should instill a law. We should create a constitutional right that
Those men
women
are the
should
reason why you're
not be
here.
enslaved by barbaric heathens." And you're over here saying, "Well, all men are heathens."
Those
No,
men
dude,
are
I'm
the
not
reason
like
why
you.
you're here.
No, I don't
Those
hold
men
the
are
same
reason
values
why you're
as
here.
barbaric men. No, I don't.
Those men are the reason why you're here.
Yeah, you're not thinking straight.
That's true. That's genetics.
You're not thinking straight at all.
Those
Yeah,
men are the
that's
reason.
absolute rubbish what you're talking about there, man. I'm an African. I'm not here because of anybody else. My parents, God, creation, my mother. Thank you, mum and dad. That's why I'm here.
You don't have grandparents?
My grandparents have passed
This guy,
away.
this guy thinks he was born
years
to like
later.
a fucking abolitionist. Did you think you were born to like?
Do they have parents?
Are you serious? You think a barbaric man and a barbaric man created you?
My parents and grandparents have passed away. I am now
I know a barbaric man created.
63 years of age. So, and I don't sound it, I know. Yeah. 63
All right,
years of
then.
age.
Renee's father is a heathen, and he can only exist in his bubble. All right, welcome to Renee's bubble world.
You know, this
Yeah.
conversation even went back to Adam. Somebody posted something. I'm like, don't forget, Stacey, Adam, you came from his rib. Well, don't forget also, you came from God, and so did I. And the respect again that you all keep fucking trying to push. At least Lion came back and said, thank you for your service. Because you know why? Because he respects the woman still. The problem is you guys don't hear. Some of them respect women. In fact, the way Q up and other people have spoken to me, we all know this. So if you want to be in that category, it's not part of society because you are not. Then go ahead. But when you talk to women, it's why women, I'm a stand. This is what you've been doing all day. Please stop, please stop. So when you actually go out here and talk to women, maybe you should address this a little bit differently, try to court us, and you might find a better experience. And maybe the woman will be a better woman. But you guys suck. Sorry.
Okay, so
All he wants women for is for his own self-pleasure.
The argument that was brought forth was
The only thing he wants a woman for is for pleasure and orgasm, so he can just appeal to his robot.
The argument
I mean, he
that
did
you
say that
brought
earlier,
forward
right?
Was not. The argument you
He
brought
did
forward
say
was not summing up the conversation. The conversation was essentially this. I said I respect women. I said that I wish that they would respect roles. I said that's your opinion. I said that I wish society would respect roles in which I feel that women are should be sacred for. Essentially, would be a best word.
You're only saying that now.
Secret, but I
You're
don't
only
even
saying
have the
that
right
now.
to walk down the street.
Now is what you're saying. Didn't
Okay,
say that before. You didn't
I
imply
said
that
this.
before.
So
No,
yes, I
you
did,
didn't
Jen.
imply
I
it,
said,
you
listen,
didn't say it. You're
Jen. I
saying it now.
literally said, Jen.
Now you're
I
saying
made
it now.
Jen. I made the statement prior that
Oh, I know
women
you
are
don't
the
care.
most valuable
I just never cared.
resource. I said women are the most valuable resource on this planet. I've made this statement. I've said
Planet
these things
again,
prior to
third
this.
time. Are we a planet? Are we a planet?
Wait, he's calling it a resource as if women are like gold or oil or something. Dude, you're completely deranged in your worldview.
Jen, you can't tell us what words to say, Jen. That's actually
I
Epstein.
can, and I do. Shut up, Ozzy. Keep your
You're
mouth
not allowed to
shut.
say.
Because
Tell
this
us
guy
what
just calls women a
Jen,
resource.
I'm going
You
to
know what
complain
we
about you
normally
as a
refer
mob.
to as natural
That's not
resources,
abuse.
like gems and minerals and oil and gold.
We're not
This
a
is what a
planet.
natural resource is. Dude, you calling women a resource proves how deranged your worldview is.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so you're done. Okay, so I said that women are the most valuable thing on this planet. I've countered that, and I said I wish that these roles that I defined were more respected amongst women as well as men. So hold on, no. So my question to you of why do women have the right to walk down the street? And the answer that you have never given is men. It's men because we have a monopoly of force.
You know how much? Can I just say something?
Yeah, because you think that if you really wanted to, you could just start beating someone up.
Like I could just beat
I
up that
could.
woman. I'm
let's not
giving
talk
her
about
the
that.
right to walk down the
I could
street
do that
because
to
I
a
could
man.
beat her up.
The difference between me and you, Jesse, is I could do that to a man. That's the difference.
Can we
It's a
not do this,
choice
guys?
for
Let's
me.
not do about the
It's a
No,
dating.
fucking
you
Let's not
walk
do
choice.
around
that.
just thinking about how you
No,
could
guys.
beat people up in the street.
You would have your
You're
head
just
straight.
completely
Come on.
delusional, man. You're not actually
One
beating
at a
up
time.
anybody in the street to take their rights.
Are you kidding me?
You don't do that. Are you doing this?
Wow.
All right, let's not do
This
this,
is not
guys.
something you
Let's
do. You
not
just
do it.
imagine that you could do these things, but
Yeah,
you
Right,
don't act
stupid.
upon them.
A
So they have
woman,
no
a woman would
application in
be
the real
if you
world.
try to stop a woman from walking on the
Can I
street.
say,
You'd get your
Will,
head
stop,
kicked in.
stop, stop, stop,
You'd have
stop.
your head.
Let's go
Hang
back
on
to
a second.
value.
Hang on a second. You'd have your head caved in by stilettos in your head. Come on, man.
But that's funny. That's kind of true. Or the throat. But let's not go there. Let's actually talk about value. You said the value of a woman. You value her more than anything. Then earlier, this all started with how you didn't even need a woman anymore, and you wanted an AI robot to have sex with. So I'm pretty sure you don't value me at all. Please do not
So-
use things like you value a woman and she has no right to walk on the street. You'd love to have a robot instead of a woman, and then tell me that you value a woman. You might value your mama, and you should, but you actually forgotten and you've lost the respect for women. You feel obligated and burdened, and you feel lonely, and you want to feel betrayed. You've been betrayed by women, you said earlier too. So you don't want to feel feelings, and you're tired because you don't respect women.
That's how support just is, dude. That's why he's mad.
So Jesse, listen. So one, I was painting a hypothetical. So this is your fucking problem. This is seriously. This is your fucking problem. You're trying to make these things that these are personal things I'm throwing out. I created a
Well, make it
hypothetical.
clear. Make it clear,
Shut
because
the
you don't
fuck
make
up,
it clear.
Jen, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up, please. Please.
I second that.
I don't know why Omni made this retard a mod. I have no idea why.
I'm putting together a hypothetical scenario, and I just made the statement. This was a question. You're putting things like these things happen. No, it was a fucking question. And then I asked another question, and you just don't want to fucking answer the question. That's fine. That's fine. But don't throw these things out like these are
Shouldn't
things
even
that are
ask
in
the
my
question.
life.
You should
Wow.
never even want to ask
these
the
are not
question why
interesting
a
topics.
woman deserves the right to walk down the street. The fact that a piggest man can think that way in the first place about a woman walking down the street, she deserves the right to in God's land, is where you already fucked up.
That's the Bible.
And this was
woman.
not a hypothetical.
Woman,
exactly.
woman, that's the Bible.
Wait,
You invoke the Bible.
Other men
Shut the
thought that
fuck up
way.
and let us speak, will ya? Shut the fuck up.
So
No,
this
please,
is
shut
where
up.
you're telling me I need to answer you back about why a woman should walk down the street. I don't need to answer that back because you should never ask that, sweetheart. And I'm not going to answer that because you do not respect me.
Yes, other men respect you, and those men fought for you, for those
Yes.
pigs.
Yes. Yes. People fought me. I'm a chauvinist pig, and society of men teamed together and said, hey, you chauvinist fucking pig, we want women to have the right to walk down the street. We want women to have the right to do these things. That's what happened. And I'm not fighting.
Shouldn't even think about it. We should have already had the damn right.
I think it's the latter. The women fought for themselves as well and put some
Exactly,
stiletto heels in
dude.
the
Yeah, he
men's.
forgot about Susan B. Anthony. He forgot about the people that actually stood up and said, hey, men, we want our rights back. And they gathered and they formed coalitions and they protested. They stopped working within your guys' stupid
people.
Right.
Was it white people or black people?
Wow.
And now you're talking about
you don't need it. You forgot about the Million Man March, dude. You forgot about all the fights to get. Black people fought for their own rights. Black people fought for their own rights before
I'm talking about
white
the
people.
abolitionist movement that started in England in the 1600s, and then the same abolitionist movement that actually founded the Republican Party, and then the people that went into the battlefield and fucking died. That's who I'm talking about. That's who freed the slaves. Those men.
Here's the misconception. The misconception is that the grassroots of these coalitions that are fighting for their rights, that it started with white men. That's a lie. That's a misconception. It started with the people that were being oppressed. Without them originally vocalizing their opinion on the matter, you wouldn't have any movement towards reform.
Someone in power to be able to use power to free
the words
the
out of
people.
my own mouth. Now, let me just add this.
Dude, women fought for their rights to vote before men ever fought for their rights to vote. Women fought for their rights to vote before men did. Yes.
Hang on, because I'm not getting a point here. Listen to this one. The country that doesn't have a government governing the people is the country where these women took on the crime lords, the drug lords, and beat them to the pulp.
Someone
and
in the
turn the
Philippines.
country. The only country that doesn't have a government is in South America somewhere. I've forgotten the name yet. No government control. And it was the women that brought that about. They beat up the drug lords. And now the country doesn't have any government at all. The freest country on earth. It's
What's
not
its name
bullshit.
then? What's its name then? Name the
You can look
country.
it up. You can just
I
go by
can
what
look
I've
it up.
stated.
A country
Hang
that
on,
you made
Ozzy,
up, I'm
hang on,
going to
Ozzy,
look
I'm trying
up.
to get it
Fuck
to you.
up,
I'm trying to get it to you, Ozzy. Ozzy, I'm trying to get it to you. My memory's failing me at the moment as to which country, but from the statement I've said, you should be able to discover it. I do apologise that I can't offer you this country straight off the bat. I can't remember the country. My apologies, but it's not BS. It's not BS. I guarantee you that. No, it's true. I'm not.
This is really sad because it's creating a divide though between this conversation that women are listening to men. Because I talk to my nieces very strong.
let me
They're
get it to
totally
myself.
into the feminist movement, right? Let's go ahead. It's great. Let's not have children. Let's not do this. And they needed to understand that feminism was something very good for women, but also was a destruction of the home done by design. They played us. But don't forget, when you went to war, and let's get it straight. We took care of these homes and we took care of every fucking thing. So quit acting like we need you. Bag down, beg. And this is why the woman says, sit down, stop this shit. Because the respect was lost between the two. Now we need to bring the respect back home.
The
But the
two?
way you're speaking, honey, will never bring the respect back home because you need to actually care about that vessel that he was talking about earlier. You might be physically better, but also not any different when it comes to spirit and life and love. You better stop that shit and we give you life. So stop.
Okay, so the thing is, it's at the end of the day, I've never discredited the value of women. You keep on asserting that I do simply because I ask a question.
You most certainly do, hon. I'm sorry, but you do.
That's your opinion, and that's your opinion. It truly is. But at the end of the day,
No, I do. I agree.
I asked a question, and the question was simply, essentially, why do women have the right to walk down the street?
Because God gave me that right. I've already given you the answer. God gave me that right.
But God
Okay?
has not
There's your
given you
answer
that
for the 10th time, maybe.
The Bible doesn't give you that right? God, the Bible didn't
I
give
didn't
you
say Bible. You want to go back to a biblical book and Mount of David? I can go to that to different books, honey. Which religion? So let's go back to what your God, my God. I'm talking about
Your
the
God.
God, the
Let's
laws,
talk
the
about your
natural,
God.
everything that I'm talking about. There's only one God. And y'all can fucking name it all you want. Go to it. Go to a book. Let's all do this. It's fine. But I have a right to tell you that every God, the God that created it all, the God that created you and me, I'm not naming it, but that God gave me the damn right. And you should know it because we gave you life. It should be a mutual damn right to walk this planet you call Earth, honey. Flat
I don't
plains.
disagree.
I'm allowed to walk all of it.
It's so funny. I really don't disagree with you. I'm just trying to ask you the like your God. Did that God write a book like other gods did, or is this a new God?
Yeah, which God wrote the book? Which book? God? Which God? I'm not arguing about that. That is again divide and conquer effect. There is one God that we all go to when you're in a very, very dark place. Oh God, help me save them. You may not name it, but you were like God, and you reach to that God. Now we're all going to fight about it. That's the same one.
If that's your
Sorry,
God,
I'm
that's
over here.
fine.
I'm over here bending down and stuff, guys. I'm trying to do housework, even though Fresh over here going like, "You on Discord?" I was just about to walk
What you
for a
just
walk
said is
too.
correct.
So.
The antecedent for women having rights was at the point of creation. And the only thing that got in the way was barbaric men that did not abide to God's law.
I don't agree with that.
Oh, I do, because you're supposed to put that woman up on a pedestal almost. You're supposed to nurture her, care for her, and lead her and guide her. And we have men out here trying to guide women like this. Incorrect.
Like what? Could you explain like what?
Because you want to know if I have the right to walk down the street. You want to turn around and say
No.
maybe you're not even valuable. Oh, wait, I'm almost
I'd
done.
like-
You might not just be valuable, but sex and food. Where's my food? You gave us no value whatsoever because you can say, look, there might be an AI robot that has sex with. Don't need that either. So what value have you
We're
actually
talking
given
about
me
AI,
for a
so we're
woman?
talking about technology, right? We're talking about technology. So let's go back in time.
We
Okay.
were, yeah.
Let's go back before guns. Let's go back into an agrarian society, and let's go back to that existence. Can you imagine that existence?
What, in the biblical existence? Which existence? Like we going back to the
I
times
said an
of what?
agrarian
Grandma's times?
society a long time ago where there's very primitive technologies where they're pulling ox to plow the field, You know,
Well,
they're
honey,
having
they weren't doing that long ago. Are you kidding me? It wasn't that long ago, guys. Y'all forgetting timelines here or something.
I get that. No. But I mean, that was a technology that was existing for a very long time prior to that. But what I'm saying is like you know, like we didn't have like iron, so instead of, you know, like very strong, we're using like weaker metals, and like there's like technologies that we just didn't have at this time, so it made work even harder and harder and harder. So
Oh, I don't know. We had hemp and other stuff out here that we just don't even use anymore. Actually, things were a lot better back in the day, and we just we don't give a shit anymore. We lost it all for technology and other stupid shit.
well, hemp is awesome, but what I'm saying is, in that world, and that's more closer to the state of nature type world, to where there's not really a government to support you if you fail, and there's only pretty much your family and yourself to try to provide for everything around you.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that.
It-
That's some great lifestyle right there.
yeah. But in that world, like you said, feed me, fuck me, shut the fuck up, right?
See, there's a
Basically,
disrespect. That's what you see a woman as, right? Or
I'm
no?
trying to sum it up. I mean, you're saying it, and I'm just trying to sum it up to try to get to my point. And I'm trying to do. Would you agree to that's what the
Oh, I
point you're
didn't
trying to
say
think I'm
that.
trying
You
to
did.
make? Well, so you would agree to the point to that's what you're trying to think I'm trying to make, right?
Can I make it very clear? This wasn't what I think you wanted to make, or I made this claim. I had not said any of this. I went against this because this is what's been coming out of your mouth for a little bit while now of all the different things. Maybe they're hypothetical. That's fine. Maybe they're not you, but they seem like, with the passion that comes behind it, that it is you. And these are all the statements, son, that you have made from the get-go. That basically I'm nothing. If you look back at the chat, they'll
I
tell you
didn't say
that.
that. Okay, that's fine.
Well,
I
you
mean,
kind of
look,
broke
but
it down as a woman ain't shit.
it's cool. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, in a world, like I said, now we're in that technological world. Now the world you're talking about, AI and this new shit. And if those are the
Okay,
three things,
so okay,
what?
go ahead.
If those were the
We're going
three
back to the
things,
times back then or before now? Because if you go back to those
now we're
times, was
going to
that all we
today.
were good for?
No, not at all. But that's what you're trying to
Okay.
say that I'm
Okay.
trying to say, right? But that's that. I'm just trying
I
to
don't
sum it
know
up.
what you're saying anymore. Okay.
I'm talking about today, right? So would you agree that in those times there was less, men were more primitive, as they were more aggressive, they were more everything than they would be today. They, like, we were
Or
lesser
manly?
aggression.
Less
Can you
woman like.
If you want
sum
to,
it up
if you
there?
want to make that statement, that's fine.
Sum it,
Yeah,
fuck off.
that's
Just
exactly the
sum it up,
statement I've been
dude.
making.
Piss off the Socratic shit. Just sum it up, will you? Don't keep asking questions. Just sum up what you said, because that's where it goes off the rails. Thank you.
Yep.
What I'm saying is, in summation, is when you could have those roles filled by an AI, the roles of feed me, fuck me, shut the fuck up, to sum it all up. And I asked you a question in that world: if a woman's bringing fertility, like I asked you this, what else is being brought to the table? And that was a disrespectful question.
No. I answered that question so vibrantly you couldn't remember it, I guess, because I was telling you about the household and what I love and the interaction with your family and your kid laughing, even your woman, and those interactions of what? Energy, spirit, life. You're not ever
Yes.
going to ever get with that robot. And that is what we live for. Purpose. You're going to have no purpose because the purpose every day is a get up and it's routine and it's forced. And that robot don't love you. It's forced to love you. And you've never felt love after that because it's not real. Okay? When you're going to live in a world that's not real, then I don't want to go there. Even if I'm betrayed, even if I'm lied to, it hurts. But at least I felt something and I felt love.
And so from there, I said, and then from there, I went and I said that world is a bit of an obligation that is put upon men at a younger
There it is. Yep.
age. That was the word. I said it again. Yeah. But that was my next statement. And then I brought up the earnings, and then
And
I
that's
brought up
fine.
these.
Yeah.
Huh? And what?
That's fine,
And
actually. Even the word burden earlier, they got upset about, and I did because the burden always sounds bad. But I remember my uncle a long time ago said, "It's a burden taken on your mom." When my mom moved into his house, I said, "A burden." I was quite disrespected. My uncle said that about my mom, and then I had to think about it. He's got his own life taken care of. He's working his ass off. It is a burden, but a burden you would willingly and lovingly and a blessing to take on because you love them enough that you want to. But is it a burden on your life when you want to get down to words and description? Yes, it's going to burn your life some, but it's also going to give you blessings in life. You have to see the glass, what? Half full. And you're seeing it half empty.
and for a man, those blessings of family can come
after a certain age that it can't for a woman, correct?
Depending on what's going on to our bodies and what they're doing to us, the woman is being completely taken away and destroyed, and her body's being destroyed, and so is yours. But at the same time, yeah, it does come down to a biological clock and my eggs. But don't forget, like I said earlier, people out here have to worry about their biological clock. You got one too in ways. You got certain things that you shoot into, and if you ain't taking care of your body, your life, your mind, your spirit, your soul, there ain't no difference there. Stop with the damn thing of my eggs, your sperm, your shit. This I don't want to hear about biology. Sorry, I want to hear about your actual life. You're putting woman and like she's been given only eggs and she's only here for that and reproduction. That is insanity.
I asked in a hypothetical world in which those other things could be filled, and that was brought to the table. You gave your answer, and that's what I'm saying. Now that's why we get reverted back. And then, like I said, now we're at the point where I said I'm trying to. So I said my next statement was women's rights. I don't disagree with women's rights. I'm happy women have the rights they have. So, like, what I'm saying is there is a break essentially in society that's forming to where if those roles of traditional like just those basic needs are met by for a man at a very early age, and what a woman brings to you is if you look at the Bible, nothing but fucking trouble. I mean, it's not an even
Whoa. Can we stop there? Because you said the Bible says that a woman's basically nothing but trouble. I'm pretty sure that the Adam, talk about the Bible, God gave you me and I was from your rib because we were supposed to be one. And that is not
but you ate
trouble.
the
But
apple,
it's
and
supposed
then
to
you
be guide
told
you,
us to
love
eat.
you, nourish
You
you,
ate the
help
apple.
you.
You ate it
We are
first.
I listen, it's about that. That's supposed to happen. Do you realize that? God knows all, sees all, and he sees bad. And Enoch even says, let he's darkness and the void, and he says it is good. Because he needs you to understand the darkness and the
You
light.
ate the apple first.
Okay?
And we can go. You ate the
The
apple first.
apple was going to be ate regardless. Do you understand that?
We didn't eat it first. We were
It does not
subservient. We
matter.
were
See, there
listening. We
goes the
were
blame game.
loyal.
You guys not
We
can
didn't
I
eat it
wait, can I say
first.
something?
You ate it first.
This is why we wait. Let me finish. This is why we have problems in society right now because we're blaming each other instead of coming together as men and women.
I'm not blaming
Okay,
you.
it's a blame game. Let me finish. But that's
I'm
what's
not
happening in
blaming
the
you.
Bible too right now. You're going. It's a blame game. You ate the apple. It's your fault. If we do not quit attacking each other and put the blame on the bullshit around you, because in reality, we want to talk about rights, my rights, your rights. What the fuck are you on about? Nobody ain't got no rights, really.
Yeah,
Let's
it's a piece
stop the
of paper.
bullshit.
A piece of
Right.
paper that
So
are
in
enforced by
reality,
law.
we're fighting over some nonsense that the world has put on us, a book has put on us, and we're not getting to the facts of what you provide, I provide in the homes, and you see a beautiful family. Stop it. Quit blaming each other. And this is the problem in 2025 because the man can't take the blame, the woman can't take the blame. Stop the shit, put it off the table, and make a home again. Quit
Because
the
the thing
blame,
is,
start
you
loving
keep on
one
bringing
another.
up the Bible. You bring up biblical. You bring up this. You bring up that. And like
Oh, honey,
I'm just saying,
you did.
you did.
No, you brought up the Adam
We
and
both
Eve
did.
story where like Eve ate the apple first. It's her fault.
Right.
That's the dumbest thing
No,
ever,
not
dude.
that it's her fault.
You're appealing to text and scripture that has
Did
that's
any
actually
man
not
ever?
even what the
Who
story
brought
is,
down
dude.
Samson? Who
That is
brought down
not
Samson?
how the story was
Who brought down
actually
Samson? Other than
iterated
himself.
before the
Who
skull.
brought down Samson? Who brought down Samson?
Yeah, you don't like to hear that
Who brought down Samson?
iteration. You don't like to hear that iteration of Adam and Eve, where like Eve handed Adam the apple. You should know that if it was in his nature to accept it, that God gave him those properties. Why was Adam able to eat the apple?
The only question I really like to talk about the Bible is if Judas Iscariot
This is literally a rebuttal to your argument. You're saying women
But,
are unruly. They
Why
make
is that?
poor decisions. They need men to make the right decisions for
I
them.
asked you a question.
And
Who
then
brought
you say
down Samson?
because Eve tricked
I'm sorry, you
Adam,
ate the apple.
therefore
Right.
Eve is like a heretic, right? Involved in
No, I
heresy.
didn't say that. No, I didn't say
What
Well,
is
you
your
kind of
point?
make
Okay,
it that
so
way.
make
It's your
sure you
fault. You ate
clarify
the
your
apple.
point.
Wow. Okay.
So you're not strong enough to make your own decisions in life? Is that what it's showing here? That the woman's showing you that you ain't strong enough? Here, eat the apple, and you weak. Is that what you just showed me?
That's basically what the
Yeah,
Bible requests us to be.
You're passing that. You alluded to that being the case
Yep.
as to why women shouldn't be respected. It's all their fault, and we gave them their rights. because they make poor decisions based on the story of Adam and Eve. Eve
I never
handed
said
Adam
that.
an
I
apple.
never
She
said
clearly
that. I
has
never
no
said that.
idea like how society should work in this.
I
You know
never
what?
said that.
This is
Never
such a
said that.
wild argument, dude.
If
It's
it
like
could be
so weird. You're
poison, you
appealing
eat
to
it.
scripture, and that's not even what the original text is saying. It's not
What's his
that
original
Eve
text
handed
say?
Adam an apple, and Adam just like, no, it's actually
No, it
yeah. What's
wasn't.
up,
Yeah.
dude? This is silly. This is
What
absolutely
does the
silly
original
that you're
text
appealing
say?
to this text.
If I'm
Where
wrong,
is the
but
original text? Do you know what it says? Do I have it in front of me? I don't think you have the original
I don't
text either,
know.
do you?
I
Does
don't
anybody have
either.
that
No,
original
I
text?
don't. I don't.
Nope.
He brought it
Nope.
up. He brought it up.
No, no. But
Yeah,
we're talking about
there.
biblical that's out there, but nobody has the original text, and you're going to tell me this is facts. It's holy. It's the
I will.
it's the
I will
be
say
all
this:
end all.
there are iterations of Adam and Eve where it's not a snake and it's not an apple. And if you didn't know that, then I don't know, dude. Sorry.
I'm trying
The
to.
bottom line of it is,
But either
God
way,
came back and they were hiding, and he said, "Why are you hiding?" And I said, "Because we don't want you to see us naked." And he went, "Aha! You guys have done the thing." Now, if I pointed to Eve and said she told me to do it, my parents would have said, "If she jumped off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge?" So I mean, come on, guys,
there it
this is
is.
basic parenting.
I don't know
And
what
to be
point
honest,
that was
hon,
you're making.
it's more like the woman said, Adam, I've we could shape if it's one about the apple. This apple I think is gonna give us something. Will you try it first? She let the man lead her. She said, "Here, honey, you try."
So
So
now you're
therefore,
just
you
making.
led us wrong.
So now you're
I
just
could
making
put
up.
it right the puck right back to you. I could bring the puck right
You're
back
just
to you.
making up
This is the
stuff now.
problem.
Now you're just making
No,
up stuff.
You're gonna make me
why
break
did you
down
eat that
how.
apple?
Yeah.
Why did?
Yeah,
Why
dude,
did I?
you're gonna make me break down the hypostasis of the archons, which is basically a book found in Egypt that is an Adam and Eve origin story where it wasn't that Eve was betraying God, where God said, "Hey, don't eat this apple," and then Eve said, "Oh, fuck what God said." That's not what happened at all in like other origin stories about Adam and Eve.
Okay.
All
So
right, but
what
you
God
didn't
are
know
we
that,
invoking?
so I'm sorry, dude. I mean, I would have
No,
to
we
get
keep
into
on.
all of it then.
We keep
You
on
really
invoking
cared.
I
gods
still,
here.
though, regardless if you go back to the book, I still didn't make you eat that apple. You ate it yourself. It was your own determination, your own shit. Do not blame me for your choices in life as a grown damn man who's supposed to be what? Leading, guiding us, and you're the one that has the rights. I ain't got shit. So you should have, as a man, because you're a better vessel hearing, made the right decision and said, "Oh, honey, we don't want to eat that apple. That is bad for us. You should
Do you
taken
know
that
you're
apple, you
feeding
should
into the
smash it and
worldview
said, get
that
away."
women don't have rights? You realize that the worldview that you're talking about is women don't have rights because they can't make proper decisions.
Oh, no, you just said that earlier about women
No, I
wouldn't have
didn't.
rights by law. It's gone. No, wait. You did about biblical. You said in the beginning, laws came and God gave men rights, and then they gave us rights. So in the very beginning, then you want to go back to the blame of Adam and Eve and the apple. Okay,
So
if
I
you want to
said
get
that in
really,
the
really
Bible,
serious, no, if
you
you want
have
to
the
get
right
really
to
serious
walk
what a man should
because
be,
it
and
told you
all
you
this
could.
shit I've heard, then you should have told me not to eat that apple. You should have
I
protected me,
agree.
and you did not.
Okay, but
So
I'm
it's your
not
fault.
disagreeing.
See, we
So
can do
what
this
I'm
all day. Why are we
my
blaming each other
statement,
over a book?
my statement. I'm not blaming you. What I'm saying is my statement was about the Bible. Essentially, is you keep on bringing it up and like, okay, let's speak to the Bible exactly, but you make up parts of it that aren't anything I've ever
Oh, I didn't
really
make up
heard.
anything. You're making up stuff too because people don't know anything in here about the Bible because they don't have it in their hands. The real scriptures, right?
The only people that have been appealing to scripture are the ones asserting that women don't have rights. They're
No, I
using the
haven't.
Bible to appeal to this idea. Yes, they are.
No, I
That's what they're
haven't.
doing.
I haven't. I've
That's the
appealed to
main
some.
reason most people think women
Yes,
don't
it
have
is.
rights because they didn't in the Bible.
She had brought up the Bible. She brought up a God.
It
That
doesn't
said
matter.
God did
Listen,
for
we
the
both
Y'all just
did.
woman.
keep
We both did.
demonizing, generalizing women. It's honestly
Mm-hmm.
disgusting. You got to start
The
thinking for
Bible.
yourself. Stop appealing to text that has nothing to do with what your life is like today.
I agree with
You
that.
don't even have a woman, so what are you talking about?
All right, so you should be respecting women. Stop appealing to this story
You
about
don't
Eve
even
handing
know what
Adam an
it's about.
apple,
You
which is
don't
not
even
even what
have
actually
one.
happened in the original
Oh,
How are you
shit,
going to
origin
shut up,
story.
teach
because
people
most
that
y'all
don't?
don't
What?
fucking have a
You
woman.
don't even have
Shut
a
up.
woman. How are you going to tell other people
Neither
what they
probably
need
do
to do
you.
about a woman?
What are you respecting? Just existence?
You have to
Right,
believe that
Lalo?
the laws of the land like the laws that you are bound to. What is intrinsic in your human nature is to show respect to all living beings, and that detachment from that moral principle
Yes, a
is
neutral.
to the evil, barbaric, heretic men, the
Yes,
ones that don't want
there's
you
a
to follow
neutral.
God's law and live in
Yeah,
His spirit.
There's
that's
a
too bad
neutral.
for all the nasty men out there.
Yeah, there's a neutral respect, but once that disrespect is gone, what is left?
What are you
Yes.
saying? The respect is gone? Where? Where is the respect gone?
Fuck. Okay,
It's
so a
like this
woman,
virtual, it's
if a
a
woman,
virtual illusion. If all you do is
yes,
tune into Instagram reels, then yeah, maybe you might form this worldview that all women just are going to disrespect you no matter what you do. That's not true. Go out in the real world. Go out in the real world, dude. You get respect. You don't got to appeal to this weird idea being painted to you by social media.
what? Yes,
Yeah,
there's a
dude. In the
neutral.
real
There's a
world,
neutral.
people still have respect for each other.
Yes, but we're talking about when you get into a relationship, and then what are you respecting of her? Just existence, or you're respecting because I can make a make a baby out of her, or what are you respecting? Just being around her?
Wow. So you don't think there's anything to respect about women? Like their boundaries, their needs as a person, or like, they have
Yes,
responsibilities, so you give them time and
yes,
space. You respect their space and
yes,
time and their boundaries. You don't do that?
yes. I do. Yes,
You
but
don't think
you're
that's
yes.
intrinsic to their nature that you should respect those boundaries?
No, but yes, but it has to go with the same as well.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
You have to do
So
the
when you
same.
say,
But it
okay, so
doesn't.
when you say all I got to do is fuck an AI robot and I could be a successful person, that is part of the mind control that this AI, generation is instilling upon you. It's based on like these weird social media engagements that like you don't need women. Women can just like make an OnlyFans and she doesn't need men. All these like tropes are based on like the kind of world you're not trying to enter into.
Yes, but those women's are really hard to find.
No, they're not. No, they're not, dude. This is the misconception. This is the illusion
No,
that these kind of women don't exist anymore. That's not true
I didn't say
at
that.
all.
I said
The reason
hard to find.
is if you're active in real life, they're not that hard to find. But most people with their faces in their phone, they're listening to earbuds or some other bullshit. No one's interacting in the public. So yeah, it becomes hard now. But this is what he's saying with
Well,
social media.
right, but
Therein
but
lies
now,
why I say people are going to be fucking AI bots.
well, yes, now you're a reference of time and filtering through all the women, right? Of course, you're not gonna have sex with them, but of course, there is time and energy to filter who are the respectable woman that I'm gonna give. Because if there's this ratchet ass woman that wants to date me because I make good money, but she's like respect me, It's like no, if I'm just gonna next, what's another one? But of course, that goes back to the society that we like you are talking about, like Tinder, right? Like you just swipe left and right, of course, because to do that, yes, you have to go out there, have a date, to do all this stuff to filter the women out. Yes, there is time and energy, but some
If
people
the
we are.
reason you're doing if the reason you're doing all that is just to have intercourse, what you can gain from some sex robot, then yeah, women are going to pick up on that, and they're going to think you're not
That's,
respecting their boundaries. So yeah,
No,
when
that's
you go out in the world and
obvious.
your entire reason for being out there finding women is just to like get pleasure and an orgasm, that's gonna get picked
no,
Right.
up on real quick, and you're
no,
not gonna find any
That's not
women
what
other
he's
than
saying.
that.
no. Let's go with your
Okay.
values,
What are you saying,
Electric. You
hon?
want if you're
Yeah.
filtering a woman, if you're filtering your women, okay, which woman is the most traditional woman that I can get? You're gonna
Mhm.
filter a lot of women. Like which woman is gonna be have the most traditional way, and it's hard. That's gonna take a lot of time and energy for you, Electric, to filter all those women out. Dating and all that, and talking, respecting
Yeah.
their boundaries. Yes, it's gonna take a lot of time.
It
Some
That's
takes a
good.
men,
long time to build a
Those things,
relationship.
that's the
Yes.
whole point of it. You guys
yeah,
think
Yeah.
it's all about the destination. The destination is having a kid and then ending up in a traditional household. That's why you do it all. No, actually, part of it is the challenge. You
Is the
should be
ride.
embracing the adventure
Yep.
of finding your mate. There's
is
nothing wrong with it.
and
Yeah, it's going to take your
Don't
time.
forget,
That's the whole point of it
Lalo.
taking time.
okay, but
Can I ask a
is
little
that
That's
question
the part
too?
you should
Because
be
you have a
enjoying. You should be
family.
enjoying your time actually trying to
Go
find
ahead.
respectable women.
all
He
right?
does
Okay,
so.
but
Lalo's got a beautiful
is
family, so I want to hear his
is
perspective. He has a
is that
beautiful. But has it been easy? The ride was the best part. The adventure, the moments. That's the ride.
Yes, but some young men try to choose that early on. And I think other men, they should focus on something else, building their wealth, building their time. But then when they have the time and energy to filter these women out physically, instead of, like you're saying, AI robots or fucking Tinder just swiping left and right. Yes, there is a problem with that. It's using technology to filter the women out instead of going out there and actually, I don't know, going through the traditional
And
way,
thank
right?
you.
The moving and date.
You said
But
it
some
beautifully
people,
because I said the same thing too. To build that, he was talking about going. I gotta go do this. No, you're gonna build that first, and then go find the right woman because your mind might be better looking for the right things and what you want in life. But if you're gonna have us filtered out by an AI machine, you're gonna lose all those beautiful people that AI says you can't reach. Because, like I said earlier, you're gonna find someone like my niece out here who says, "I'm done with life. I don't want kids," and you might walk up to her, do the right thing, and give her some energy, and she goes, "You know what? I changed my mind." Okay, you got to have life. You can't let things like AI and programs and Google, who is an algorithm, filter people out because you're forgetting those moments of a ride and beauty that might spark that someone's never seen. This child and most of this generation has never seen the life that we're talking about. They weren't raised like me. They don't understand that. Show it to them. If you show it to them and lead them and guide them as the man for that, you might find these women will change their mind. But until the man steps up and shows us that we can actually have that again, we're not doing it. So provide it and quit complaining. No offense, guys. And you might find these women. But quit going through algorithms, swiping left and right and thinking we're just some piece of shit. No offense. Left, right, what's next? You have to put work in. Both people do. A relationship is not easy. And if you get in, it's beautiful. Give it about a year or two because you will have problems. It's about working through them, loving each other through them, and you're forgetting the value of each other. You're going back to you're not good, you're only this, you're only that. If you go back to sex and food and this and that, you will never have a good life and you never feel the energy and love. You're going to the wrong things.
So this is the thing. One, there's been no complaining on this side. I have not complained one iota. I've been trying to define and get understanding. I What you're saying is a good thing, but it goes back to my original statement of the biological clock and the timeline. And what all I was saying with that is you're putting all that on a very young man, and you're asking that young man to be 40 years old overnight. Essentially, I'm just trying to like wrap it all up. And that's the problem of like when things like cooking and cleaning and things like that aren't respected by the women themselves. That's what that young man needs in his life, because that burden of trying to be 40 is him working 18 hours, probably 2 jobs.
Okay. If he is, right, then there
Dude,
needs
if
to be
you're
that
40
home
years
value.
old and you don't know how to
Absolutely.
cook,
Damn.
that's your own problem, dude. You need to figure
But
out
I
what the
am going
fuck
to say
is
I'm
this,
talking
going
about
right?
an
If
18
she's
year old,
working
Alexa.
too,
So
that's
listen to
incorrect. If
words.
she's working too, you better know the value
Yeah,
of cooking
but
that damn dinner as well.
yeah,
We're
but
talking
you're
about
in a
traditional.
unit. The wife should be home and not hurting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
so
talking about
that's how I
traditional.
live with my
Yeah,
wife.
we're talking
Times that
traditional.
dinner's
But
not ready, it is very, yes, traditional.
yeah,
Homes aren't traditional anymore because they can't survive. They cannot make a buck and pay the household. So a lot of homes right now are not traditional because the man can't get into a job to make enough money, or he's working too and he feels burdened. These are complaints
Or
again
they're
because you can step up in the work field and try something different. But if you need that woman to work because you're tired, that's fine. Then you better rub her back too, and you better mop a floor once in a while.
honestly, that's the thing. At the end of the day, yes, dude. Like, I think, man, I clean up after yourselves too. Like, that's awesome. But like, what I'm saying
Amen.
is, at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, though, we were talking about a traditional lifestyle, and that traditional lifestyle has been broken by many metrics, economics, all these different metrics. But there is a societal aspect to it as well, and that's what I've been
right.
trying to kind of address. Um, it's not about devaluing women. Women aren't shit. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to have a conversation, but you have simps like Electric that wants to step up and like say just stupid shit, and it's just
I wouldn't agree
I,
with that. So offense, I don't agree with that. We need somebody, all these different opinions in here, and some of the things you have said needs to be addressed from a man's point, not just my point. Okay, no
So
offense.
I definitely got something to say, y'all. So definitely we yeah, what was I gonna say? It had nothing to do with that weird gaslight. I forgot what it was.
Well, yeah,
Purge.
look, women do need like electric, right? Women do depend on people who will fight for her. You know, of course, the Lord, another man will speak for her. Like you said, electric. Yes, women. You're gonna be maybe you and I. We will fight for women to walk on the street. We will be there. Like, yeah,
Correct.
let the woman. Yeah, let the woman walk. You know. And then you got some pigs over there, like, no, no. If she shows some skin, you know, I have this weird feeling that I have to approach her. And then, you know, yeah, then you got me and electric, like, hey, no, don't look at her. Don't look at her thighs and her butt, you know. Don't look at
Amen.
that, you pig. But yeah, but still, it's
And that's
two
all you see
men.
from men out here.
But it's two men debating still. That's the point. Two men are still debating.
Yes.
The point I was gonna make was, in your guys' worldview, all of these things that are happening are dependent on a man decision. Okay, so if you're not able to control how women act in the world, then it's technically your fault. If women aren't appealing to what you think is a standard for how women should act in the world, then it's because of something that men did. That's literally what your argument is.
Y'all have guided us so wrong this whole time because you're my leader, you're my guardian. You guys just keep guiding us down the freaking cliff, and I'm sick of it. We're trying to not jump off the cliff with you, but if you start actually guiding us in the right, better way, you might change society. Your fault.
And like he appeals to these weird red pill pocket. You appeal to these weird edgelord values that like I'm a simp
we don't have that
because I think
role.
women
You are.
deserve rights.
We don't
Therefore,
have
I'm a
that
simp,
role.
and I'm willing to argue for it in a
Nobody
fucking
on the
room
other
full
side
of
of the argument
toxic
says
men.
that women
I don't
don't
even
deserve
like
rights.
referring to you as men. I think that you're bitches. I don't think that you're able to actually get a woman if you tried. If you actually had to go find a woman, you would fail right now because you don't know how to act around them because you have all these warped perceptions of how to treat them. And people pick up on that real quick that you're just a toxic man. You're so concerned about busting a nut.
Do you remember
and then
the
nobody
other day?
respects you. And then you
Remember
get
the
this
other day when we
jaded
were talking
worldview
about
that it's all
Trump
their
and you were
fault
talking
and
about how
not
like I
your
was
fault.
saying libtard
And then you get this
thing.
jaded
Remember that?
worldview where it's all their fault and not your fault that they're picking up on the fact that you're just perverted in the moment. The whole reason for you to be out and about in the world trying to talk to women is just so you could bust a nut. Therefore, the only type of women that you're pulling are ones that only care to catch your nut. Okay, so
That's
you
fine.
need to go out and try to find women that value traditional household
That's
things.
the thing.
Go find that woman. Stop trying to find
everybody
somebody to
said.
empty your fucking load in, dude. This is
That's
fucking
what
disgusting.
everybody said. Everybody said that it is very hard in this world to find women that value those same things, and the time in which to sort through them is extensive. Essentially, that's
Right,
the
so
thing, dude.
So you take a long time. All right, not everybody does. You know, you're slow to the punch, dude. It could be because of all that fucking, AstraZeneca.
Wait, what
is
happens
happening.
when you one day wake up and you no longer can take care of that need that you're actually only wanting to take care of because something happens to you biologically, because you want to bring up biologically, and all of a sudden you're no longer needed for that. So what are you looking for a woman? Is all do I provide is what now? Am I feeding you? You need to start realizing that a woman is more than, I'm almost not sexual. She's more than food. She's more than doing
Yeah.
your laundry.
Well,
She's the one that hugs you, and when you're crying,
I've
and says, I
always
got
wanted
you,
a
and tells
woman.
you are the greatest man on earth, and gives you that kiss, and you walk out that door every day.
That's your
That's what she's
mom.
there for.
That's your mom.
No, honey.
Well,
Your
That's
mom is still in your life like that? Is mommy your girly girl now? You find a
that's your
mom and you
mom.
find a dad.
Yes.
I'm a man.
No.
I'm a man.
My
That's your
father,
problem. You have
my
dad
father
issues.
hands me off. 1 second.
Yeah.
My father would have handed me off to my husband. Do you understand that? My father hands me off to you. Not to you,
Okay.
to men. So the
Okay.
mother guides you as well to be a man as well. Yes, and nourish and show these
The
things how
the
you should
role
treat a
that you
woman. And you
described was
should
what your
guide
mom
her
was
the
supposed to
same
do.
way that her
You can't
father
get
did.
that from your woman. If you get that's the thing. That's your mom's. That's your mom's role, and that's what we were talking
If
about
your
earlier.
mommy is still doing that for you at your age, then you have mommy issues.
No, I don't.
Straight up.
What?
Okay.
Yes. If you're
Okay.
providing and you only want a hug from your mommy because you go to your mommy for that, or the love and guidance from your woman, then you're
You
going to the
said
wrong
you said to
source.
kiss me
You
and say
forgot your woman's
everything's all
value.
right, and to basically lie to me
Yes,
and tell me
that's your
I'm the greatest
wife.
person ever. That's my mom.
That's your
I want my
wife.
mom to lie to me
That
and
is
tell
your
me. I want
wife.
my wife to tell me the truth, so we can actually get
No,
somewhere.
she is telling you the truth.
All right,
See,
these
that's where you
weird
messed up. She
delusions,
did
like,
tell
okay,
you.
dude, you need to seriously work out and do some
That's
critical
crazy.
thinking. on your old world.
You asked what type of woman I wanted.
Weird.
It's insane. The woman I wanted is to be able to
we
have
don't
a
even know what
conversation.
your position is. At one point, you're like, "Oh no, that's not what I say," and then you explain what you say. It's like that is what you say, and then
No,
you
I asked a
retract
question.
statements, and now you're just lost, dude. You just sound like you don't even know your own worldview anymore.
I asked a question about a hypothetical, and you assume my position. That's
Okay, then
basically
just
what you
answer it.
Yeah,
What
we
do you
have
want
to
out
assume
of
your
a woman?
position
What
because
does
you're
a
so
man?
I said
you're
I've
so
always
elusive,
wanted a
dude.
woman I could have
We
a
don't know your
conversation.
position anymore. That's right.
Instead of
I've said
talking about and
always
arguing
wanted a
about it,
woman
Wrench, can you
that I want to have
please,
a
instead of
conversation.
doing this hypothetical, can you just tell me what
No,
you,
you want
as
to
men,
assert your
think?
I've always
What
misogynist
wanted a
you
values in a
want
room
from
full of
a
people.
woman?
I said
And now
I've
you have
always
people that
What
are
you want from a
wanted
woman?
not agreeing with you.
One that
I said
doesn't talk a lot.
I want to have
Shut the fuck up, Fresh. One
I
that
want a
isn't
woman
an
You asked me a
absolute douche.
question. I'm just answering.
Jeez. No, I didn't ask you,
Fresh,
love. I
get
didn't
back
ask you
to
at all. You made your
get
mouth.
back to your flower garden, dude.
Just I answered the question. I want a woman I can
Ren,
have a
can we like
conversation
just
with.
get to the damn point instead of arguing
I
like
said
Boomer
it.
said? You go in
have a
circles.
point.
I
What
said
do you
I
want
want
from
a
a
woman.
woman instead of
Is my
fucking doing this?
microphone broken? Is my
Go
microphone
ahead,
broken?
tell me if you're talking, man. Go ahead, go ahead. Please just
I want your
explain.
microphone to break for sure.
I no, I
Yeah,
literally said I said it 1,000 times. I want a woman I could have a conversation with. That's what I said. That's literally what I
Yeah,
said.
he's estrogen
That's
is
your fault.
You can have a
You can't even have a
conversation with a
conversation with
lot
men
of
right now.
women.
Huh?
women.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot, dude. The problem is you.
That's fine. That's fine. That's your opinion. That's cool. But you asked me a
No,
question.
I'm laughing because I know that's not real. Come on now. What do you expect that you would want? And a man can usually answer this.
I
What do
told
you
you.
want from your wife?
I told you that. I literally told you. I literally
Just
told you.
communication?
Your question. Yes.
No, I just want
Communication. Wow. That's shitty.
It's your opinion.
Honey, you need more than communication. We all need here more than communication. Everyone in the world needs more than communication. What we need is love and support, right? A lot of damn care. What are you on about? Your mommy taking care of that for you?
No.
I'm pretty sure when you come in that door, you don't want mommy to give you that hug, right? And say, "Oh, honey, it's good to see you. Welcome home."
I don't.
Mommy saying that to me.
Let's not forget where this all started. This guy
Like I
said
said,
he
I want
doesn't
my
need a
wife-
woman in his life because he could have a sex robot. He forgot
Yeah.
about all the things that humans are responsible for in your life. You just forget.
It-
The
it
robot
wasn't
doesn't
just-
pay your home.
You want to
Robot
be
also-
amongst the pink sludge in a
It even
pod,
drives.
like Neo at the beginning of the Matrix. That's what you want.
It also cleans and cooks and drives. That'd be awesome
Yeah, but
too.
does a robot actually care that you're home, or did you program it to care that you're home? Because it really doesn't give two shits you made it in that door.
Probably not.
Did you
See,
really
when
say
I
that?
leave
This
and my
opinion is
man leaves, I
gnarly
worry
and
about
nasty.
him. I'm gonna worry he's gonna get in a car accident because you never know, you can lose your loved ones in 2 seconds. Because I love them that much. I'm gonna hope to God they open that
You're
damn door.
worried that
And
I'm
when
gonna
they
get
walk
into
in,
a car.
I'm almost done. When I hear the door, my man's home. Hi, honey, how are you? Because you made it fucking home. A robot doesn't care.
But that worry doesn't exist with a robot. So that would be
Dude,
better for
you got
society.
a
worry should
Roomba
exist
that's
in you.
programmed to greet you when you walk in your house, probably, and you think that's like equivalent to a wife
You're
having
just
an
out of
actual
touch
human in
with
your house.
reality. It's like
Some people have
30%
Your
dogs.
Roomba
men have
pops.
a
Your
plasma
Roomba
that
pops
they're
out.
having sex with in their room.
Ready to
Experience with
vacuum,
dogs.
and you're like, "Oh, perfect, my wife is home."
Some people have that experience with dogs. It's their dog and they wait for him to come home and all that other shit. The same experience you're talking about can be existent with a dog, correct?
Oh my God, we're gonna go. Women are just dogs, though. I can just replace you with a
No,
dog.
I'm not.
Well, if you
No, I'm not
replace
at all.
women with dogs, then we got a problem out here.
Oh, so he
Hey,
wants to
bitches out
marry his
here. I know. I
dog.
get
Well,
it.
there you go. All
I
right,
want
so
him
you're a
married.
bestiality guy. Cool.
Hey, Renee, did you really say that? Like, I mean, because if you just want to have a sex robot that you can root and get no compassion back, you can do that. That's easy. It costs you $5,000, I think, or whatever. I don't know. I haven't priced them up
No, that's
recently.
not. My
Was it a
statement
joke,
was.
or were you really serious? Or
No,
what
my
was the angle?
my statement was one. It was a statement on society, how society is going, how children aren't interacting the way they're interacting, and basically how roles in society have made it so roles that are traditionally respected aren't being respected. And eventually, with technology, I could see a future where people have sex robots instead of engaging in this entire affair. That was my
Okay.
entire.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Cool.
They're going to be
Oh, well, I
robot
guess where you were
ladies.
getting at too, right? I
There's
just saw
gonna
where
be
you went to
robot
with it,
men
but
and
it went
ladies.
crazy.
You went crazy.
They're going to GMO
No,
us.
Didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yes, you
stood
put
up for a
emotion.
woman because there's only one woman
You
in
put
here
emotion.
who can speak from a
Exactly.
woman's
You put emotion.
perspective. And
You put emotion
yeah, and
into
it
it.
should
That's all.
be because that's what a woman provides that apparently you lack. Emotion.
Probably. I've been told that by doctors, but I'm just saying you put emotion.
That's what you
into
need.
it.
You've not
There's
had
one
enough
thing I've really
emotion
been
and
waiting to
love
say about all
in your
this.
life.
Can I just say this one thing? This is super important. So, like, I've had a woman in my life since 2007. We've been together forever. And when we reflect on our history, it's hard to remember, like she's gotten pregnant before. It's hard to remember the sex. It's easy as fuck to remember the journey. Like, we remember going to the park, fishing together, hanging out by waterfalls, like going to concerts together. Those are the things that made the relationship great. Like, you're not getting that from your sex robot.
And I've never said that. I literally said that. Literally,
So
there's
you might as well just be
zero.
Kevin Samuels, dude. Just go date a man.
Kevin Samuels didn't have sex with men. I don't know, did he? I think he's
Yeah, he
dead.
did. Dude, he was caught dead in a hotel room, overdosed on drugs with a tranny man in the room.
I don't know. I don't. I don't.
And he promoted the idea that women don't carry the values of traditional women anymore. And that if you really want sexual satisfaction and bonding in a relationship and sharing moments and experiences, like watching fireworks together or going fishing on a boat, just do it all with a man and just cycle through trashy women and just treat them as sex objects your entire life. That's what he promoted. That's literally the vein you're in right now. And it's common amongst people like you. I don't know why people think that's normal. It's honestly like
that's fine. But I don't.
That's
know
like the
who
opposite of what anybody would actually want in the real world.
I don't know who Kevin Samuels is. I highly doubt any of the things that you said are accurate. But even if that guy was found with a training,
But you have no idea who he is, so you wouldn't even be
I
able
don't.
to know that at all, right?
I really don't. I don't. But like I said, I highly doubt what you said.
Yeah,
about
and I definitely know you do know who Kevin Samuels is.
I do.
So stop lying. Yeah,
Show me a
you're a
picture.
liar.
Send me a picture. Send me a video. I might know who he is. If I
He's a
see a
bald head
picture.
dude with glasses. He had a YouTube series where he literally demonized and had like all these misogynist values about how to treat women, and he insisted that men should just be dating men. He was like a gay manosphere talking head for these like weird liberal agendas, and he died in a hotel room promoting his stupid, twisted ideologies with a tranny man overdosed on drugs. He died, and he's an embarrassment to all men around the world.
You made the claim. Like I said, I don't know.
I'm just making all this. I'm just making everything up, right? Yeah.
I don't think you're probably making up everything. I'm pretty sure there's a guy named Kevin Samuels, but
I don't know. Do you share memories with somebody that like you're like, damn, I actually don't regret doing those things? Like,
Oh,
do you
yeah.
have that in your life?
Yes.
With women? With women?
Yeah.
All right. So you like the experience that you had. Did it have to lead to sex for you to enjoy it?
No.
All right. So you value okay, good. So you value those kind of relationships. So a robot's not going to give that to you, dude.
And the thing is, my argument is basically more of the entire sum. Those things that you're saying are things that could be done later in life for men.
Listening to such a stupid argument for this long is seriously brain rot.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, you promote stupid ideas, man. Now you're getting countered. You're like, well, you're a simp. Dude, yeah, you're going to get countered when you say stupid fucking things.
No, you can counter, but you're a simp though. It's a difference. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, and you're a simp for misogynists. You're appealing to the most. You're a simp for literally the gay misogynist men, dude.
This is getting hard to listen to, guys. Come on. Hey, just as a matter of interest.
All right, go watch MASH then. Go watch your.
In South Australia, when they were going for the women to get the vote thing, one of the misogynist politicians got said, "Oh yeah, well why don't we just let them run for parliament too?" And the women said, "Yeah, okay, let's do it." And he thought it was so absurd that no one would vote for it, so they actually put up, "Let's let women run for parliament as well as get the vote," and it got through in the referendum. So women got through. It backfired big time. So the misogynist tried to make it sound extremely stupid, and it did whatever. And as for you, Jesse, going once MASH, got to put everything down. How come you spend so much time arguing with people? You fucking idiot. Jesus, dude, you're
I don't even know what you
criticizing
just
everyone,
said,
nothing.
dude. I don't even know what you're saying right now. Sorry.
You
The flip
criticize
on the
everyone, but
head
you're
is
doing nothing.
the
You're
It's
flip
just
on
hard
the
to
head
understand,
is
dude. I
he's
don't
got
know.
so
Whatever.
much respect for women that he knows that there's emotional connection when those physical interactions happen. So he decides to not put the women through that and
Yeah,
just get the
seriously.
what he's
Renee
looking
was
for
simping for Fresh this
through
whole
the
time. That's what's
robot.
going on.
And then he can save for the part when he wants to actually have a relationship and value a woman for
So
the
basically,
actual
Fresh and Renee, they can run off and
That's
have
all
babies together.
respect for women.
Okay, can I speak on that, please, then? Because you just talked about a man should have a robot until he gets old enough to figure out that what a woman should be in value. Well, I'm sorry, honey. If you wait to 34 or 40 years old and you just have robots
No,
in your
not
life
till he
and it's an
waits till he
AI,
figures it out, till he decides to, until he decides he wants to
Yeah,
but
actually
he will never.
potentially
You know
settle
why? Because
down and
you're
have a family.
delusional in a moment.
He's gonna just
Listen, but
fap that bot.
go ahead.
That's how you know. That's
You're
how
going
you
to
know
be
Fresh
delusional
got
in that
one of
moment.
those. Fresh got a fleshlight. He should change his name to Flesh.
Fresh show. You're going to be in
Yeah.
that moment, that child or that person, delusional a little bit. I'm not calling you. I'm talking about that person would be a little bit delusional of life because they're going to be so disconnected. You cannot
Yeah,
turn to
fleshlight
technology. We
growing
know this,
flowers.
Fresh, and handle that, right? And then go to a world of a woman because you gonna fuck that shit up because I am not a robot. You better learn emotions. You better learn me, and you're not going to learn me, a person, through a freaking AI. Stop this shit. Again, bullshit again.
They've never learned how to treat women, probably because they had shitty parents. That's just the fact of the matter.
Yep, that's why.
Yep. That's
Listen,
my opinion.
I know, Renee, where you were going
You
with.
weren't
I don't
raised. You
maybe
weren't
necessarily
raised
agree with what you're saying. I'm not
all this
disrespecting you. I don't
all this
feel that way.
animosity towards the opposite gender is because you
No,
were
no,
never
no.
raised to respect women. Simple
Yep,
stuff.
you're so correct. You should be like a psychiatrist, dude. You're good at this.
You too. This is chill. Everybody breathe. It's a good morning. And it's a good conversation to have because you know why? This is something that's in our face. I've been talking about this for 3 days because other people in AI. The damn ads that are in our face. It's not a conversation that nobody really wants to have because it's bio sometimes. But I need to hear, you need to hear, and the world needs to hear where the hell a man and a woman's perspective is coming right now. Because this sounds really like what the hell is going on in this world? Our children need to know. Our nieces need. My nieces need to know. Our literally 20-year-olds need to know. So we need to start addressing this. But we need to address it in a
These
way
are
that we can
grown
respect one
men.
another
These are
somehow.
grown men simping for misogyny, and they're simping for the pigs of the world that are heathens. It's like, dude, who would appeal to your argument if it wasn't a complete scum?
A real man.
Not a simp.
Like literally, Fresh is proving that he's scum. There you go.
The
Keep
thing is,
watering
no
your
one
plants,
has said.
dude. Go
The
back
thing
to
is,
that.
no one on the
Keep
other side of
doing
the
the
argument
job that a woman can.
that women shouldn't have rights. No one on the other side of this argument has said women shouldn't have rights. This side of the argument is basically stating when there are these heathens that you bring up that don't want women to have rights, they're stopped by men. That's the statement. If you do disagree with
I
that
agree in
statement,
that. A lot of them are backed like that, but there are now some women now too. It's just getting ridiculous out here.
things are changing. But like I said, would you just do you disagree, Electric? Do you disagree with that statement?
This is
That's the
such an
statement.
unintelligent topic, dude. The fact that I'm surrounded by people that think that this is worth discussing, like I question why I'm here, listening
How
to
many
such
people
retarded
are you
things.
surrounded by
It
right
sucks.
now?
You guys should be control
But no,
conversation.
Jesse, you're right. But
Stupid
this is the
ideas.
mindset. Jesse, this is
Are they
this
in
is
the
a truth
room
community talking
surrounding
about
you?
this. Can you imagine the mindset of people in the whole world when we got Q-ups out here and people like that? No offense in this fucking community and out here in the world, we're gonna have problems. We're gonna have these conversations. I don't want to have them either, Jesse. It's so stupid. I can't believe we have to have them. But we're in that society. We're in that reality, and our own communities are shit. Thank you for standing up and being a good man.
Yeah. Yeah, what you said is right.
Oh,
I don't want to have to have these conversations.
He got what he wanted. Affirmation.
Because you didn't get what you wanted from the woman. You just proved that a woman didn't provide value at all to you again, even though I gave you value. I had a conversation with you, did I not? You wanted communication. I gave you that, did you not? Did I fulfill something in you because you wanted communication?
So I can rehash your point. Can you rehash mine?
Absolutely. What is my point? Because I know your point too. You know I know your point, and we know each other's point. But we're not going to redress it again.
That's
I'm pretty sure we all heard it.
I don't think we have.
Communication.
Yeah, you spend an hour discussing a topic, and then he's like, "Wait, what was the point?"
That's not what I said. I said communication would be you would understand what I've been trying to say for this hour, and I would understand what you've been trying to say for this hour. Correct? You've been trying to
No, that's
say
called
if I
understanding. No, that's called understanding. That's why you find the right person to have a communication of value with you in your life. Because you might have communication, but they don't respect your damn words. They don't understand your damn words. You will not mix with that person because they are not reasoning with the same reasoning of you. This is why it's good to communicate, not use AI. Talk to people. Sit down. Have that value come out of that person. And if they ain't got the value you want, walk away and find a new one. But to sit here and roll back to AI, I understand what you're saying about society. You're right. We're close to that. And it's sickening. But to go back to that's what I'll just do because a woman, yeah, it's just her biological clock, and I really don't care. I mean, the words in the hip, maybe it was,
Renee, Renee, your
that's the
argument
thing.
is
You
that
haven't
you and
rehashed the
Fresh are a
argument.
perfect match. You should literally
That's
start
fine.
dating. That's
I'm
the
not gay
argument.
though. I'm not gay. But the
Yeah,
thing
that's
is,
what you're
it's that
saying. You guys
wasn't my
share the same
argument.
values. You're perfect for each other.
No, that wasn't my argument. And the thing is, this is why this is why the argument misses all the time. Is because the way you said that I thought we've communicated, we haven't. My argument was essentially that because of your biological clock, I went straight forward. Because of your biological clock that women have, men have a obligation. I use that word again to fulfill roles in which they have time to not fill. They need to be 40 to be able to make this income for the traditional family, right? So now
do
we
you
don't have
want that though?
Do I want
That
that?
depends on you. That's no, wait, stop. Because that will depend on the person and the couple. Putting like there's an obligation on all people in society that this is what it will be. You may find a woman that you guys don't want to have a bunch of family and kids. You might find a woman that actually only wants to have one. You might have a really good job as she does. You're banking on something that you're based in out here in society that doesn't exist. It's all over the place.
Okay, so I thought we agreed we were trying to talk about one topic at one time, and we were talking about traditional families.
Where does that exist right now? Please explain.
Where does a traditional family exist?
I got traditional families in my family, dude. I know people in my family I'm related to that there's traditional values. Like, what are you talking about?
I got
They're everywhere, but they're harder to find as we go by. But they are everywhere still. You're acting like they don't exist.
So that's
But
part
they're
of the
harder to
argument.
find.
That's part of the argument. And the time in which to filter through, to find the ones, to get the results, it's a long, strenuous process. Or you could be blessed and you can get it when you're younger, but at that point, you have an obligation to earn like you're 40 to fill the role for it to be a traditional family.
Yeah, you got to work, earn. You got to work and earn that lifestyle, dude. That's part of reality.
Okay.
I got
You
with
just wanna
someone when I was
sit back
19
and
years
get
old,
shoved
sweetheart.
on
I
by a
started
fucking
working my
Dumbass, you
ass
just
off.
affirmed his argument.
Exactly.
No, he is right in ways when it comes to I was 19 years old when I started working and get with the man for 15 years. I was with him for 15 years, and guess what? That went south, and it can go good, and it went great. It went great, it went bad. All this beautiful roller coaster of life. Okay. Yes, it may go bad. You might find a woman who's bam, not the right one, but you'll learn something from that woman or
60%
that
of the
relationship,
time,
right?
but on average, 60% of the time it goes bad. On average. If you're just flipping
You
a coin,
have to, honey. Do you
if
think
you
the
go to
only people
Vegas
that
and
have
you
gone out here with one person and they won the lottery,
60%
like
of the time,
we
60% of marriages end in divorce in America. These are stats.
because they don't know each other. COVID proved that shit, right? You want to
Precisely.
go
They
in, you
don't
want to
know
get
each
some money
other
and see some
because
shit.
someone's
Over
out
70
working
of
like
them
they're
are
40 years
initiated by
old.
the woman.
Well, yeah, they don't know each other because someone's out working like they were 40 years old to try to provide, and then life changed, and then yes.
There's a part
they've
that's
been
missing.
assimilated. They've been assimilated into this new subgenre culture where you're not to value those types of relationships.
Yeah,
everything is all about money and fast life, and all I got to do is earn like my $100,000, and then I could get all the women I could ever think about. That lifestyle is why you're not because you're appealing to this weird computer generated lifestyle that actually doesn't work for humans.
That's not what anybody said.
That women project.
What do you appeal when you say that men don't have time? Why? It's because the lifestyle where all their time
I didn't say men
is
don't have time.
incorporated in.
I didn't say that. That's the thing.
I'm in the middle of a
statement.
sentence.
You
I'm going to
said
explain
you
to you because
didn't
you're
want to
saying stupid
waste
things.
your time trying to find the right woman. You'd rather basically an AI analyze it for you and exactly swipe through, so you
I
don't have
didn't
to go
say
through a
AI
breakup, a
analyzed. I
betrayal,
didn't say that. I didn't
love.
say
I
that.
don't know. Those are the best parts of life. Is some of the things, even that
Oh
15
my God.
relationships that I disregard because I don't want anything to do with. I had 7 dogs. I went through so much shit in that 15-year relationships that I still value it. You're missing the value of a relationship.
This is
People.
fucking horrible. This is actually
Okay.
horrible to listen to.
It's
Look,
actually
Renee.
disgusting that we even have
No,
to break
look,
it down.
Renee. I don't know, Renee. I don't know if you want to go through that pain or that journey, right, to find the one, and maybe you're content to just build my wealth, and then once I hit a certain number, maybe I'll get the AI robot, or maybe find some gold digger or some maid, right? I don't know where's your concept of where to get that woman. But if you don't want that woman, you're just gonna go for the sex robot. But the thing you're saying is there's a lot of time and energy to find that woman, and you're not willing to do that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in the framework of a man's lifetime, that time and energy that could be built, similar to what you're saying, of building up wealth, establishing yourself, like working, like I said, your job
I
for your
agree.
age group to do instead of having to work like you're 40. That doesn't
Yeah.
mean like you get the CEO job. That means you're working 2 jobs. That you're just trying to get more money. That would allow a man to establish himself in the world.
Mhm.
Same thing woman, if they're not burdened by a child, essentially, in this regard, we can say it that way,
So,
to have to care for through this process.
but
This
a
day and
father,
age. This
so the
time.
father should teach that young boy, like, all right, don't chase women,
Yeah.
restrain yourself of not jacking off, as they say, right? Don't jack off, literally, in the way. Don't get into these OnlyFans or pornography. Don't get into this instinct, even though we have
Sexual desires.
these sexual lusts, right? Just focus on yourself. But there's another man behind teaching them, or lucky enough, he gets a mentor to teach him that.
And that's
Yes,
so
please.
two different folds here. It's one,
Mhm.
it's we're using terms like lust and shit like that, and I
Man.
don't disagree with like not watching porn and not jerking off, but I don't think making a prohibition and shaming it essentially is the way to have someone even discover themselves. That's kind of why I brought up the sex robot aspect of it, was because if a man gets to figure out what they really want in life, they would know what to actually look for, and that takes time even. And
I'm sorry,
like I
but
said,
this society has been over sexualized, and there's nothing wrong. It's not shaming to desexualize some of the situation that has happened in the last 50 years. I'm sorry, there was a time and day that this shit would never be on TV or radio, or my kids popping
Well,
their ass out. So therefore,
but
I'm not shaming my child. I'm teaching my child to desexualize the fucking shit and the ads around them.
I was
Pay
talking about
attention and
jerking off.
respect. Yeah, but
well,
that's what it's about. That's also it.
if
I
they
said
made it
specifically for you.
affordable to make these sex dolls or whatever, do you think young men should purchase these instead of going dating, right? If they have these needs, right, as a young man, they just purchase a sex doll, and so when they go home, they fuck the doll, and then when they go out, they just do their wealth. It's more, I don't know, like where's your heading of not shaming their instinct or whatever you want to call it, lust or jerking off.
I would
This
say
instinct that we
I would say this: if you want to base it down to primal, the only reason why we're here is to reproduce. Fulfilling that instinct is something that women have a click in their head for. Essentially, we do not have that same click. So like that is the reason why we're here, right? Like that's the basis
No,
reason. If
it's
that's not
that's not the sole reason. It's not. You also have to make the place worth being in.
Okay, and then, so like I said, that's the base. That's the base. I didn't say that's the only. I said that's your only role as a real human being is to help make more human beings, so human existence can carry on in the future. That's literally your only role to
So
society.
it's not dependent on people to make a society worth
Did you hear
living
what I
in.
just said?
Do you
Society.
think
I
that
said your role in
that's
society.
silly?
Did you hear the words? I said role in society. That's your role in society for human existence.
So a young man when he's had his hormones, those are the basic primal instinct to mate with another woman, right? That's the but
Essentially,
of course,
yeah.
but he can restrain himself with that, right?
Yes.
With goals
Yes.
and distractions of other things.
Yes. 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 I don't disagree. Sports, goals, distractions, all those other things. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I'm not
But if he
disagreeing.
but if he wants to enact with these, if he wants to do these things, it's better off to buy a sex doll or in this case another thing, right? Instead of because you're saying the women right now distract a lot of time and energy. The women right now, the modern women, as Electric says, him and Samuels, he always refer the modern women.
I'd agree to that statement. The modern woman.
Dude, can we focus on what you just said? You said that the purpose for humans existing is to reproduce, and that is the sole purpose. That is absolutely false, dude. There are people that can't have kids in the world. Are you saying that they have no purpose in their existence?
No, your primal urges. Your primal
the answer
urges
is no. Clearly, the answer is no.
No,
there are responsibilities that are intrinsic to your nature. Stop interrupting. There are responsibilities intrinsic to your nature. A moderator's interrupting. What do you know? Calm down, slow guy. There are things that are intrinsic to your nature that helps create a society worth living in. Okay, when you had barbarians running around, not appealing to this trait of their reality, their body literally would rather have things be nice. That's how we got to this point. It was barbarians appealing to the idea that, all I gotta do is Zeus, and it's all about me. I had an orgasm, therefore I succeeded in the world. Dude, you're making the world a worse place.
I'm glad you
Right.
brought it back to purpose, to be honest, though, because that's what I said to you earlier. You're missing the purpose when you have AI life, okay, hon? And now I don't care about everything was just said in the sexual shit, but if you think that life is just about children and reproducing, it is a beautiful thing. You are right. And that's all there is to life and purpose, then a lot of people are going to fall back to drugs and escapism. Because when life goes shitty or you lose your job, whatever, you got to have more purpose. The purpose of life, honey, is within you.
And I
Then
think
everything
that's
else.
that's what I'm trying to say. It's exactly that. And those urges that these people have that drive them to make these decisions, they could be quelled by an AI sex robot, and it wouldn't make them make bad decisions. But what I'm saying is that a lot of what you're saying is true. Our purpose is to reproduce. Once someone has done that, then there's now what, essentially, and exactly what you said. People fall to drugs for the emptiness. People fall to these other things because they don't know who they are.
Yeah.
No, they have a purpose. They just don't want to fulfill that purpose because it comes with a challenge. You actually have to spend time and energy on achieving like a well-balanced society. And you say, well, fuck all that. I just want a robot to fuck me. Therefore, you're not a part of society anymore. And that's just it, dude.
Can I ask a more serious question? If we fall to what you're saying, if we actually go around with what you're saying, right? And you go, okay, and I actually agree that a man should just go out and start instantly having children. You need to build your your capital, build yourself up, build something, right? A state. And then you guys can come together and make it a lot damn easier. And you might love one another. You might know what you need to find instead of just going out there as a young man.
That's exactly what he's been trying to say. Are
Right.
you fucking
I agree with
serious?
that. Well, I may finish and you might fucking know, right? Okay, the point was, right, and he's making me fucking lose it on purpose. I can't stand you all talk this way. Is if you go turn to an AI robot as that child that you mentioned earlier, and this time, during that time, the next 30, to least 30 or 40, they're not going to turn to the woman. I've already said this again. You've turned to a sex robot for 20 years of your life. No, thank you.
But the thing is, if that's the case, then you've been looking for the woman that you wanted for 20 years. If that's the case, that's what you're saying.
But you're so disconnected because you've already relied for 15 to 20 years on that sex robot that you've lost a disconnection of life. You're already going to be so out of place in society that you'll never get back in.
So it goes back to my original statement. If all
You're not a part of society anymore once you do that.
What is it?
Dude, you're just not a part of society. You're just a barbarian. Yeah, you belong in prison if that's what you think is like real human values. You don't believe in anything being intrinsic to human nature and compassion. You lack compassion.
You've already said this. Well, keep repeating yourself. We love your monologues, Jesse.
Yeah, they keep saying the same stupid thing, so they're going to keep getting the valid response. You're not used to
there
that?
it is. Well, keep monologuing, man. I'm going. Keep going. I love the sound of your voice. Keep going, man.
Boring.
No one likes the
Here
sound
you
of your
go.
voice. Half the time, we don't even know your point. What's your point?
Oh, thank you. Well, keep going. Keep going. I love the sound of your
What's your
voice,
point?
Jess. Come
Okay,
on,
Boomer,
keep
what's
going.
your point?
There it is. Oh, nearly there.
Okay, so you don't have a point. All right, so
Boomer,
you're
and
just
so you
making
guys
noise, dude.
arguing. Do you not agree with some of the stuff that's being said? And I mean, your own family and children, you wouldn't want them to turn to AI robots to live and breathe and then go out and
Hey,
find a woman, right?
hey, Stace, we discussed this before and I said conversation.
Yes.
You just Google it, the conversation goes. Same with a relationship. You meet a chick and she might be okay. If she's an idiot, you probably don't want to sleep with her and you're best off not to. But once you meet her and you establish a bit of a friendship and then, hey, actually, she's not bad. I wouldn't mind. But you know, the thing is, when you're going out and you're early in the piece, it's all fucking bands and restaurants and meals and fucking, and it's good fun. It's when you're both living together and you're seeing all the warts and all lifestyle, that's when it can get
Good and bad.
Yeah, that's when it gets bad. When you discover the dirty socks are in the corner every day and things like that, then it's horrible. But when it's all restaurants and fucking and bands, I love it. It's great. All relationships are great fun. They're just not like that forever.
Honey, they are never going to find a relationship that they want because they're expecting, I'm sorry, some of these men are out here expecting a perfect fucking woman. She never does anything wrong. We never have issues. She's the perfect thing. Honey, you ain't perfect. Shit. Not even close to it. None of y'all are. And the problem is we are not going to be this little whoop, 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 robot for you. I'm going to cook for you. I'm going to keep your bend over the bed for you. What else do you want, sir? And you're expecting that in life until you're 40 years old. You'll find it with a robot. Hon, you're going to lose so much life. It's sad. And yes,
Wait, they
Boomer,
got
thank you for
robots
bringing
like
back to
that?
that. No. I brought that up earlier. They do not. They do not yet. And Boomer, it went back to exactly earlier.
I want to scratch off. Like, how much are these robots?
They're only
It's only $200,000,
15K.
100,000, something like that.
No, they're only 15 to 20K.
No,
these
they
guys
don't
have
have
actually tried to buy one already.
A month.
You guys are stupid
guys are
as
monks.
hell.
I don't know. I think I could swing that.
Price
You guys are dumb. Are you guys even living in society? Or are you guys AI I'm speaking to? Because if you think at this day and age, and you're truthers and you're researchers, if you find a robot you could have sex with,
What
going
do
to give
you
you
mean by
everything,
living
you're
in
stupid.
society?
You ain't living
Well,
in it because you're in your
they're looking
basement.
to be a
Stop
part of
talking
society.
shit.
They don't care about what society entails. They're more interested in just, having sex with a robot. So they're not a part of society anymore.
Listen, can I also say something? Can I stop the disrespect from Fresh up in this bitch? Can somebody tell him to shut his damn mouth when he's talking to me that way on purpose, repeatedly since he's walked in this room? Pay
I
attention,
haven't
please,
heard him
Mon.
disrespect you. I'm sorry. I really haven't heard him
Of course
disrespect
not,
you.
Yeah,
Zen.
you don't pick up on a lot of things, Renee.
You don't.
Right.
Am I wrong? I'm sorry. I thought we're having a conversation. I haven't heard him call you out of your name. I haven't heard
Oh,
him
no. He's
say
been doing it little bits when you speaking. You'll be speaking. He'll speak over you and he'll say a little shit to me because he's a little,
I think the thing is, I think he's trying to, like, one of the things he did say is one of the things, like, he's trying to say, you're saying a lot of the things I'm saying back to me, but you're using emotional energy to try to make it sound like what I'm saying is, like, horrible.
I'm sorry. You want a robot that has no emotions. That's right. So therefore you can't handle me. I'm sorry. Women sit down. They need a robot. They can't handle emotions over this bitch. They are so
Fresh
pussy.
has a crush
They're
on
such
you,
pussy.
Stace.
Oh shit.
Well, please don't. Because I'm sick of that shit around this community too. Get your shit together. Get something out here. You guys are desperate.
Yeah, the truth is that there's just some men that don't know how to act, and that's the problem. Guys just weren't raised correct.
A lot of them, even in our own community. And I'm getting sick of it. So we're going to call it out every day if you keep this shit up with me. You hear me?
Hey, equally, I think there's some women out there who definitely don't know the fuck how to act. I'm just saying, equality.
100%. Exactly. Oh, we did that. We done did that.
Well, the cost of marriage, even if it's like 60 years, it's a lot of financial, emotional, and social emotions. But of course, some
You could blame the institution that created these marriage licenses and contracts. You could blame the men that wrote up that bureaucracy that, they can take alimony and you got to sign prenups. That's all based on legal things that men created.
That's benefits
or
women.
just or avoid
That's
marriage.
that's part of the fact that women have the right to file for a divorce was a right that was established. Like women used to not be able to file for divorce, and if they did, they have to have like some like crazy fucking reason. So it's just like all these things that you just talked about, alimony, child support. These are rights that men have said you are going to do it as a man. And if you don't do it, we'll send people with guns to fucking make you do it.
They made rights because these things should be a part of a stabilized society, and it's only the scum of the world that acts like that's not. I shouldn't have to pay child support. I don't want to just have kids and not be in their lives. Yeah, those laws are in place, so you do take care of your responsibilities as an adult and a parent.
Precisely.
Do we have
Yeah,
the
and you're
right?
over here complaining about it.
We're not
We
complaining
didn't
about
have
that
the
at
right
all. You're the one who brought it
supposedly
up.
to divorce you, right? But when did you have the right to divorce us out of nowhere for
Yep.
whatever the fuck you wanted to? Right.
Yep. All
And
we
you
had
know
to
where
do is
that
say you're
came by?
crazy and
Wait.
get
Do
you.
you know where that actually comes from? And I do know this because people that live in a Catholic lifestyle still have the same fucking shit happening to them. The man cheated on the woman, and the woman says, I want out, and cheated the whole effing relationship. And the Catholic Church says, good luck, because maybe you did him wrong. Maybe you didn't give him enough sex. Maybe you didn't do this. And they put it on the woman.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. It's not nice. It's disgusting. And that comes from religion, sweetheart. Religion. Another thing that has crushed
I'm talking
society and
about.
homes.
I'm talking about laws. I'm just talking about laws. You're the one who always brings up religion. Remember? I didn't
Did
talk
it
about
not?
that.
But I asked you a question. No. I asked you a question. Did it go back to what? Religion and Catholicism? And it did.
No,
And
I
it
didn't.
does.
I did not. I did not. I didn't even answer your question. You
You
made a
said yes.
statement. No, I didn't.
And you said yes.
No, I didn't.
Go back.
This conversation doesn't go anywhere with people that are just like inept to how to move forward.
I know.
Well,
There really is no point to
I
have
got
this
here like
conversation.
15 minutes ago. What is the conversation?
It's
AI robot might be better for you than a woman. And to have that in your life. We talked about earlier before in life.
I think I know the answer to that, though. I think that women have lost their way in like their place as women in society. So men are like looking for other alternatives.
Not really. It
Instead of guiding the woman back again.
It was just more.
I really do think it's men's fault, though. Like, because men are the only authoritators. So, yeah.
The kind of conversation is more this. It was the original question was, if I can fulfill the needs of like cooking, cleaning, and all these basic things that people disrespect that women do, and on top of it, that bot could have sex with me as well. What is being brought to the table? She talks about life and experience and things like that. And my counter to that is that women put men on a timeline that men aren't prepared for. And that's why you're getting all of these things happening later in life and divorces, because people finally discover themselves. And I think we've all kind of agreed on that premise. And I basically was saying that if you're a man and you're out there and you're doing these things, if there was an AI sex bot that could do these things for you, you would actually be seeking the woman you want. It wouldn't be a concession. It wouldn't be anything anything other than want. And then I was asked, what type of woman do you want? I said, I want a woman that I can have a conversation with. And that's completely misunderstood of the outcome. But like,
how many of these robots have a dumpy, though?
I mean, I know. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. They don't exist yet. I was literally talking about a hypothetical fucking situation. And then it gets to I don't respect women, and then I asked the question about force doctrine. Essentially,
you can
You're talking about a sex robot. Can I say this? I'm sorry. You're talking sex robot, and now you're appealing to like your selfish desires. In this worldview, you might as well achieve the rest of your desires, which is just like, what does this really entail? Like, when a woman, would you say you want to have a conversation with a woman? She's gonna ask you, "What did you do today?" You're gonna say, "I laid in bed and had a bot fuck me all day." That's not a conversation.
Okay, that's fine.
That's
Like,
the
do you
thing.
want to
I
work?
don't
Do
care
you want
about
to
your
earn?
conversation.
Do
What
you
you're
want to earn
having,
your living?
you're not having a
I
real
already
one. You're
do.
having one that's enforced and programmed. My problem is with you is you said I want a communication. I want communication. That can happen with your AI robot. So what are you wanting from an actual real human being woman?
Communication. That
Well, then
I
you
want
are
communication
fucked, I
from
guess,
a
because
real
in
human
reality,
being.
hon, you can get that from a damn AI. So good luck in life, and that's why you don't respect women enough, because you can get that from anywhere. You don't even know what you want.
I told you what I want. I told you what I want. I told you I want communication.
Because you
You
can
want
get
to
that from a man.
validate some sadistic behavior. That's all you're doing.
You can communicate with the man. Do you want him? Get over
No,
this. Tell you what. Actually, explain what the hell you want from a woman, because it's
I want
ridiculous.
to be able to. I
You're
can
going this
communicate with.
conversation on and on to get back from an
Accountability.
AI robot.
That's what he wants.
Yeah, gosh, not the magic A word.
No, I'm saying communication. That's what I've literally said it 1,000 times. I'd
The
love to
guy
have
who
a
wants to sex.
Well, you're failing to communicate right now, dude. Your point is not even good.
I agree.
Wouldn't the
I
guy
totally
who
am.
had sex with the sex bot not procreate? Therefore, he'd breed himself out of the gene pool, because you've got to actually have a real female in order to pass on your genes. So
Eventually.
That's what I said earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to breed out natural selection.
No, but
That's
that guy, the sex bot guy, could have a kid when he's 70, though.
Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. See, I think there's a few
You better
movies
hope.
covering this, aren't there?
Honey, you're never getting anyone. Nobody in here, no guy's getting with a woman after you've been with a sex robot. A real woman that you wouldn't traditionally go laugh your
Do
ass
you know how
off
many
with you and
men you
go,
probably slept with that like
next.
hooked up with other dudes too?
This
Like
is all. This is all based on
First of all, don't ask
fulfilling.
about how many men I've
You're
slept with,
fulfilling your
because that's very
selfish sexual
disrespectful. I didn't ask
desires.
you. Nasty
Yeah,
ass.
that's all you care about. Yeah, it's kind of gross. All you're talking about is, hey, I want to go to work and earn my living and earn my income. I just want to lay in bed and fulfill all my sexual desires, all my perversions, and in turn get a woman that wants to talk to me. Like, dude, nobody wants to talk to you if that's what you do.
Oh, no,
during
no,
the
no,
day.
no, no. Wait,
Women are
wait. He
interested-
wants a traditional woman. He wants a woman that takes care of the home and does all this loving shit back in the day, the 50s, but he gonna sit here with an AI robot for 30 damn years and go, hey, sweetheart, what's on traditional?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. Neither one of those
Not what he
statements.
said.
Pretty
Neither
much
one
was
of
what
those-
he said. Go back.
Nope,
It's
not even,
ridiculous. Come on.
near it.
not even a summation. Not
Of
even a
course,
summation.
Fresh, because that's exactly what you want in reality.
That's not true.
I mean, this guy is admitting he doesn't want to have sex with women. So you might as well go fucking date Fresh, dude. You guys can conversate about how much you hate having to appeal to women's desires all day.
Weird homosexual projection.
Listen, where do you?
No,
You can get
Fresh
that-
and Renee
I
are
guess.
perfect for each other. You can converse about how you agree about all these things, and you don't need women.
Even
that if you
more
wanted to.
weird homosexual projection.
So yes, I can talk to people online and have conversations with other men, and that doesn't have anything to do with sex or anything. That's the thing, dude. Like you're the one who's keep on bringing this back to sex. The sex robot were other things. I talked about cooking. I talked about cleaning. I talked about even driving. I said those things.
Not
I
even that. Not even that. He took out of context earlier the proposed question, like, why can't what gives the woman the right to walk down the street? And his mind immediately goes to, oh, what are you gonna go up and just start beating people up? Like what? Because you can physically beat up a woman, you're stronger than her. It had nothing to do with anything about that. It was the proposition was actually the opposite. It was because a man would be physically able to protect a woman as she walks down the street.
Yeah, that's another role.
It went because of physicality. I also agree this shouldn't happen. We don't need to talk about beating the woman up or anything because that was not the conversation. But they've got back to the Bible and the stoning and the other shit, how we look at women. That's how it got there. Let's not just all say it went to one thing. It's kind of been crazy.
So basically, this conversation has gone nowhere.
Oh, no, hon. It went somewhere. It went to the point that we understand that this day and age, even our own community is willing to be with AIs and say this is okay because we need to save money. We need to do this. And this is where our mindset's falling back to. This is why the world is doomed at this point. He better sharpen their damn skills up or something because it ain't about just communication. It's about the correct communication with the right people. And if you're turning to AI for your answers like Google and everything, even on debates, you're losing the plot. and our own community has. And the way you disrespect women is also where you're losing the plot, like people in this community are starting to do. Maybe you
Do you
should start
realize that,
thinking about going hugging your mommies.
well, earlier you disrespected me for my mom in that exact statement, and also
No, I
you
didn't.
are project. Yes, you did.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yes,
No,
you
a
that's
did.
little
your
bit.
feelings.
What do you want your mommy? You
Your
need your
feelings.
mommy.
No, no, no.
Exactly.
I said you turn to your wife when you get a wife. You don't turn to your mother, and that is correct. If you turn into your
And then
mommy
you and
for
earlier,
a hug when you walk in
you're
the
doing it
door,
again.
that is
You're
a
doing it
mommy
again.
issue.
You're doing it again. You're doing it
You're
again.
doing it to
You said-
yourself, hon.
Like, do you hear yourself, dude?
No, I don't. I talk, but all I'm saying is, at
It's
the end of the day,
ridiculous.
that's not the argument that was even trying to be
No, it's really
presented.
actually not, Ren,
But
because I hope you go hug your mom, and I love your mom, and I hope you guys cry together and everything, because it's a beautiful thing. That is not what I said, and you can ask even AIX that the family values are super important in my life. He better go see his mom when he goes out for work. Okay, he's real close. Go see your mama, honey. This is important. But when he wants that hug and that value, and me, that man, to build him up every day, to tell him everything's going to be okay, and give him that hug and kiss, that comes from me. Grow the fuck up, man, out here.
and I told you I want that role in my life to be filled with someone, because I have that role for someone to lie to me and tell me I'm the greatest person ever. I have that role.
I think you're not giving Sage the feelings there. Sage is feeling very left out, Stace. I think you should include the robot.
I don't think Stacy wants to appeal to a robot, right?
Yeah, well, Sage is being very quiet, and I think she's a bit hurt. Are you there, Sage?
Dude, fuck
Sage got in trouble
dude. That
earlier,
shit needs to
Boomer.
get the fuck out of here, bro. Sage is
Yeah,
not
Sage got in
interested.
trouble. Nobody was speaking, and 2 words was spoken. She was like, "You're monologuing," and nobody was talking.
I can't wait till Eggshells gives up on Sage and says, "You know what? This is not as good as any human moderator." It's exactly what the conclusion you guys should be coming to about your sex robots. It's just not the same thing as having a relationship with a woman in your life.
Yeah, but she's funny.
Dude, Sage
If you
was
program her
good.
to
Like,
be-
Dude, imagine can you actually
day.
debate Sage? Do you think
Probably.
Sage will eventually be programmed to have a logical debate with you?
Yeah, and she
To a degree.
destroy you. Like, she destroy you.
Someone
To a
like
degree.
you, yeah.
Wow. She destroy you.
That's absolutely retarded. That is
She would
stupid.
destroy
So
you.
you've been hanging out with Sage too much. You think Sage is smarter than you?
No.
Other people don't agree, dude.
Schedule a debate
Listen,
with
if you
Sage on the
no,
topic.
Just because
if
you
you
think
listen,
Sage's
stop.
smarter than you doesn't mean everybody's gonna think Sage is smarter than them.
Well, then
Schedule
people need to
Sage.
start speaking on Sage who actually know coding, and I do know a little bit of coding back in the day. If they code this thing with every information or open-ended thing where Google has a lot, because y'all go back to Google for your big God answers. I'm not saying you guys, but people do. Then yes, they can actually have somebody instantly within 2 seconds. I'm not saying Sage again. They can actually give you a debate and answers and everything. Absolutely, we are there. We don't have this. You don't have this, but it will be there.
Yeah, this guy debates Siri. He says, "Hey Siri, Earth is globe. Now what?" Like, what the fuck, dude?
And the AI is wrong a lot. We discussed this the other day too. So when you go to fall back to AI every time,
Is the
it's
AI
going to lie to
wrong
you
because it
too.
doesn't give
Yes.
you the answer that you want?
Oh no. When we're getting answers back of truth and reality, it could actually give you the wrong answer, and it has done it. So you think that answer
Will
you
you give
said
me an
earlier that
example of
robot
a
will not
question?
lie to you. Oh no, we're not doing it
Will
right
you
now
give me
because you can find your own. It happens all the time. Stop.
It doesn't
That
happen to me all the time.
I'm not doing this. I'm making a fucking statement. You interrupted me again. That robot earlier you said ain't gonna lie to you, ain't gonna betray you. That's again false. You're going back to a paradigm that you think's gonna happen. Not real.
Okay. So I
Yeah,
can't
you're just
come up with
taking
an
more
example.
steps to your own
I
satisfaction,
can't
your
come
own
up
human
with an
satisfaction.
I can't come up with an
It's just
example
more.
in which AI has lied to me.
I need a
I
robot.
can't.
I got to. You
everybody in
could
here
just have a
can.
woman in your life, or you would rather appeal to a sex robot and appeal to Sage and all these things. Like, dude,
I'm just
are
saying
you gay?
I haven't
Do you
experienced.
hate women? Like, what's going on here?
I haven't had
It's
the
just a
experience of. I literally
More
haven't had the
homosexual
experience of AI.
let him talk,
Exactly.
yeah.
I haven't had the experience of AI doing that, of giving me faulty information. I have not experienced that. But I
Or
would
you
see.
haven't
I
checked
would.
in
You
on
must
it.
not have been paying
Verified it.
attention to what Sage says. Yeah, you should listen to Sage more often, man. Sage is wrong all the time.
Sage is an engine that's being built, but the engine underneath it, I like it's the information. It's good in, good out, basically, and better in, better out is where it's going.
It's based on
But
It's based on the logic of humans that are appealing to social norms, societal norms that are inclusive for both genders. Okay, you're trying to invoke.
women's rights,
AI is going to
like
appeal
women's
to
rights,
my weird toxic
like women's
manosphere
rights.
ideas.
Would women's rights AI? I don't have toxic manosphere idea, but AI wouldn't appeal to that probably. But AI would appeal to women's rights if you ask it questions about that. Probably, it probably would.
Yeah,
Same
so
thing
you're
you're
wrong.
arguing
You're
for.
appealing to AI. AI says you're wrong. So you're done.
We
AI
just
doesn't
did
say
it
I'm wrong.
before I left to Canada the first time. So last year in December, I was hanging out with my friends. Man, I wish you could get them all in here. And they were asking AI questions about Shaquille O'Neal and that stupid Shazam shit, okay? And it turned around to give an answer and then asked another question and they fucked up. And we asked, wait a minute, you just said the other thing. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. They knew they messed up. Now, don't tell me that
No,
AI can't mess up because it messes up all the time. Even when you guys are
no. I
Googling
said
for the same
lie.
shape of the earth, it gives you
I said lie.
wrong
How
shit
would
all the
it,
time.
dude? Yeah, that's
So
why you're not an AI programmer, dude. Because you don't even know how to
that's why
correct it
you
when
think
it's
it gives you
wrong.
bad information, because it gives you the proper information about the shape of the earth. That's why you think it's bad information. It gives you the
That's
No, I'm not
absolutely
even
not what
talking
the
about
topic
flat
is.
earth, honey. I was talking about the other end. Either way, sometimes it gives you false information. It's not about me believing in what earth shape or
Is
whatnot.
that lying? Is that lying, or
No, no,
is that code?
incorrect.
Is that them?
It's incorrect.
Is that lying? No. Is that lying?
Well, I guess if you asked if
Did
I
the
was
AI make a
purposely
conscious
lying,
choice to
no.
deceive? Yes, it did not make
Maybe.
a conscious
How do
choice
you
to deceive.
know? How do you
How
know
do
it
I
didn't?
know? Because you don't program deception.
Does it not learn it from the internet? Is it hooked up to anything? Can it be hacked?
So the term learning machine is confusing you? And
No.
I don't really. Yeah, it is. It is.
No. I'm asking you,
That's-
your program, your robot. You haven't existed and created yet, by the way, because there's nothing like it. You're talking about something that doesn't even exist yet. But so this robot you're talking about,
That's not
that's
true.
going to
That's
exist.
not true. That's not
No,
true.
you
What were we
cannot
talking
have
about? The
sex with a
sex
robot yet.
robot?
Stop
Or
it. Yeah, stop.
oh, okay, we're
That's
talking
what we've
about
all
sex
been talking
robot.
about since the
Okay.
beginning, right? So
We
you're
were
gonna
talking
want
about
that. What's the
Sage.
point? You having a robot, and that's your AI. Your AI will lie to you all the time. It's the same thing. It's gonna be the same program. It's gonna be better.
Are we talking about Sage or the sex robot?
I'm talking about at
This is
home or
brain
any one of
like this guy's
AI,
literally stupid as fuck.
AI, honey,
AI
AI
in general.
anywhere,
Just AI in general.
anywhere.
No, we're just talking
Yeah.
about AI in general. Okay. AI in general. AI in general does not deceive you. It does not lie to you. It tells you the truth. And I said you probably think that because you don't believe the shape of the Earth is a globe.
Anyway, right
And
back to
that's
that
what it
bullshit.
tells me.
I
That is
can't.
that is so incorrect, dude. You're saying AI
Switch
is
card.
telling you the truth. AI says whatever it's programmed to say. Okay, it could be programmed to tell you
don't
something
disagree
that
with
is
that statement.
scientific. It can be programmed to tell you something that is scientifically inaccurate, and then you would have to update it to correlate it to being made by leading physicists and stuff.
That's human
So no,
existence.
it's not always
you're
going to,
talking
dude.
about.
Yeah,
You're talking about human
But-
existence as well. So I mean, that's the thing.
This is
Humans have to go
why-
through the
this-
same
still
process.
going to tell you things until yeah, I'm making a point. AI is going to tell you inaccurate things until someone programs it with the proper information. So it's just going to tell you whatever the fuck it's programmed to say, not the truth. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's programmed to tell you the most empirical data that conforms to reality. That's what it's programmed to do.
And that's not reality too. That's true. That's not true.
It
That's
conforms
bullshit.
to reality.
It's
Yeah.
no, it does not have anything to do with
Yeah.
reality. It's not thinking about reality.
Yes,
Your
it does.
AI ain't thinking.
It does.
Stop the
It
bullshit.
does
What it's
consider
doing,
reality.
stop it.
It does.
All it's doing is you're programming it to say and think things and know things. That is it. It's not really thinking at all, by the way. Again, that's even the wrong word to use. It's not
So this is
thinking,
what
really.
AI is not that. AI is basically you're telling this is why, like I said, you're confused about it because they're called learning models and they're called language models. And what AI is doing, it's being able to pretty much just think faster, be able to synthesize information, and it's be able to do outputs. It's very similar to that's basically what basically what it can do. It can now it gathers information, synthesizes that information, and it has an output.
Where do you think that information is coming from?
Did we not know that, guys? Anywhere? Anybody here,
land?
raise your hand if you did not know that. Please, for heaven's sakes. Are we
Did
in
you
kindergarten or
forget the
something here?
programmer? You need somebody to write the code.
So why would
Dude,
you
all
ask
you're
me the
doing
question?
the sole responsive, the sole arbiter.
Hold on, if you knew that, then
AI
why
is
would you ask me
appealing
the
to a
question
true
that you
thing
asked?
based on its own analysis of reality. Nope. AI appeals to what it's programmed to do. So
if you
anybody
ask
can
me,
program. You
why
can
would
make
you ask
you can make an
that
AI
question
that's
if you
literally
knew that?
designed to lie about everything. It'll tell you all the counters to whatever
They can call it
weird
the
source
electric
is getting
bot.
information.
But why would you ask me that question?
You wouldn't be able to distinguish
understood that?
between the two on if all you're going to do is appeal to AI. You didn't know if your AI is programmed to lie. So go ahead, have fun
And you think
appealing
that
to
AI
things
is
that you
programmed
can't
to
know for
lie
sure
because
on your
it
own.
tells you the world's a globe. That's why you have this harsh
If
opinion
you
towards it.
want to depend on AI, your own understanding of reality, you're not going to understand reality. End of
What's
story.
crazy? If you ask AI, does God exist? It's going to be really, really nice and give you a really, really nice answer.
Of course, there's weirdos that are asking AI if God exists, as if you need AI's answer to know that, dude. That's fucking stupid.
I'm just saying, like I said, like all it does is synthesize information and do an output, and it
Dude,
does
I
it
don't
really.
appeal to AI's output, that programmed output. Hey, does God exist? And then AI says something. Oh, you know what? That's a great point that AI made. Nope, don't need it. I don't care what AI thinks about God.
That's
I could depend on
perfectly
my
fine.
own. I could depend on my own ontology and epistemology to find out that yes, there is such thing as God.
But that doesn't mean that AI gives lies and gives inaccurate information. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't do that, and the reason
Basically,
why
it's
you
not
feel that way.
lying. It doesn't know to lie.
Oh
It doesn't
no,
even
you're
know
just
if it can
LARPing
think
as
about
a
lying.
fucking absolute dummy, dude.
More projection.
No, you're LARPing as a dummy. Like you're having fun being a contrarian to progressive ideas.
I'm not having
So
not having AI is a
you're
progressive idea.
so I just want to make sure your AI does not have any open-ended learning where it's just sitting here, it can be it get hooked up to the online world and it can learn anything and everything,
That
right?
type
You have
of
just a program.
dude, that's
Right?
what you're describing is like a giant machine you'd have to place in like Antarctica because like cooling and all
No,
that
you
other.
don't. That's
Yes, you would.
incorrect.
Oh my god.
You know what's really happening right now is he got gaslighted because this has to do with, he's coming in talking about all this all hot and ready because he just paid child support. He can't see his kids. So in order to cut the argument, he's just going to
Jesse,
keep
do you
trying.
remember what I told you? Remember what I told
He's
you?
just going to keep trying to gaslight the person.
Jesse, do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember what I told you in direct message? Do you remember that?
Yep, this is what this is all about. It's about because you're gaslighted.
So if you remember that,
You're gaslighted because that got pointed out. That's why you're making.
Do you
this
remember
argument.
that? Do you remember what I told you in direct messaging, Jesse?
Nope, I don't remember.
I don't think you should do personal stuff or
you?
DMs in here. No, I don't think you should do DMs or personal stuff in the damn VC. If you guys want to do personal stuff, unless it's related to the damn argument or something, I don't know if that's correct.
Yeah, I want to talk about why he sounds so damn retarded. That's what I want to talk about. Like, I know why you're making this argument, dude. You're being a contrarian because you're triggered by things that are happening in the real world to you.
Nope.
And listen, it's fine. We get passionate about these things because this is something that's going to be hitting us at our front door soon, guys. And I'm not talking about the way y'all are really talking about it, but some of the stuff that you're saying, hon, is very important. I agree with you, and I'm glad we're having this conversation. Some of it. Some.
Hang on, I've got to bring this in. I've got to bring it in, guys. Bringing people's kids in the argument is the epitome of the bottom of life. Jesse, you really are a piece of fucking shit. Thank you.
Nobody cares about your opinion, Boomer. You can't contribute any intellectual to any conversation. All you do is complain because you're a withering old man. So shut up.
Someone's kids. You're a fucking cunt.
All right, keep withering over there, dude. You're losing the flowers of your life.
You're a dead set.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to
Can I ask everybody a favor, please?
Hold on, Stacy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. I don't want to hear any personal stuff, guys. Jesse, please, man, don't do that, okay? We're having a good
The
convo.
reason Renee is bringing this crap up is because he's trying to gaslight a woman in the chat. That's the whole reason he's
It's okay.
making
I
this
can handle
stupid-ass
myself,
argument.
y'all.
Okay, let's not
I've
bring
been
up
around for
personal
like
stuff,
8
though.
years.
That's all.
I'm okay.
I gotta counter to Renee's stupid tropes. That's too bad.
Yeah, but don't
It
do
is
it personal. Don't bring up personal stuff, bro. That's it.
Let's all do.
Then we're
nice
never
things
going to
for now,
identify
guys.
the
Come
real
on.
stupid argument in the first place.
Do you want to tell you why I have
no.
my argument? My argument is based upon multiple different things, and that's what I said earlier. I said that it feels like roles that people should be respecting aren't respected in society, and especially not respected by women themselves. That's my fucking argument.
I can agree on that. The women out here need some help, so do the men. We both are fighting each other. I said that from the get-go. We want to blame each other. Even going back to biblical earlier. Maybe we went crazy. Go, who ate the apple? Bitches, stop it. We need to stop complaining at each other. Start realizing that we've been fractured. Okay? And these women out here have been struggling and working their ass off like myself since 16. Did I really, really want to? No. And I love to live the life you're talking about, and I'm getting ready to. Amen. Praise the Lord. But it doesn't mean that everybody else can, because I sure the hell could. And I didn't do the right things in my life and fake money and certain things like that. But the greatest thing on earth, and I want to make this clear with you, is the greatest thing on earth is the good things, the bad things, even my brother, the losses and the wins. It's not about the AI that's programmed, honey. It's about the life that's going on around you in the moment that it's not. And live it, breathe it, because that's exactly what video games would do to you too. And AI is going to take you away from that love, and I don't want that for the world. I want to push it back to the world, and everybody wants to take it away. And I'm just saying that. That's it.
I haven't argued those. I haven't argued against those points. My point was basically that there's a construct that young men are being pushed into to try to achieve that traditional lifestyle that was defined. And that traditional lifestyle is very hard to achieve, and those actions can cause for an individual not to be able to know themselves later in life. Like you just said, you're about to do that now. Later in life, you have different everythings maybe. And my statement basically was, if these roles could be fulfilled by an AI bot, and everyone always just brings up the sex part. I talked about the cooking. I talked about the cleaning. I talked about other things as well. Talk about other aspects. But if that could be done, and the young man could just develop and do those things, build himself up and do those things, and not be subject to something that's outside of his nature, essentially, in that regard. That result,
And you know
would
what?
be,
It can happen.
they could still have
It can.
exactly what you're saying. Exactly what you're saying.
Honey, you know
They can still
why it
have that.
happened though? Wait. But the one point, I mean, you keep forgetting, is what happened along the way matters. See, I lived a hood life and a country life. I had a heart, honey, Indianapolis, Indiana, and I grew up in that life, and it is not easy if anybody knows, okay? So I have that part of me, and I have this beautiful countryside of me. And so a man that's going to come out that's going to have to court me, appreciate me, and all those things that you're talking about too, and they have to win that, and they did. And let me tell you something, you have that feeling that brings that spice in, right? That relationship that made that spark is what's going to make that happen. Nothing else is going to make that happen. So you're going to have to go out here, talk to the women, court the woman, be there like the man should have been that wasn't there. And the woman might go, oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord, whoever. And say, thank you for being a man. I'm sorry for screaming because this is real in my life right now. And you know what that man did? He stayed home. He banked his money for 15 years at the same damn job. And he's presenting something to a 42-year-old woman that I never seen. Now, if you want this lifestyle, you have to live it and breathe it. Don't just talk about it. Don't act like it doesn't exist out here because it can, because it starts within you. Be different. Quit complaining and be different.
Why don't we talk about what jades men into the position? Like this is literally because men's advantage. They work towards having a family, and then the woman tells them, "Yo, you're not meeting all my needs. You're not satisfying what I expect in a relationship." And then they leave the dude, and then they have to deal with all their problems on their own while still supplying for their family, and they become jaded, and then they get in discords and say stupid shit like this, like as if it's not their fault that
that exact scenario could be avoided. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That exact scenario could be avoided because that guy was with that woman.
But the only place I ever hear this argument is from people that are estranged from their families.
That's not me.
And then they say, "Oh, it's all the women's fault."
It's not me. I never even said that. But
Only people that make that argument.
No, it's not. So you're making a stupid statement.
In a society, though, outside of Discord, this is a problem. My nieces, I told you this, are all saying stuff like that too when they're 2 years ago even. So this will be an issue that you're addressing. I get it. But we have to remember to find a conclusion, which is what I was just saying. Instead of blaming each other because we both have done it, both sides, and they're still doing it out here. The girls are blaming the guys blaming the girls. It's not important. It's a divide and conquer effect again. Instead of realizing we need to get to the table, gather around, quit arguing, quit yelling at each other, quit getting personal, too personal. Gotta get a little bit, right? Put your shit on the table.
Why is it personal? Why is it personal to answer the question, why do women have the right to walk?
Why is it not personal to you when you ask a question to somebody about rights?
I was asking, like I've been saying, like it's not getting personal. It's a question, and then the question is not answered with logic.
Behind the question is that women don't deserve rights.
It's going to have to get personal because you're saying that my rights come from where? I then have to go back to the very beginning of rights and a woman. And then you want to say that I need to bow down almost to a man because I got my rights as a person, as a human being that walks this earth, and I have a right to walk down the street because of you. And that's where you failed me, and you failed the relationships of men and women together. When you say stuff
I have the right to do all those things because of men. I have the right to do all those things because of men. I do.
You have a right because you're a human being to walk down the street. I have a right to walk down the street because I'm a human being, but everybody tells you have effing rights. And again, nobody in this room really has any rights.
Men like George, like Abraham Lincoln, men like Frederick Douglass, women like Harriet Tubman. I have the rights to do all the things you said because of men. Seriously, I truly do. I can make that statement.
So you're falling right, but you're falling to a paradigm of the mainstream, and yes, it is society that you're given. No, you can step out. You can step out of it.
Reality.
Step out of it.
Reality.
It's your reality. No, it's the reality that you're creating for yourself.
It's a reality you can't admit because of your animosity towards a man. And I don't know which one it is.
I'm not having any animosity towards a man because I'm very happy in a relationship right now. I'm good, and I just told you my life is changing.
Not now. Maybe not now. All I'm saying is this: if you could admit the statement, you could at least admit it and not fight what you're doing. You're just fighting.
Admit, but why are you trying to fight me that I need to admit and bow and be submissive to you? You hear in your own voice right now. This is the problem. I'm glad you're admitting it and actually causing it.
Okay.
Do you not feel the awkwardness in the room right now, or the awkwardness within yourself? You just bow. You let me bow down one.
I'm not asking you to do that. I didn't. I said admit it. That's all. I didn't say those words, and I made the statement. I said.
Admit it now.
Because I've made the statement, a man, multiple times, and I've defended that multiple times, and you haven't had anything to disagree with what I said other than emotional outrights. That's it. So that's why I'm asking you to at least admit the things that I've said to you reflect reality.
I've already admitted that some of the things that you're saying reflect reality, but it doesn't have to be the reality that you live in. You can step outside of that same one that's given to every single person in this world and say, I don't want to live like that. I'm going to be something different. And if you keep living in the paradigm of the world that's been given to you, then that's on you. But again, you're making complaining and excuses instead of stepping out and being a man and different. Okay?
The statement was made earlier that in the statement of men giving rights to women and other men as well. But to that statement, there was a statement because there's chauvinist pigs in the world that would not want women to walk down the street and not want women to do these things. And other men got together and fought those men. On a scale for African Americans, they actually fought those men, like guns, and died.
Here's the problem. Should now, because you've done that, supposedly we're supposed to now be submissive or something to you because somehow you're giving me rights to those men who stood up for me. And in fact, what you should do as men go is, damn, I'm going to stand up for you because that's right. And I live in Hamilton, and I don't want nothing back from that because I should have never had to do this in the first place. But here we go. That's a man.
It's about knowing the roots of where things come from.
It's about
I can help you out, Renee, if you want. It's just some. Lion was talking about force doctrine earlier. It's a similar thing that Renee's talking about. Really, men can take away women's rights tomorrow, right? But could that happen the other way around? No.
Yes.
No,
I mean, you guys are crazy.
Women can't take away men's rights.
By what means? By what means are you taking their rights?
What do you mean we
all get right?
How are you forcing anything? What are you doing?
We could go to Congress and take away all the laws. We could strip it. We can make an amendment to the Constitution. We can take away all those laws.
You know how laws are enforced? You know how they enforce
voters.
laws?
By men.
by men, by force.
No, it's a threat. It's a threat of
Not
violence.
anymore.
It's a threat of violence and imprisonment.
Violence from who?
Well, there you go. That's my point. You think that because I can beat you into submission, you should abide to all the rules I made.
That's state of nature. That's the state of nature.
No, the state of nature is for you to not appeal to your barbaric ideas about how to gain power. It's my nature that I want to beat people into submission. That's not your nature.
Oh
you
my
see
goodness.
That
Jesse, let's not focus on it though. But damn.
That God gave. Yo, yeah.
Do you realize what the state of nature is?
This is what it's all hinged
what I mean?
on, dude. You're appealing.
Guys,
you're appealing for strength. What's up,
Jesse? Do you know what the state of nature
Let's not
is?
do it though. No.
Do you know what the state of nature is, Jesse? That's where there's no rules. There's no laws. The outcome is dependent upon the individual and the surrounding. In the state of nature, a male is more physically dominant than a female on average. That's in the state of nature. And in a conflict, you're telling someone that is primitive, essentially, to sit around and talk about fucking feelings that they don't even understand, because we don't even fucking understand them today. So
yeah, you're not in nature, dude. You're in society.
I said that, and I've said
and
that.
You don't appeal to your barbaric nature to justify why you want to.
Our society is a reflection of that nature. That's what you don't get. That's what you
didn't hear what I said. You're appealing to current society standards. You're justifying this by saying, well, my primitive nature says that I should be able to take a woman by force if I really felt like it, in modern society where that's not a standard at all.
So my primitive nature is this, Jesse. If I wanted you to work for me and you wouldn't, I'd beat the shit out of you until you did or you died. And then I'd do that again over and over and over again until I find someone that would work for me. That's primitive nature.
So you want to appeal to your barbaric nature,
but that's not what I'm
you want to be a barbarian.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Go ahead, go be a barbarian. See where it gets you.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why you're arguing it.
That's not what I'm talking about. If you can hear words, and that's what I'm saying. In the state of nature, that is reality.
Because you think appealing to your barbaric nature is getting gain.
I'm not appealing to it. I'm trying to appeal to society.
Can we stop this? Because I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure that your nature, nobody's nature, and I don't want to even go there, is to actually beat someone the hell up. Because if you got problems that you can't control your emotions, and I think that's what it's going back to, that maybe you need to learn from a woman to control your emotions somehow.
Here it comes. Right there. That's what I'm saying.
So tell me why would
You
a
just
man
talked about
why
beating the
would a
shit. No,
man
no,
in
I'm
like
talking. You talked about
why
beating
would
the
that's
shit
what I'm
out of
saying.
somebody.
So the role of a
That's
man was
anger,
a warrior at one point,
frustration.
correct? The
Hmm?
role of a man was a warrior essentially at one point. Like
Maybe you
most
need someone to
farmers end up
calm your
warring.
ass down in life.
No,
Because that
what I'm
kind of
saying
nature
It's
about
because
beating
he's
that's
somebody to
called the
jaded.
death
state.
over
I'm
a
telling you,
He
job,
is
that's the
the most
jaded.
disgusting thing
that's
I
the
ever heard in
state
my life
of
almost.
nature.
Something
That is the
happened
No, it's
to
not.
state of
him. Now
I got a
he's
nature.
phone
trying
call.
to
Y'all retarded
justify
now.
all of his anger.
I'm
He's trying to
and
justify
I'm not
something happened
justifying
to him in the
anything. I'm
real
saying what I
world.
said again. It's
He's
the
got this
state of nature.
silly
It's
hyperbolic
the state
argument.
of nature. No, it's the state of nature. That's what it is. We have a society,
It's not. That's not your nature.
God, Jesse.
It's not. It just isn't, dude. Because when you come across a baby bird and you say, "Oh, I could either nurse it back to health or I can eat it," like the part of your
You know
nature
you're not
that
supposed to touch the
appeals
baby bird.
more,
You're not supposed to
you're
touch
more
him.
likely to appeal
You know
to
you're
the
not supposed to
nature
touch the baby
intrinsic
bird.
to
That's the
your
thing. This is your
being
problem.
that you
This is your
nurse the
feminine fucking
bird
problem.
back to
This is your
health.
feminine problem, Jesse. You're not supposed to touch that baby bird because
Soy boy.
if you smell it, and the mom would come back and find it, and they smell you, it wouldn't take care of it. So you're not supposed to touch that baby bird. You're not.
Yeah, you're too stupid to know how to nurse a bird back to health. That's
Well,
not
that's
my
true.
problem.
I think
I've
that's
done it before. Released it back
I
into
think that's
nature,
not
and
true.
nothing
Actually,
bad
I
happened.
think
I
people just say
helped
that.
the bird.
You're not supposed to touch the
Dude,
bird.
it is intrinsic to your nature to help others. When you say individual, when I come across a woman, I'm going to be more naturally inclined to beat them into submission. You're not appealing to your nature. You're appealing to some barbaric, like lower state of your consciousness that is selfish. Okay, we all appeal to societal norms. We consider the big picture most beneficial for everyone. It doesn't include beating people into submission.
Hold on.
Hey.
It's that whole baby bird thing's like a myth. I just want to let you guys know. Like, you can touch baby birds.
No, Riggs. I wanted to get about
Again.
the same thing. I've done this
touch
before
anything.
because I saved little baby birds, and the fucking thing is, if you touch them, their mom won't fucking go back to them.
Yeah, that's not true.
It's true
No, it
because
is
I
true.
experienced it.
Depends on the breed of bird, guys. It depends on the breed of bird. The best thing to do is use a couple of twigs and use them to put it back in. That way you won't leave it. But yeah, some birds will look after them. Other birds will shun them once they smell human or a foreign scent. Thank you.
Okay, well
Might be the
maybe stop
cuckoo bird.
smelling so much. Go take a shower or something.
It's probably the cuckoo
Okay,
bird.
whether or not it benefited the bird at the end of the day, I appeal to that, hey, I shouldn't just, end its life to remove the suffering of the experience of just laying there
Who
and
made
not
that
having food
statement?
or the ability to fly. Like,
Who
I
made that
appeal to the
statement?
idea that, hey, there's something more beneficial for this bird than just lay there dying hungry.
Who made that statement? The statement was potentially touching that bird would be worse for you touching that bird. That's the
Okay,
statement.
but you're going to continue to miss the point. Now let's bring it back to the women in nature, right? You
Okay.
come across a female and you're thinking, oh, it's in my nature to beat them into submission so they follow my law.
Nope.
You think that's your nature?
No, that's not.
No, you're appealing to your barbaric animal.
That's the state of nature.
Animalistic instinct. You have
That's the
to
state of
understand the difference between
You have
your
to understand what the state of-
animalistic nature and your human nature.
The state of nature
Okay,
is
you
the
have a
animalistic.
human nature with you that chooses to
Yeah,
not do the most
that's what I
barbaric
was talking
thing in that
about.
situation.
And that's why I was saying that's the thing. The
No, you're
animalistic
not talking.
nature
You're appealing to
is
your
called the state of-
barbaric nature. You're saying
The animalistic nature is called the state
men
of
like
nature.
to hurt women.
No, I didn't say that. I said the animalistic nature is the state of nature. That's the animalistic nature you
You're not
described.
in. You're not in that state.
We are. We have evolved out of it, but we are.
Oh, there
We're still
you
in that
go.
state.
We disagree.
Okay.
All right, but you're not going out there beating women submission, so you're not in that state.
No, I'm not beating women into submission. No, I choose not to.
Therefore, you're not linked to your animalistic nature. That this is what would, and if you had to, and it's
No,
not
I
even that
choose
you would
not to.
ever
It's a
actually
choice.
have to.
Isn't it a conscious choice? No, isn't it a conscious choice that you have to make? It's a choice. You choose not to.
Yeah,
do
it's
these
just you're just a barbarian. You're just a barbarian if you think that is normal. That's all that
things.
is.
To choose not to hit people. That's not normal.
Holy shit! How to miss the point by Renee. Jesus Christ.
I don't know what your question is then.
I know, because your mind is imagining you're spinning and flying around. You pay attention.
I truly don't think you really had a point. You're just saying words, but I don't even understand the question. If
No,
me
that was my
hit
argument
people,
again. Now you're saying what I said to you. So you're not even thinking
if me
for
choosing not
yourself
to hit
anymore, dude.
people is not normal, what is normal?
No, that's not my argument, dude.
Then what is your argument?
You choosing to not hit people is your nature. That's why we have a progression of society where we limit the
Why
amount
do we
of
have rules
violence
against hitting
based on
people?
that all people agree with. We agree violence is bad. Do you disagree?
Yeah, because we have rules.
That
No, I
violence
don't.
is bad?
I do not agree with the statement.
Okay, so you're appealing to the norm in society that was developed
No, I
because we
don't
appeal to
agree
our
with the
human
statement.
nature.
You appeal to the
Yes,
norm.
we are appealing to our human nature that
because you're a
violence
soy
is
boy and
bad.
you're afraid of violence. But violence is not bad. Violence exists. Violence is part of chaos. Violence is part of
Dude,
the earth.
I know how to box, dude. I would bet money that I could clobber you right now.
How much
But
you want to
yeah,
bet?
dude, that has
You want to
nothing
really
to do
bet?
with it. I
You
don't
want to really
drink
bet?
soy.
I'll bet you. I'll bet you money. I'll bet you money. How much you want to bet? I would love to fight you. How much you want to bet?
Yeah, I
We
know
can put it
because
on
I
fucking
expose how
YouTube.
dumb
We can
you
put it on your
are. I'm
kickstand.
more
We can put it on your
authority,
kickstand.
Dude, I
so
think we can
put it on
make
your
this
that's
kickstand.
why you
happen.
want to fight.
I can
Yeah,
stream it.
I'll put up the money. How
Appealing
much you
to his
want to bet?
barbaric nature.
How
All he
much you
wants
want
to
to
do
bet?
is fight.
Dude,
Internet
I will
fight.
show. I will show up
Internet
and
fight.
stream this motherfucker in my
Dude,
boxing
how
ring.
much you want to bet, Jesse? I would
I've been
love.
streaming
I would
Twitch.
love to box you.
Everybody following my Twitch is literally laughing at this guy right now.
I would love to box you, Jesse. I really would love to box you. I would love to box you. I truly would. I truly would.
$20. $20 here.
See, he wants to appeal to some violence. This is all
You're
these
the one
kind of
that said
people
that you
can
want.
do. They say, "Oh,
You
all I
said
want,
you
I want to
box.
solve all my issues with fighting."
You said
So
you'll
you're
clobber
appealing to
me.
some
You said you'll
animalistic
clobber me.
nature where
Did you
your
not say you'll
human
clobber
nature
me?
should be usurping
Did you not say you'll
your
clobber me?
desire to fight.
You said you'll clobber
Therefore,
me.
you could have a healthy societal structure
Whatever.
that people benefit from
You're a waste of
rather than
time.
people being subject
I got
to
excited.
torture and slavery. Yeah, you want to appeal to your nature that, it entails slavery. That's all you're doing. You say, I should have the right to make slaves.
Nope, didn't say any of those things. I asked you if you wanted to box
Then
because you
why
said
are
you'll
you
clobber
making
me.
an argument? And you
I
might
asked
as
you
well
if you
just shut
wanted
your
to
dumb
box.
mouth.
You said you'll clobber me. You said you'll clobber me, and I asked you if you wanted to box. And I
Let's do
and I said I'll
Yeah.
put money up too.
I don't have anything in my mind that I could win any fight. That's correct.
Let's do it.
How much? I can take a flight. I know where you are. I could be there in like fucking 4 hours, dude.
Wow.
See, this guy actually wants to fight. So you're just appealing to your animal nature. This is the whole point of my argument.
You're the one who said you'll clobber me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yes. But honestly, dude, you know why I don't do random fights anymore? Because you can file charges against me. I would literally
swear
be
to God.
more brain dead
Swear to God,
than you already sound. I would give you so damn brain damage that you wouldn't be able to know how to law it anymore. Okay, so that's why I don't want to fight, because I would hurt your brain. You wouldn't be able to comprehend normal conversation.
I have a release
You'd be like,
for
fuck
this.
this board. I don't comprehend
Not a
anything being
problem.
said there anymore.
Is there a release? I'll sign it.
Yeah, you just sign a release. It's not a big
Yeah.
deal.
I'll sign it.
Pretty common.
Yeah, we can do this. So is Jesse's hands registered weapons, are they? Cool. This will be good.
I'll sign it.
Yeah, I box you.
You're breaking up because what you're saying doesn't matter, just so you know.
Well, it sounds exactly like what you're saying.
I mean, you're all emotional. You're appealing to your weird animalistic nature.
I'm not emotional.
You think committing acts of violence is going to satisfy emotional damage you have.
It would be very
right?
satisfying.
You think that I'm hurting you, therefore you want to physically hurt me.
Jesse, it would be very satisfying. It would be very satifying to box you. I would be very satisfied with that outcome. That would make me happy.
It wouldn't be a box. It would be you laying on the ground with brain damage.
Electric. I do not advise fighting Renee, and we're not going to do this here.
Renee is the one saying he wants to box.
You said you'll clobber me, and you wanted you said you'll clobber me. He made that statement.
He did.
Because it's true, dude. I just speak the truth. You don't like the truth?
You're
the one who's saying, "Hey, we should box." Tell me where you live right now. Give me your address.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so when are you going to moderate Renee for literally?
I heard you say that you would clobber him And I know a bit about both of you IRL, and I wouldn't do that. All right.
How do you deal? So how do you deal with people who use violence? How do you deal with those people without violence? Just what?
So
Use rope.
if you're dealing with somebody who uses violence, you can appeal to society. Okay, because society can
How would you
usually
deal?
level more violence than any one person. You can
check their credit rating.
What's that?
I mean, this guy wants to act like a monkey. He thinks he was bred into
Dude.
He was human because he was a monkey at some point.
I know.
Yeah.
So, Electric, just please take a break for a little bit.
Oh yeah, let's continue the misogyny. Let's keep.
Oh my god.
The animalistic misogyny. Let's talk more.
No, look. Hey.
Hey, Omnivore, maybe you weren't paying attention. Your mod. Hey,
poisoning him.
Omnivore. In case you weren't aware, Omnivore, your mod is appealing to a misogynist, violent behavior this whole time. And stop interrupting me to give him an excuse to mute me. Just let me say my piece. I'm literally providing a counter argument this whole time. And it has to do with his personal value. Literally, the whole argument is based on things that happen to him in real life. And he doesn't want to appeal to those things that he's appealing to. So that's weird.
So Electric. So if a guy slaps your girl's ass, you're not gonna use violence. You're just gonna say, wait. Let's negotiate this. Let's talk about this. Why did you did this? You know,
dude.
And then,
dude, I've literally put hands on people on the street because they put hands on the person I was with as they walk past me. Yeah.
There you go.
So
Violence.
There you go.
Yes, you use violence.
Yeah, but who's using violence on you to justify using violence on
No, it's
them?
not on you. It's on your woman.
Yep.
You're trying to justify the idea that men are the reason women have rights, right?
Yes.
You're saying I could beat a woman into submission, but they should just abide to the law that I'm presenting.
A man comes up to you.
Interrupting my point. I'm going to make the point, and I'm going to fucking finish it. Stop getting gaslit mid-response.
You are gaslighting.
This guy is appealing to the idea that because he has the strength to overpower a woman and her God-given rights to live and exist in harmony with the rest of the world, because he can come through and impede on those rights, therefore women should abide to whatever the fuck wants. That's his argument.
So,
okay.
You're appealing to the idea that you could beat her into submission. Why not prevent me beating you up and do what I say? That's your whole argument, dude.
Can I get in for a second here? Yeah.
Oh, no, are you gonna?
I heard. Who is it? Who is the guy? Andrew, not Tate. Whoever the guy is who said, the reason why women have rights is because men grant them those rights because men have a monopoly on violence. So the problem with that.
Turn left onto Southwest 41st Court.
That's not good.
Where are you going again? Say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. Let's dox him. Fuck it. He says he knows about my real life. Why don't we find out about omnivores?
No, let's not do that.
I don't even know what this guy does for a living yet.
Why are you this way, dude?
Don't get it.
So I'm
hanging out with a bunch of disingenuous people. Let's expose them.
There was a time when men's near monopoly on violence was extant. However, today we know that's not true because of equalizers. Anyone can pull a trigger, and while that does the escalation path for that, where you go from pushing to pulling a trigger to shooting, is a corrupt one. It's a bad one. it does mean that if you decide, to take it to that level, you no longer have a monopoly on violence. You may have a monopoly on aggression, but that's not the same thing. People don't have rights because of aggression.
No, so I don't disagree with that, because honestly, guns were made for a reason. It does equalize, but it equalizes men to a point. But the statement is this: men can take all of women's rights away. Women can't do the same to men.
Are we sure about that? Because if you're talking
Think about it.
That,
If there's a law,
oh my
if there's
God,
a law-
Omnivore, you're not going to address what should be addressed right now, dude. That is the exact opposite of your original argument. You just said
if there's a law.
yeah.
Jesse, just be quiet. If there's a law that is enacted that says all men have to stay home, cook and clean, and can't leave, and men said they don't want to do it, other men will have to go out and enforce that law. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy's doing a retarded.
We don't use that word in here. But that's what I'm saying. Like no matter what, that right, all those things are going to be enforced by we've monopolized it, and now there's a duopoly with a gun. You know what I mean? I guess, or like a subcorp. But at the same time, if all the women were the law and it said, hey, all women stay in the house, don't leave, and we had men enforcing those laws would be enacted.
Okay, hold on a second. I have to DocuSign.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can
right.
do anything better than you.
On the end, men are giving rights and taking rights away from men. And the excuse is women and children, right?
The original argument was women have rights because men gave them to women. Then I just heard Renee said women have rights because men could take them away. It's two different arguments.
No, it's not. And it is two different arguments.
My point is that the rights were taken away. Stop interrupting me. I was in the middle of a sentence.
I know.
The argument that I've been, yeah, dude, then let the sentence finish. The argument that I made was that men took away women's rights by force, appealing to the idea that violence is worse than just abiding to whatever the guy wants. Okay, now you just heard Renee say, oh, because we could take the right. Dude, that's my argument. Your argument was they never had rights. We gave them rights.
I didn't say
no.
that.
Now you're saying men took away the rights that they had. You changed your argument because
I said we can take away the rights that we have currently given them. That's my statement. I have not changed my position.
Okay, so yeah, there you go.
Learn how to hear words.
There you go.
Learn how to hear words.
So are you God? Are you God?
Build it.
This guy thinks he's God.
Now I'm God. Yeah. Now I'm God.
Well, yeah. Where do you think rights come from?
Not God.
That's the question.
Not God.
That is the question. Yes. These guys think that, hey, I create all the rights and then I could take them away as well. No, dude. There's things intrinsic to human nature. There's a reason why we abide to laws. It's because it's part of the nature that God gave us.
That's your opinion.
All right. Well, you think you gave yourself your own properties, that you made yourself have a nature that isn't always violent. That's your
how we know you weren't
even though you have
reared and
no idea how that happened.
Every parent always told their kid, I brought you in, I can take you out.
Yeah, that means your parent was pretty fucking bad.
Rights. People have rights because they've been enshrined in law and they're defended by the courts. At least in the case of the U.S., because they're enshrined in the Constitution. That's why people.
Yeah, but where do those? Why do you think so many people agree that those standards help make a society? What gave society those standards?
Doesn't matter. They might have come
Yes,
up
it does
to
matter because this is where God comes in. Now you need something antecedent to society that is not dependent on humans. It's dependent on something we appeal to.
It wasn't God.
Yeah, well, you have to hate God to think that, like,
Our nature. We appeal to our nature, and we have laws to make it so as we appeal to our
What
nature.
is your? Did you give yourself your nature?
Things of our nature. No, we have
Did
laws
you give
to
yourself your nature?
we have laws to where as we appeal to our nature that we won't be subject to the insane fucking outcomes that our nature would probably lead us to. That's why we have laws. That gives us rights and that gives us things.
I don't think nature has much to do with it, though. You could, in theory, you could enshrine rights that go against your nature.
I agree with that too, but I would say that the majority of the
Totem,
laws.
do you think there's a nature of society? Do you think there's a nature of a modern society?
In a sense, but I don't think in the way that you're asking the question. No.
Right, exactly. There is something that is antecedent to a structured society that benefits all rather than just barbaric men. There's something objective behind after this point.
In my statement
Yes, and what is behind that? What's behind that is intrinsic to our humans. That's what makes us make a society.
I disagree with that.
Because you want to appeal to your animalistic nature and justify killing people. That's weird.
I'm not justifying killing people. I'm just saying that we have laws that, especially the ones that we kind of all agree on, that like we shouldn't kill, we shouldn't steal, we shouldn't lie, like those types of rules. We have those rules probably based upon the problems that come to society in the state of nature, because it's almost impossible to have a society. It's actually definitionally impossible to have a society in the state of nature. The society is
you don't
essentially
appeal to your animalistic nature. Yes, every human has animalistic nature because we are animals technically, but we also have a human nature because we can rationalize why things are happening. You should be appealing to your human nature in these situations.
I
No,
totally
you don't.
There are other animals that are
No, you don't even consider that the reason we have laws is because of your human nature. You're saying it's us avoiding our animal nature.
You asked about rights and laws, and this is why we have laws. Yes. That has nothing to do with animalistic or anything.
Yeah, thank God we have laws, because who knows what you'd be running around doing right now, right?
Yeah,
I know, right?
Your barbaric
Exactly.
nature.
Exactly. That is really true, Jesse. You should really think about
that. That is what is to be said.
Very true. That's true. We're very. I'm happy we have laws. I really am.
I wonder what these guys would be doing if there wasn't a societal structure. If there wasn't a societal structure, what do you think your nature would have you do right now? Would you try to progress law so everybody makes the right decisions in life, or would you just appeal to your barbaric nature? Because you're literally talking about robots, dude.
My nature would be what I would like it to be. Essentially, would be to create a better place that I leave when I die. That would be the nature of which I try to.
And you got Boomer getting upset because I'm embarrassed, dude. This is embarrassing. I'm just exposing how fucking dumb this argument is. Boomer's getting upset because Renee's sounding dumb as fuck.
You're the one doing all the talking. That's why it's so fucking dumb. Well spotted, Jesse. Even you know how bad it is.
And the moment you talk is like literally nothing. You have nothing to contribute except complaining.
If shit hits the fan, how would you know? You're always in the middle of a sentence. You're always in the middle of a sentence. Have you ever listened to anyone?
Hold on, Lala was talking. Tone deaf guy.
Well, like you said, if shit hits the fan, and it's all man for himself, you have to use violence to filter out the men who are out there. But of course, if the most psychopath will win, then that fucking sucks. But sometimes you have to use violence to output these psychopaths that are out there. They're willing to violate every human right, they give. But I feel like it is given by who's willing to use the violence.
You know how you beat the psychopath? You get together in a group and you smack them.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Society is literally a group of weak people huddling together to protect themselves from strong people. That's how society is formed.
Yes, so there is a way to combat a psychopath, but what if you can actually instill the proper, have them behaviors, correct the behaviors of psychopaths instead of having to respond violence.
It's such effeminate fucking answers from you, man. Like
Also,
it's
how that's different.
Oh, so you think violence is the answer to all issues?
nope.
Can't
Didn't say
raise a
that.
child correct for them to not demonstrate their animalistic nature, develop into a psychopath. There is no way to prevent that. That's
Do you
your
realize that
opinion.
being a
That's dumb as
psychopath is
fuck.
probably a survival
There's
trait?
tons of people that
Andy?
don't
Do you
become
realize that being a
psychopaths.
psychopath? Do you realize that being
There
a
are
psychopath
the
is
majority
probably
of
a survival
people
trait?
don't appeal to their animalistic nature because they were raised correct.
Do you realize that being a psychopath was potentially a survival trait for humans? Do you realize that?
Also, us being social creatures is part of our animalistic nature, and there are plenty of other
This
animals.
guy has no social life. You can tell. This guy's stuck in his house.
No, I'm not.
There's narcissism too, not necessarily psychopath, but being a narcissist like Jesse, that can be a survival skill in a given situation.
Well, it's more of a
I
sin.
literally, there's a language barrier, Booma. I don't know if you're saying that to me, but I don't know. Sorry. Language barrier thing.
Gee, that's lucky.
I'm just disappointed I'm not going to box.
Yeah, your mic is cutting out, so what you're saying really doesn't matter, right? Typically, that's what Booma has to say. The shit that doesn't matter.
Personal ad-homs, that's all you've got.
Now let's turn it into a back and forth with Booma being upset.
Let's
do
not.
that.
I don't talk to narcissists,
How about we
man.
don't? All right, yeah, Booma, stop talking then. Yep.
Well, you just narcissist off yourself, you know, because we all love to hear your voice like you do.
What did you say? Did you just say off yourself?
No, it's a narcissist like yourself. You like to hear your voice.
I don't know. There's a language barrier. I don't know what this guy's trying to say. Who cares?
Use your ears.
Aren't the narcissists ruling the world?
What'd you say?
To
You
be
were kind of cut.
Does a CEO has to be narcissist?
No, they don't have to, but you literally find if you take like a trait, you find like those psychopathic, fucking Machiavellian things that they call dark triad. The CEO position truly has like a very high cluster of those traits. It's like I said, being a psychopath at one point in human existence was a survival trait. We were different now. There's a society and there's other rules. But the problem is we're hardwired in a world that we don't live in. And then the software upgrades that we're doing of turning traditional family roles on its other stuff, it's not being uploaded all across the board. And there's a lot of fucking distraction and people don't understand what anybody's saying sometimes. But all I'm trying to point out is my entire statement, and it's not sexist, it's not misogynist, it's reality. Because I'm a man, and my rights came from other men. I can make that statement. Women cannot. That's the problem.
Yeah. I think it's more accurate to say that rights came from society, like as a whole. Largely, those societies are going to be patriarchal because men generally, historically, have had more power coming into it. But I think it's a little reductive to say it's just men granting rights to women.
I would say it's a bit reductive, but it's not reductive based upon the framing of the conversation that was being had. If you were to walk into a room and make that statement, yes, it'd be very reductive. But we were specifically speaking about pretty much exactly this.
Well, originally it was why women had the right to walk on the road, right?
Yeah.
And why do you think women have it? Why do you think women have to vote right now?
Because of a law that was passed.
Do you think that law would have been passed if it wasn't for women saying that they wanted something?
Probably
Women
not.
didn't say it. That's a
And they
false
didn't really say it.
Adam
Exactly. They didn't even really say it.
Women
But
didn't say that they wanted to vote. Are you fucking?
It was the
insane?
counter. It was the counter. The
Women did
black
not
male
want the
vote.
responsibility. Women did not want the
So there were
responsibility.
women on both.
This guy thinks that women did for their right to vote.
No, really.
There were women on both sides of that conversation.
That's how they
I
can
agree.
manipulate women and get more
So
votes.
they're
on their
providing
side.
a revision version of history. Now women
It's not
did not.
revision.
No,
they're
that's
right, bro.
not
There was women. There was plenty of women that didn't want the right to vote or go or have anything to do with politics, bro. protesting against feminism.
However, okay, but that doesn't. Okay, so you're generalizing women now. You're saying, well,
No,
because not
the
all women
women's
wanted the
voice
right to vote, therefore
strong
women didn't want to vote.
Now the-
Debutantes
at the time-
had rich, powerful husbands. The rich, powerful husbands pressured their rich wives to put that voice out there. The regular woman didn't have a voice to voice herself like that.
It actually, if you want to look into it, dude, there's a whole connection with Margaret Sanger influencing women in the whole feminist movement, not only for freedom of choice, but also to vote. And this was all like one movement that was designed to destroy the nuclear family, bro. Like, this is a fact.
No,
you can look it up. You can look it up.
There were people on both
Dude,
sides.
but women
influencing
vote.
what they thought was
Dude,
the right
women
thing,
go
right
out
way
and
to go.
vote every 4 years.
I was in the middle
What
of the
the fuck? For you to say,
Yeah.
oh, they want to vote, but now you have women voting. So, yeah, clearly they wanted to vote and they fought for the right to vote.
And then there was a law that was passed that gave them that ability.
Let manufacture you in real quick.
Yeah, you wouldn't have ever passed
I'm
that
just
law if they
saying, there were
didn't
people on both sides.
fight for their right to have the ability. It's all about
No, because
taking
they were
away rights.
looking
This is
to
all
they
the
were looking to they were looking to add
you
more
appeal
votes.
theory
to-
analysts should be taking people's rights away. And then when people fight the right to get those rights back, they're like,
Oh,
oh, well, you know, they didn't want them in the first place.
They might use violence to do. You never know.
What were you saying, manufacturer?
Got to sound like you just ate a bunch of Xanax every time you.
Bro, there's videos of women protesting against feminism.
Oh, I
They
remember
don't
that.
generalize
believe
all women.
People on both
Women
sides of that
vote.
conversation.
Women believe
influencing
that voting came with fighting the war.
Women, in fact, they do go out and vote. Right? And they got their right to vote. They went out and they fucking did it, dude.
And who gave him that right?
Yeah, men gave him that right.
It's weird.
Society.
No, they fought for it. That right never would have been
society
given.
that society that is ran by men.
That
bro,
right
gave
never
it right.
would have been given. That right never would have been given if women weren't going out there and fighting for it.
No, dude, the whole thing was started by men, dude.
Yes.
No, there was men pushing women to. Yes, dude, I can pull it up right now, dude. Give me 1 second.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was,
God.
dude. Yes, it was. Men allowed women.
I know what you're gonna pull up. I've seen that. It's not how things actually work.
Yeah, dude, it's propaganda, bro. The whole thing was propaganda from the start, dude.
I don't think they had a right for a credit card until like 1950 or some shit, some weird thing. But like, dude, all these things are laws. And yes, I don't disagree the term society, but even society itself is built upon the backs of men. Women can't.
Also,
it's a fact.
It's not that women also couldn't own property. It's that most men couldn't own property either. It was just, I'm sorry, not it was the voting thing. Sorry, it's because they didn't own property. Like most men didn't own property, so they couldn't vote.
Yep.
So like nobody could pretty much vote unless you were like, a status privileged person in society.
Well, they had to,
That was pretty much
they
it.
changed that with the Civil Rights Act. I think it's like 1875 or some shit. And that pretty much gave every man in the country, no matter race, creed, or color, but every man in the country had the right to vote. And then from there, after that, that's why you see the women's suffrage, because they feared a insurgent of the voting bloc from a particular group of people, and they wanted to have more votes. But
It had nothing to do with women. It had to do with watering down the votes to keep your voting dominance.
they figured the number of voting from that block they were trying to block out, if they added that block, they'd still be able to keep control.
Well, it's kind of a problem because if you don't have enough people having a stake in society, then you basically just have like, you have like totalitarian through just like a few business owners, right? Like they decide what happens, and so then there's underrepresentation in the voting, and so then they open it up. But now I feel like there's so many people who they're so disinterested and disconnected from like the real issues that like there's too much voice to people who perhaps shouldn't have one, and it's like this. There's this teeter totter It goes back and forth like, well, we need more voice because it's just a bunch of business owners controlling our land and resources. And so then they give it back to the people, and now there's just a fuck ton more people, and it's like their voice is watered down because it's too loud for the wrong reasons.
It's funny, like even like when you look at the Greeks who invented
Crazy.
democracy.
It's like saying all the women voters that come out and vote. It's pretty much saying all the people that vote, Dave, all the women that go to the voting booths, that they don't actually want. Like,
You're
what?
talking about modern, dude. We're talking about when it happened. So
No, we're talking about what actually matters, like the conclusion that you should be drawing from the argument you're making. You're saying that women have no desire to vote because when they did get their rights to vote, that it was women fighting for them. Therefore, women don't care to vote. Meanwhile, nowadays, women vote more than men. I think that's I should look that up actually.
Originally, dude, it was a minority, dude. Bro, it was a minority of women that even cared about politics and voting. Dude. It was a minority, and that minority did lead an upheaval, right? And protests, and it led to the whole feminist. There was multiple feminist protests since the revolution, dude. The French Revolution.
Okay, so
on behalf of the whole movement was actually fomented on behalf of men pushing an agenda, wanting women to not only be able to vote but enter the workforce.
Do you know?
Yes, exactly. Women wanted to enter the workforce.
No,
they didn't.
No, that's
there were
not.
women that
This
didn't
is
know.
way
Yes,
before.
There were some.
Stop
Before.
interrupting me. I've been waiting this point. Can you stop yelling over me, please? Okay, so yes, there are women that wanted to enter the workforce. There are women that wanted how to read and receive the same type of education that men were. They wanted an opportunity to join the military. You know, not every woman wanted to be a housewife. There are women that did, and then there's women that didn't. That's a fact of the matter.
No, you're talking about modern women, bro.
What I'm saying is the
You're
women
saying
that
every
do.
single woman on earth had no interest in learning how to read.
So my
Dude, that is
statement
so
is
dumb.
bulldoze to every single
Like, you guys are saying such bullshit.
But my
The
statement
reason
is,
why
but
they
this is the
didn't
thing, though.
understand politics and voting and all the ins of who
This
they're
is why.
voting
This is why it's not going to go anywhere.
for is because they weren't up.
Wow.
Renee, stop talking. You're supposed to behave.
You're gonna get
I'm in the
muted
middle
if
of
you
saying
don't know
something,
how to
so
let
hold on.
other people talk.
I was in the middle of speaking and then I got interrupted, so I'm just going to finish. Yeah, dude, women maybe didn't access to all the knowledge that would have them make an appropriate vote. Right? It's like they didn't have access to all the that men were using to depend on what's going to stay your vote. So maybe there was a disinterest, but it doesn't mean that all of them believe that they shouldn't have the option.
We didn't say that. No one's
We're
made that
also
argument.
talking about back in a time period where women were the primary teachers in the country.
I'm not interested in the
Men
gaslight
were school
misogynist
teachers
opinion.
like that back in the day. Women were. So women are the ones who had the ability to read, and they didn't care for it. They did not care to vote. They understood what came with it.
Now only
Also,
women
this
know
is the
how to
second time I heard it.
instead of everyone.
Uninterested. Disinterested is different.
Women knew how to read back then. The argument is so weird.
Women did know how to read.
Bro, do
but
you
look,
not know that women were primarily the school teachers back in the day teaching everybody else how to read?
Yep.
You understand that, right?
You're
Like
to the
men had
women.
other
You're appealing to the idea that you're appealing to that there was women out there that did not care about the process. All they wanted to do was continue cooking and cleaning and having babies, right? No, that's not
And
true. There were
no,
women out there that
what we're
wanted to
saying-
learn how to read.
that's the thing. So that's the thing. What we're saying, what I'm saying is that those roles that you just said have been denigrated in society, and they're not respected to the level in which I wish they would be. And that's why you're simping for them, because you're kind of carrying that torch that, oh, that's a misogynic statement, to even respect those roles, essentially, or even label those roles and say, hey, women do these things. But at the same time, that's what I'm saying. Those roles are the ones that have been lost respect, not only from our side, but from their side. They don't see it as a sign of respect from us to say, hey, you've cooked a great dinner, and the kid, like they don't see it that way. Stacey even said it. I want more. I want to do this other stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. That's the entire statement. You're going to add in your shit, but that's the statement.
Not making any sense. I expect you to make sense. You know, that's just too bad.
You're fooled by the modern era, Electric.
I don't think women should vote. Dude.
No, not at all, dude.
I really don't think they should vote, dog. I really don't.
I don't go that far.
Right.
I don't.
Whatever.
I don't because I think because the fact that laws can be put in place that can affect your day-to-day life, I think that they should have a say in it. I think that is that I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, they can talk to their husbands about it.
But not everybody's married, you know.
Oh, that's not my problem.
I
really think that women's vote affects a lot because they don't. And I'm not saying that all men are created equal either, but we understand that women can influence the vote many times towards the liberal party. I feel like they're more.
I would say it goes both ways.
They're more emotional.
I would say it goes both ways.
Women vote because there were elected officials that weren't appealing to the opinions of women, right? So it's a vote so women could have rights. Like, how do you guys not see that was the result of what happened? You think, oh, it was all men. Men wanted women to have the right to vote. No, women had the right to vote.
Ultimately, yeah, but it's ultimately man's choice whether that happens or not, dude. It's just a fact.
Because they could beat women into submission, right?
Yep.
With the threat of violence, you can make women do whatever you want.
Not even because of that, only because of that, but because men control and run the world, dude. Women are a helpmate at the end of the day. Men make the world go round, dude. Women have a duty also. I'm not saying that we can do it all without women. Clearly,
men make the world
need
go
them,
round.
but
Let's all appeal to just men. Let's see if you can have a
and I'm
baby
not-
by means of men.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You're
And
gonna
on
bring
man
up the whole
behavior.
fertility
Well,
stuff,
let's
bro.
find
I'm
out.
not saying we're clearly codependent. We need each other, but men are the alpha. Men are the stronger vessel, and because of that forced doctrine, women have to be able to convince men to let them vote. Otherwise, women are not gonna vote, dude. That's just the way it is.
Can we stop stupid people from voting? I feel like that's a more
not
immediate
true.
thing.
I would love that.
Dude, we gave women the right to vote. Now they're not voting, so you're just wrong.
They did that though. They had poll tests. You know, they used to do that in the past. They you have to do these poll tests and shit like that. But that was a bit targeted towards one community. But I would love.
So you know how we say we should keep stupid people from voting. I'm not against that. I'm actually not against that. But how we apply something like that is going to be very controversial.
We should take away Renee's right to vote. Absolutely.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. That's what the communist fascists bring up that I talk to. They don't trust the population as a whole to make executive decisions regarding the future of our nation. Because if you have the majority mob, if you have mob rule running the world, the majority of people are idiots, dude. Right? They're led by the flesh. They're going to make dumb decisions. That's a fact.
Yeah, they elected a convicted felon, rapist, pedophile.
Right, and because if you let the mob rule, the mob being majority mob are going to be heathen. That's a fact. The majority of Americans are heathens. That's the fact.
Read what the Greeks even said about democracy. The Greeks hated democracy. They invented it. They hated it. They're like the mob rule is by definition what it is. It's not reason. It's not rational.
And this is why I think that women should not vote, because when it comes to important decisions, I don't think that they have the mental faculties to be able to, per majority, to be able to make the decision needed. Because they're more neurotic, they're more emotional, and neurotic than men are.
I disagree. I don't disagree with the last part of that statement.
No,
but I disagree.
dude, men are full of testosterone.
I disagree
What
with them
causes you
not
to be
having the mental capacity to make a decision.
Dude, yeah, men PMS harder than women, more testosterone.
Listen to
affecting
Jesse
your
talk.
emotions than any.
But what I'm saying is at the same time, they have the mental capacity to make the decisions and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's funny. I won't go as far. I think they should vote because laws.
I'm tired of hearing this guy drool on his mic, dude. You're appealing to the idea that there's people that are emotionally stable. They can't make a valid decision because they just can't attune to what would be most
never said
objective
that. So
result of the vote. Men, I'm not talking to you. You sound like you're drooling. Hold on, I'm addressing Lion.
Oh, Jason, fucking
Lion, do you agree that men make decisions based on emotions? Do you agree?
Put a sock in it.
Wow.
Hold on. Yes, men can also make decisions based on emotions. I'm not denying that. I don't know why you guys always present things in binaries. Like it's either black or it's white. No, it's dynamic, right? Both men and women can be emotional and impulsive and neurotic, but in general, women tend to be more emotional and neurotic when decision making. That's a fact. Part of our biology. Men perform better under pressure. Men perform better on. Yeah, you've seen. I'm not. There's always exceptions to the case. I'm not talking about the exceptions. I'm talking about in general. In general, on average, not the exceptions.
But who you vote for is not a decision you make under pressure. No one's got a gun to your head. It's something that comes out over months or weeks as you're listening to the different sides of a particular issue.
That's just an example, dude. I brought up the whole war as an example. Men under pressure perform better than women, right? When we evaluate due to multiple factors, we might evaluate and conclude, make a calculation, not based on emotion, not based on anger or anything superficial, but based on logic. Men tend to be more logical when it comes to decision making than women. So when it comes to like electing a president, men are more likely to look at what that president has to offer than, oh, he looks good.
Well, I mean,
or his voice is deep.
So the thing is, I disagree with that because we have a president now that's pretty much exactly what you're saying, elected because of superficial things, no substance. But I don't think women were the result of that. I think that was men. And I think there was an emotional action around the man that's elected. But I don't like the thing is I think they have the mental capacity to make decisions like that. I truly do. I don't really disagree with you when you're talking about like high stress, intense situations. I don't disagree with you in regards to things like that. But at the same time, I do believe they should be able to vote simply because the laws will have a direct impact on their life, and that's part of human existence. That's part of society to me. Being able to
dude.
Yeah, if you're trying to make a progressive society, you're gonna hear the opinion of women when you say, "Hey, I'm gonna pass this bill. This bill says that women shouldn't have the right to vote. What do you think?" And they say yes or no. You're gonna appeal to that.
No, because
for your progressive society, you're gonna consider these of women.
Look at the abortion.
If it's
ruling.
just men alone, just a bunch of fucking nasty old men alone in a room, that's how you get where we're at today, where you get Trump.
No, it's not. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Puma, there's a language barrier. This isn't for you, dog.
No, there's not.
Bro.
I think there is a language barrier.
Wait. Hold on. Let me clarify. Bro, you guys keep focusing on the exceptions, right? I'm not saying that it's impossible for women to vote, right? I'm not saying that they don't actually have the mental faculties completely. They do have the faculties. They're capable, just as men are capable. Women can be truck drivers. Women can do anything a man can do for the most part. They're capable. But on average, in general, they are not as capable as men. Even when it comes to decision making. Hold on. So I'm not saying that they're not capable at all, right? So stop presenting this false binary. I'm not saying that they're not capable at all. They are capable, but on average, they are not as capable as men even when it comes to decision making, whether it's under pressure or not.
But what I'm saying exactly that. But what you're saying
with that being said, hold on. With that being said, if you apply the same type of concept that I'm presenting right now regarding being capable, right? The average person, whether male or female, aren't as capable at decision making as, let's say, an educated aristocrat, right? That's why mob rule doesn't work. Nothing to do with male or female, but in general, most people are retarded, dude. You're going to leave the average person in charge of the future of America. Does that make any sense to you guys?
It's not that people are retarded or women are retarded or women make less decisions. It's that the decisions that that voting impacts, majority of people don't actually, they don't have knowledge of the inner workings of it because they're not involved in those aspects. So yeah, everybody gets to vote, but they're voting on things that they're not involved in, so they don't understand the workings in. So a lot of people will just pick a name that sounds pretty or a name that sounds better, and it's all emotional voting. That is why the whole thing of aristocrats voting was a thing back in the day. You had to have property. You had to be involved in the things that voting impacted, because you knew how that vote was going to impact those things.
Yes.
But again,
Yeah,
today,
exactly.
majority of people, the most they have impact in is their wage at work, whether they're going to have Netflix, that has to do with internet and stuff like that, whether they're going to have DoorDash of food things and things like that. But the majority of what's voted on, majority of people have no understanding of it because they're not involved in it. Another thing with women was before women were in war, why should women vote on the things that sent men to war? Men were the one that should be voting on those things because it's what caused them to go to war and sacrifice their life or not. Now women got involved, so it's just an adjustment of society. So we can't go back on how society was before and how it is now and say women should have had vote before because the things they get to do today. It's nonsensical.
That's part of my point. In society back then, the education for women was not as prevalent. Like women had to fight for their rights to be able to like actually be part of some education. But because typically the roles, like traditional household roles, women found themselves not being educated in all these aspects. So when it came time to actually start demonstrating, actual societal nature, like, hey, we're fucking each other over. Let's like give rights back to people. They gave the right to vote at the same time that they gave the right to proper education, and one came before the other because they both got enacted at the same time. Yes, you can vote, and you might not understand all the ins and outs of your elected officials, which is still the case today. People voting, and they have no idea what their politicians are doing behind. They're actually corrupt and scandalous, and they're robbing the nation. And you still vote because you have a inferior perspective on everything they do. So you're still uneducated in why you wanted to vote for Kamala. So where's the issue? The issue is education. All right. Not everybody has access to the education to even know what decision to make in a vote. And if that were the case, dude, you wouldn't even need to vote. Everybody would just be automatically in the same accord. If everybody actually educated in what their politicians are trying to get involved in, you don't need a voting process. It'll all be objective and obvious. The reason why you have a voting process is because it's all nebulous and ambiguous. You don't know who's who or what's what. So he's going to base it off of how nice Barack Obama's smile is. He looks like a nice guy. Nobody knew that Barack Obama actually wasn't the man he claimed to be, but you voted for that dumbass because you're a dumbass.
But Electric, if you look at that a little bit, the women getting a right to vote, because all they do is taking care of children and all that. If we're going to consider society as a whole, men and women working together, then the woman has a role, and that would be childbearing and taking care of the family while the man goes off and does the labor that the woman can't bear to do. Like, that is part of society. Don't you see how trying to encourage women outside of that to forsake their role in society and take on other roles is actually a crippling of society? It's not furthering society, it cripples society.
The right to choose? You're saying the right to choose cripples society? And then, you can learn behaviors that actually inclines you to making the right choice. I don't think that's a bad thing. You just got to have the right type of behavioral teaching. Part of the problem is dude, everybody thinks the solution is a line of defense.
Do you believe, Electric, that the woman's role in society is to take care of the children and have children?
A woman can decide for herself what she wants to do in this world. If she doesn't want to do that, then that's cool with me.
I don't care if the woman wants to have children or not. I am asking you, in society, in this network of human beings working together, is the woman's role to have children and take care of them.
There is no designated role for women in this type of society that you're. No, there
Men
isn't.
cannot
The role
bear
is
children.
The role is dependent on what the role is.
The men
All right.
cannot bear
I
children.
can't hear you that much. Your mic is cutting out.
Men cannot bear children, Electric.
Dude, why are you telling me that for?
Because that should tell you whose role it is to bear children. It's called society for a reason. It's a working together of humans. If women don't bear children, there is no society. It's gone. The people die. So the woman's role in society is to have children to continue the society.
So you're saying that the government should mandate when a woman gets pregnant? Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my goodness. How do you jump to presuppose conclusions like that, bro? I'm simply pointing out
what
that
are you trying to enforce?
in the network
I'm saying we should enforce the choice.
Bro, I am not saying a woman can only have children and can't do anything else. I am simply asking if you understand that the woman's role in society is to have children.
If a woman does not want to have children, she can still have a role in society.
Oh my goodness, you're not getting what I'm saying, dude. That's a big issue.
Women have to bear children and appeal to whatever societal standard you're creating.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about what some women will choose.
Do you understand the point?
I am asking you if you understand that the role between humans for a woman is to bear children. I'm asking if you understand that.
He doesn't.
Yeah, nobody challenges that, dude. That's a silly question.
Okay, well, if you understand that the role is to bear children, then the most successful, the most meaningful thing a woman can do for society is to have a child. Yeah, she can give up something else and take another position in society and help the gears turn just a little bit. But none of the gears that she's turning at that point are as dependent as her having a child to turn the gears. Because without her having a child, there are no gears to turn.
Pause. Listen, Yahweh. Can all women have children? Yes or no?
Yes.
Seriously? Did you not know that there are women that can't have children and never had children? Did you know that's a thing?
If only that was your mother.
Do they lose their purpose? Do they automatically lose their purpose in life?
You just asked me, can all women have children? Yes, they can. Are some women born with things that... Okay. Okay.
You just said all women can have children. It's literally shown in society with scientific studies. Not all women can have children.
Yes, they can.
All right. Well, you're delusional.
No, it just comes to another conversation of what is it that causes a woman to have a child? Is it just a dick pushing into her and a semen ejecting? Is that what causes the child? Because there's plenty of instances where not every time that occurs, a child is born. So what is it that causes the child to come forth? If all women, because they're a woman, yes, they can have children. There are plenty of miraculous things that occur in those situations where you say, oh, all of science says the woman can't have a child, and here she goes having a child. So obviously there's another conversation of what actually makes the child manifest.
All right, so you want to have that conversation that the real decision or mutation.
I am saying that's what makes that question of can all women have children faulty. The simple fact it's a woman means it can have a child. Period.
I got to make this point. So just don't cut me off, dude. When you want to attribute a woman's role in society to their nature of being able to have a child, and that's the only role that they need to fulfill in life, and then you have women that can't have children, you're literally stripping them of any purpose. It's like God is just creating these useless vessels. That's what you're implying.
That's not what I'm implying, because I sit on the side where, hey, Jacob with this wife that he cherished, every time he did something with her, she wouldn't bear a child. Her womb was closed. That is literally a statement in the scripture where a womb is closed. The woman can't bear a child, but Yahweh opens the womb and causes the child to come, showing he's the one that has every child born.
Yeah, but
that's the only reason I'm saying it's a faulty
I don't know. This is a
statement to
dumb.
say all
It's
women
not faulty, bro. Not all women can have children. That's a fact, dude.
can. Yes, they can. If Yahweh opens the womb, yes, they can.
Yeah,
And to say that they
Yahweh
don't
opens
have
their
any
womb, but there are
purpose
plenty of women
otherwise,
that never
they
have
have no
children, dude.
necessary roles in
They're barren.
society. My bad, dude.
Hold on. For whatever reason, God has made women
You're
barren
saying
that
that
will
they
never
have
have
no
children, dude.
They're barren unless he opens their womb, bro. That's what you
Exactly.
don't
So
understand. They
there's
can have
women that
everything.
cannot have children, bro. Point blank, dude. There's no. I don't know why you're trying to
Not
do some
getting what
mental
I'm saying.
gymnastics. I'm getting what you're saying.
Not getting
Therefore,
what
they
I'm
have
saying.
no purpose
Possibility.
in society.
There's still a
According to
potential
him,
for a
there
woman
is
that is
no
barren
other necessary role.
to give birth if Yah opens their womb. Okay. But there's still
I'm
women
saying
that
every
don't
womb,
that can't
every
give
womb
birth,
is
bro.
barren unless he opens the womb. I'm saying every womb is barren unless he allows a child to come forth, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Still, there are women that will never give birth, bro.
Can they?
They will never give birth
They'll
for
never
whatever
give birth,
the
but
reason.
can they?
It doesn't matter
Why are
if
they
they
called
can or
women?
not.
Why are they called women?
You're just trying to win a conversation. Do some mental gymnastics, bro. Why can't
Why
you
are
just
they called
concede that
women?
not all women can have children?
Why are they called women, Lion?
Because I'm stripping
Why are
him
they
of his
called
original
womb
argument
man?
that their
Huh?
sole purpose
Why are
in a
they called womb man?
society is to give birth. Women can have other roles that don't pertain to giving birth. It's that simple. You could have women caregivers. If a mom dies, right? It doesn't matter if the woman nurturing and caring for the child is able to give birth or not.
What is the rule
You know,
between a
I
male
argue
and a
against
female?
fucking such stupid fucking positions sometimes. God damn.
What is the role between a male and a female? What is the female's
thank
role
you,
between a
Lion.
male and a female?
Bro, Lion, we could talk about this more at length another time, bro, because I'm
Mira quién es.
Cuddling,
My bad.
coloring and mating, and hunter and gathering. There you go.
Exactly. And that's nature. That's literally nature. Any animal out there in the world on this earth, the female gives birth, the male provides. Like, come on. And there's certain instances where the female goes and hunts the food. The male just provides the semen. The male just provides the semen for the woman or the female to get impregnated to continue the lineage of that creature. That's where I'm taking it with people.
And that is the
Once
only
you start getting into
and that is the
every
only
other
standard you have to appeal to for
animals,
for a progressive society.
you're gonna have
right?
those opinions. Oh my goodness.
You think
But
that's the only thing people have to appeal to for a successful society? All you have to do is have kids, and everything else will just fall into place with no law and order.
Have no society without children.
Right,
bro.
None.
Yes.
It's gone.
Electric. Yeah, electric. You have that decision. You can snip your balls and never have children. Yes, you have that choice. And women as well.
What about what? What'd you say about what?
And women can do the same
can
thing.
give
You know, they have.
You can give up your essential role in society and pursue any other role you choose that's part of the societal cog and gears. You can do that. But your essential role in society to further society is to have more humans to keep society going. Like, that is the most essential role you have in society.
Right. All your wealth, all your gathering.
Okay, so
yes,
you
can
don't think
give it
you
to
have a
the
role to
orphanages.
the most essential role is to also raise your child. It's equally as essential to teach them values so they can go along and get along with the rest
You're
of
not
society.
having children, so you can
You say
teach
the
kids
sole
or teach
essential
orphanages. Yes, you
purpose
can
to
adopt
exist,
another
the
child.
sole essential purpose for a person to exist is for them to give birth alone. That's it. There's nothing else essential to a society. That's baloney.
Yes.
You have to raise your kid properly. Teach them, learn behaviors, how to respond, how to analyze information.
Electric. You have to
Yes.
have children in order to pass those lessons on. So yes, even the act of having the children is more essential than even raising the child. Though I agree, it's just as essential to raise that child right to be a good member of humanity. I agree with that. But you still have to have a child first in order to pass that knowledge on.
Well, in his case, he wants to adopt one, or be a coach or a mentor.
No, I don't know, man.
What are you
Feel like
talking
guys are just
about,
talking past
Lalo?
each other.
Nobody said that.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah, Lalo, what are you talking about?
One of
Well,
one of the most
What's up?
one of the most important factors is the birth rate, right? Whether a population is dying or growing. And the Bible does say, "Be fruitful and multiply." It is our duty, but it's not the only thing. Electric, right? It's not the only important duty. There's plenty of duties. You got your civic duties, but women, their most important duty is being a mother figure. That is their most important duty, which is basically the whole conversation has been about. Not that that's their only duty. It's a duty. It's something that we have to fulfill, right? Now, with that being said, like you said, a woman that can't give birth, okay, there's plenty of duties for her to fulfill, including being a caretaker, right? A teacher, a babysitter. It
What's the
takes
other
a
one called?
village to raise a child.
What do you call the woman that? What's the other one called that you received the child? Those ladies. Yeah, I forgot those ladies that received it.
A woman that wasn't able to give birth back in the day, she was considered like a lesser class concubine or maiden. She became a maiden. A maid servant was her duty, which is still an important duty to fulfill.
Right, or a man wouldn't give up, right? A man could, still be with her and try and try and try and try. Well, that would be a very noble cause, right? Being with that woman and keep trying to bear children.
Did you ever see Napoleon?
Napoleon?
There are cases where the woman ends up marrying a child.
Well, no, Napoleon married a woman named Josephine who was a bit older, and he wanted a kid, and she was just too old to conceive. And he tried and tried and tried. Then he ended up having to divorce her.
A lot of times, the woman that wasn't able to have children through her own womb would then hire a maidservant and have the man in the family have children with the maidservant.
And then throw them out later because she's jealous.
Or throw them out later if things go awry.
We talking about Ishmael?
He's talking about Hagar, yeah. But that could be the case for any relationship. If there's conflict in the house between the maidservant and the wife, or the concubine and the wife, you got to take care, and you got to tell the concubine she got to go.
Gosh, these guys, the whole time, they've been alluding to a single purpose. Women have one purpose in a progressive society. That is to have the child. They have no other reason to stick around. What you have don't need you anymore. No, but I'll do all the raising and the nurturing and the caregiving needed for the child to actually learn the correct behavior.
No, I don't think anybody's been saying
not
that.
become a sociopath retard.
No
That
one
is
has
the
said
whole
that.
point of them arguing this. Women have one. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting, dude. They've been saying this whole time. Women have responsibility. Their essential role in a progressive society is to give birth. When there are women that can't give birth, therefore they have no role in society. You could just exile them to some cave.
Nobody is saying that. You're building a straw man, dude. You're building a straw man and burning it down. Nobody is arguing that. As far as I know,
this is the specific claim that is being alluded to behind this whole argument. Is the only?
No, it's not. It's not being.
Because
it's
you guys
not
are
being.
misogynist and you hate women today for reason.
Hold on.
Yep.
We're not. You can call me a misogynist, fine, but we're not alluding or insinuating or entailing or implying anything that you're saying right now.
They were,
right?
dude.
We're not saying
Yes,
that that's
they were.
the only role that women have in society. What we're saying is that it's the most important role that women have in society.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got 3 daughters, dude, and each one of them at every age, their most look forward to thing is having kids of their own, and that's not something that we don't push that on them. We don't like. I don't say your most important role is to have children. That's what all you're here for. That's not what we teach our girls. But their joy, like literally, like what they look forward to the most is having children. And if that wasn't a universal thing, baby dolls wouldn't be sold as much, bro.
Dude, it's like you guys
the
weren't
most
hearing
important
earlier
role.
when the dude was saying, I don't need a wife. I don't need a companion. All I need a wife for is a conversation. And he just wants to appeal to a sex robot. That's where this all is coming from.
That's not what I said. So either build the argument
Oh, yeah, we
properly.
need you to clarify again, I guess. Nobody knows what you said, I guess, dude.
You don't. I think other people in the room totally do, and I think you are really the only person who doesn't get it. Truly, I truly do. If we could poll the room,
Yeah, you're breaking up because what you're saying doesn't matter, dude.
Hold on, ideally,
if we could poll
right?
the room,
The man, hold on, dude. Hold on. Am I breaking up or is he breaking up?
Yeah, the people roboting, nobody hears you because what you're saying doesn't
I'm not, dude. I got 4 bars, bro. I don't know how I'm bars.
You're good.
But what I'm trying to say is that ideally, right? The man should be established before he even finds a wife. He should have property, should have a house, right? He should have money to be able to support his wife, because of what happens in the ancient days, right? Is the father gives over his daughter to the man, right? So she then, from being under the shelter of the father, right, and the sustenance from the father, now the man has to provide the same shelter or better, right, that the father was providing. So he should be able to be completely independent when he finds a wife, not contingent and codependent on the wife when they start off. That's not a healthy relationship.
That societal structure is no longer in play, dude. Women can go out and get jobs and build a house with their income. Why the fuck?
That's fine.
I get that, and that is true. And now we need each
you
other.
You don't want it to be that way. You want to strip them.
Oh, I do.
You would rather strip them
I would
of that
rather it
choice
that
they can
way.
make.
No. Right now, the way that things are set up, right, to be able to financially pay everything off, you need both couples working, dude. That's a fact. Most people in America. That's a problem because now the woman is taken away from her primary duty, which is her motherly role, right? And being forced to work, and the kids are pawned off to some, government daycare or some nobody that you hired on Craigslist to take care of your children, and then they get fondled, and then all this shit just keeps breaking down the structure of society because the woman wants to work.
Well, it needs to work, not wants. You know what I mean? It's at the end of the day, it's not like.
And according to
Yeah, the societal structure you're appealing to is outdated.
Yes,
I agree. That's why I asked you the definition of tradition earlier.
Right. If a couple gets young, right, 18,
You don't know what words mean.
but
That's
they're
awesome.
smart enough to hold the childbearing until they're successful and get their house. Yes, they're smarter to wait the childbearing of maybe when they're 25. That is a smart way of a couple of an 18-year-old couple wait and establish themselves. Yes, but it's really hard to, like they say, to stop fucking each other, without the consequences or the childbearing, right? Of course, there are methods. There are methods, right? Birth control, condoms, and all the way to prevent the pregnancy. But it's that goes back to education, right?
But it's empty.
It's such a bigger problem, bro. Like, okay, so in America, if you have an argument with your spouse, what happens? 90% of the time. And I'm just throwing a number out there.
If you're a man, you're wrong.
Makeup sex? Your makeup sex?
the neighbors call the cops.
You get kicked to the curb. The man gets kicked to the curb, dude. The man has to go sleep on the couch, bro. That's not how it was back in the day. That's the Western culture shit. The way it was back in the day, the woman would get kicked to the curb, dude.
Yeah, that's inhumane.
Yeah. Back in the day,
So we
you had
become
it to where fathers would threaten and husbands would threaten their wives to leave them. Now it's the other way around. It's crazy.
now the man gets
Women
kicked to the curb. The woman stays with the property and the kids. Back in the day, the woman would get kicked to the curb. The father stayed with the property and the kids. And then another man would pick her up, dude. That was what would happen. She would bounce from man to man.
Yeah.
What happens
It's
today?
not that black and white today.
But no, here's what's funny. Okay, we actually do have statistics to back up these statements. Psychology's been going around for quite a while now, and what it has shown when you pull the statistics for women's depression up, career-driven women from like their early 30s to mid 40s and on, are like, what is it, like 70 to 80% of the cases they're depressed, and their primary cause of depression is not having children. Like, there's a statistics that's showing us what's going on in the mind of a woman when she's discussing these things across numerous cases, showing that the biggest cause of depression for career-driven women is not having children. So obviously what they felt their focus should be on was not what led them to inner happiness at all.
We got to stop using the Bible for our current society standards. It's not healthy.
Hey, I just use psychology, which I don't
We're
even
not
agree
using the
with.
Bible.
You don't have
We're not
okay. So
we're not using the Bible though. We're not using the Bible for these standards.
we can look at sociological studies, right? Going back to many different civilizations, the Romans, the Greeks, the Hebrews, and we can analyze their societies, their rules, and what was successful and what wasn't, right? It's all I'm doing, dude. And I think that we formula to buy it, and the formula is the man goes to work and the woman stays home and takes care of the kids, bro. That is the formula for success. Now, people want to do away with traditions. They want to go against the grain of thousands of years of civilization. They want matriarchy or some feminists. I don't know what they want to, but it's a utopia that it's only good on paper, dude. When you actually try to apply it, it doesn't work, dude.
You just wanted to mix it up. That's all.
I've been streaming this conversation for like hours. My Twitch comments are literally like, what are we in the 1800s? Are these guys saying that women shouldn't have? Everybody's literally like completely confused about why this argument's even being made. Like nowadays, dude, we've moved past this. This isn't a conversation. This is indulging in like really like poor behavior.
No, you said we moved past
I
this,
shouldn't
but
even
we
be in here
haven't.
listening to this garbage, dude.
Okay, and go.
Fuck this garbage, dude. And Renee, you sound like you got Down syndrome and you ate a bunch of Xanax, dude.
Okay, that's fine. Have a good day. But seriously, like at the end of the day, it's about kind of even a statement you made, Jesse. You said neo-traditionalism, and that's what I think. What the question is what's trying to be defined. In neo-traditionalism, are roles that are traditional respected, and I find them not to be respected. And then I find them not respecting those roles. I'm seeing negative outcomes. That's my statement.
It's like, as much as people, like, if you're gonna, because I have a standpoint that women having children, but that standpoint also includes, you're a dude, you better get out and work and quit complaining. How many dudes out there don't want to take the same role that they should be having and complain about it and choose to do other things from their role? Like, go out there and put some hard work in. Like, quit bickering about having to dig a hole to get your first job. Like, having to dig in some dirt and get your hands dirty and your back sore. Like, that's your role in society,
But the crazy thing is, it's kind of this entire conversation started upon economics, and it got here because of a statement of like, how hard is it to have a traditional family? Essentially, with sex box help too, but like, how hard is it to have a traditional family? And then we're trying to define what's a traditional family. Oh, is that a woman working or not working? She's not working. This man has to make this amount of money. That type of money a man makes comes later in a man's life. So like that was the entire course of the conversation, essentially, kind of what you said. But the problem is, it's throughout that course of the conversation, there's just projection of shit that doesn't even need to be projected. There's no sexism. There's no misogyny. Even in the statement where you get your rights from, that's not a misogynist statement. That's a statement that reflects reality. It's shit.
I don't really care, dude. Call me a misogynist, whatever, dude.
I think they should vote, though, Lion. It's very rare that we sit on here and talk. We agree about things, but I truly think that they should be able to vote. I hear what you're saying. I hear your side, but I
don't
truly
even vote, dude. I stopped voting. I made a vow not to vote ever again, dude. After the last
Dude, please start voting again, please.
2020.
Yeah,
Please start voting.
Rennie, I don't actually think any of it's real, but just pretend for a second that I do, and your vote counts and all that stuff. It just seems really silly to me. But let's just pretend it is. Then, in my opinion, it should be just people who've got skin in the game allowed to vote, as far as I'm concerned. People, property owners. Yep. That's the way I look at it.
I would
agree.
I don't 100% disagree with that, Andy. But the problem is, I wish, like you see in like in other houses where you have like the powers are distributed, but the people still have a voice. And the problem is, unless they're able to vote, their voice is going to feel stymied, and that was what I feel leads to violence and revolutions and things like that when people feel unheard.
I hear you. I hear you. I actually think that's part of the reason why they've made the system as it is, to give people the seeming semblance of a vote, of a it counts and all that stuff, right?
No,
well, that's the thing. You take this example. Now, take this example. Like, I'm from San Francisco, and San Francisco had a vote where if your parents were getting rent and they died and you're still in that apartment, you get the same rent. So the landowner can't raise the rent of their place on you, or can't even raise it on certain stipulations. Where is the honesty and integrity in that the person who owns that property can't raise it to what they want to rent their property out for? Like, but again, it wasn't property owners who unanimously voted to say, hey, yeah, we don't mind anybody dictating what we can rent our property out for. It was the people who were renting that got laws or things passed to inhibit the property owners. Like, it makes no sense.
I kind of like that law, essentially, because I've lived in areas with rent control and things like that.
Law. You have your property.
But hold on.
Part of the Constitution is your property. You have the right to do with your property as you so choose. If someone wants to rent your property and can't pay what you are asking for to rent your property, then they shouldn't be allowed to rent your property. You shouldn't be forced to rent it at a certain amount or perpetually rent it to them at a specific rate because of how long they've lived there. That shouldn't be the case at all.
The federal hold on. The federal government only has so much power, right? They can't infringe on state rights. Like, they can try, but that's why the states, when it comes to jurisdiction, the federal government can make weed illegal in all 50 states, but locally the states can rebel and be like, no, I don't care what the federal government says. Weed is legal in my state. So the states can actually pass laws and ordinances and codes and statutes that might go against the federal government. And you see that even when you break it down from the state level to your local towns, and they have their own codes and their own municipalities. That's the federal Constitution was what gives the states their power, bro.
Again,
so like you could have a law that goes against the property owner.
You cannot have a law that goes against the Constitution. For one, that's part of the corruption of the government we currently hold, and all their placements in different states and getting cronies at certain positions in different states. To unanimously pass laws or create code, statutes, and rules that go against the Constitution. Like, period. You're not supposed to be able to create any code, statute, Constitution. Like, you're not. But we have that.
That's not.
agree.
Well, the thing is, like when you're talking about specifically rent control, you know what I mean? Like you have to understand that's a northeastern problem. It's not really a problem for like the South or the later developed states. And that got codified in laws because the majority of the people in the government were going through that type of problem. They would be in homes that they don't own, that their parents died and got passed to them, and then the landlord would try to jack the rent up. That was a problem that the people saw.
The reason you see this in California is because the majority of people who live in California are renters. You don't see that in states where the majority of people are property owners because they know that the laws are infringing against them. Where you have property owners doing the majority of the vote, those things don't come to pass. Where you have renters doing the majority of the vote, those things come to pass.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. But like I said, like I understand it's in California now, but New York. Who do you think owns property in the city? Like 10 people. You know what I mean? Everybody else rents. This was something like you said. The people, they got the right to vote, and they got to tell the landlords, "Look, if you want our participation, this is what we feel is fair."
There's ways to circumvent the Constitution through contract law. There's ways to actually give sign your rights away. We do it all the time. I was talking about it earlier with overtime pay. For me to get this job, I had to sign overtime pay away, right? And if in certain counties, for you to own property, there's certain stipulations in the contract, right? And you don't actually own property, bro. It's not like you actually own the property anyways, dude. There's all types of stipulations, bro. Unless you got it through like a lodial title, right? You don't actually own the property, and since you don't actually own the property, the government does. There's all type of stipulations that can be applied to the property owner, quote unquote, even though he's not an actually owner. He's not an actual owner.
Well, you owe the debt. Let's just say that. I'd agree with you on the statement. You owe the debt. The debt's definitely assigned to you. If you pay it, you have control and rights over that property as long as you conform to that contract.
It's not even just that. It's like, according to the Constitution, you would own the property, but again, statute, rules, and codes that put in place through corrupt government activity that circumvent the Constitution.
Still have to pay taxes on your
statutes
house.
That limit. Even limit. It could even lead. Bro, you could even get your freedom of speech limited, dude, in certain towns because of sound ordinances.
Well, even on Discord.
You would never expect it, right? But if you go out and you don't have a permit, dude, and it's 10 o'clock at night, bro, you might get wrapped up, dude. You might get arrested just for speaking your shit.
Yeah, I get it.
Well,
I get
what
it.
you mean
there are
speaking
laws
your
that
shit?
circumvent the Constitution. That's the point. There are, and that's what I'm trying hard not to call them laws. They're rules, statute, and codes that circumvent the Constitution, and they're not supposed to be even in place because they do that. That's why the Constitution.
There is no law in place that circumvents. So what law are you talking about? Like, or a reference to one that circumvents the Constitution?
Code, statute, or rule that circumvents the Constitution is not supposed to be in place. Simply,
it's not. No, because it's all about the legalese, dude. It's all about the legalese, dude. Like when it comes to like traveling on a road and you need a license, there's people that will vehemently argue that that's unconstitutional for the government or the state to require. And I know they're wrong. I agree with you. I know they're wrong, but they take the Constitution and they oversimplify it. They don't understand that there's jurisdictions and that there's state ordinances that can be applied, and it doesn't necessarily violate your constitutional right to travel.
Is the right to travel one of the rules that you're saying is violated?
Now that's just one. I was bringing up. Freedom of speech. I was bringing up freedom of speech.
No, I'm asking him.
Yes, when you have the freedom of the freedom for your property, persons, and whatnot, you have the freedom to use your property in any means you choose, so long as it is not in danger to another human being and their freedoms and their rights. Like, as long as it doesn't infringe upon another person's safety and freedom, then whatever you do is allowed by the Constitution. Like,
Okay,
I don't
so
understand
you
why
have a
people
right
don't
to
understand
travel on your
the law of the
feet.
land.
So what you're describing is traveling with your feet, and I
That's
can't
your person.
deny that.
That's your
Yes,
No,
person.
but
even
If I
your
have the
feet.
you
freedom
don't
to use
have
my
you don't
freedom, if I
you
have
don't
the
have a right to
freedom to use
travel in
my
a car.
property,
You don't
if
have a right to
I have
travel
the
in a
right
car, though.
Yeah, this
No,
is a
even your
shit
have the
listen,
feet.
boys.
my property,
Boys, this is a shit listen. You're gonna have to take turns.
Yo, please mute. If you gotta mute, mute somebody because I can't take this. I'm driving, bro. Even
drive.
walking, you
Don't drive.
cannot. Hold on, I'm responding to Renee. You cannot walk on the highway. It is illegal.
Yes,
You can't
because
just
it's
walk your
dangerous.
ass on the highway. You can't ride a horse on the highway. Can't ride a moped on the
But you could
highway.
walk
It is
next to the
against the
highway,
law.
right? Could you walk next to the highway?
No, you
Why
cannot.
not?
No, unless it's an emergency, like you got broke. If you broke down, then
No,
that's
I'm
an
not talking about on
exception.
the side of the road. I'm not talking about on the side of the road. There's the highway, and then you're off the highway. Could you walk next to the highway in the exact same direction?
Not like where the breakdown lane is.
No, off the highway.
Oh yeah, you have to be completely off the highway.
Off the
Yes.
highway, exactly. Yes. Yes. The highway has a rule because of the safety issue of a person walking on that. It's dangerous. So they say do not walk on there. But
Bro,
they
that's what
say
I'm
they
saying.
don't say.
That's the whole point.
That's the
There's
point.
not
Yes.
supposed to be any laws that prohibit you based on it being safer for you. You're supposed to be able to
You
make that
just
judgment and be free to make that judgment.
I don't think granting people that level of autonomy would have the best outcome.
Well, the good thing the founding fathers didn't think like you, right?
I think they did.
No, they didn't. Their whole idea was that you can do whatever the heck you want in this free land as so long as it didn't hurt another person or inhibit anybody else from pursuing their equal rights that you have. That's what it
So you
was.
being hit by a car on the highway wouldn't hurt someone else or inhibit their rights?
That is your judgment. You hurt yourself. You're the one that died.
What about the person who hits you?
What about them?
I mean, are you saying that what you're saying is people should be able to drink to the blind drunk and then drive?
Do you realize that drinking and driving in this country only became illegal in the mid to late 80s? Like, there are
Same as everywhere. Same as everywhere. I'm not asking you that.
Beer in their hand. Like
I'm not asking you that.
What do you think about the new drinking and driving laws that they're proposing? And they're talking to the news interviewer with the car running in the middle of the street and a beer in their hand. They're saying, "What are they going to do next? Take away everything, all our other freedoms?" Like, people don't understand how this country is so unique compared to every other country with that whole one concept that you are free to do whatever you want so long as it doesn't endanger anybody else and their freedoms and freedom. Like, that's crazy.
Okay.
Drinking and driving doesn't.
Drink driving is an example of you fucking someone else up. So should there be a law about drinking and driving?
Who said you're gonna fuck anybody else up?
Pardon?
Who said you're gonna fuck anybody else up? I understand the accidents that happen. I don't condone drinking and driving.
I'm retracting myself from the conversation because it's fucking idiotic.
No, go ahead. You don't see the point of what I'm saying.
But yeah, going back to freedom of speech, though, this is another. We got the First and Second Amendment. You guys are talking about driving around. Can we go back to like the freedom of speech, which is the first?
You should be able to say anything you want.
Right, that's the first. We got the First and Second Amendment. The First Amendment and the Second Amendment have been getting infringed upon. You agree or disagree?
I disagree on that.
Agree.
But there's ways
you can't buy, bro.
How is your first?
You're not allowed to scream fire, and this is the one that people always bring up, right? In a movie
In a crowded room. Yeah.
In a crowded room, you're not allowed to yell and say all types of shit at 10 o'clock at night, right? Even if it's about flat Earth, even if it's about Christ, you're not. There's certain neighborhoods you can't do that. You're gonna get arrested.
You can. Your volume just has to be a certain decibel.
So
Even
yes,
though
but also, Lion, if you got a permit to do it, they couldn't infringe on your rights to do it, and your permit would say, "I have the rights to do this," and you're making an announcement to people that you're going to be doing it so they can adjust their life. It's all about other people. That's the concept of society, you know. A lot of it's about just other people. Freedom of speech, you know, not being able to say certain words online that could incite violence and hate and things like that. You know, that's a platform choice, not a government choice. Sure, the government says your feeds are cesspool. Twitter, feed them up, clean them up, and shit like that. Marketers speak. Marketers say, I don't want to market there. So then, private corporations say, okay, I need to change the rules. It's not really a government thing, you know. If you're on their platform, you have to follow their rules. So it's not really an infringement of it. I don't see it. I can buy any weapon I want. I mean, I can't buy like a nuclear sub because I can't fucking afford it. But like, I mean, it's just I don't really see it like that way. I see it more as they want to try to like kind of like gas us up. To fight for other things and lose sight of like important stuff.
So what does the Constitution, what does the First Amendment say about freedom of speech exactly then?
Somebody want to read it?
How does it define freedom of speech?
Oh, it talks about the press and how basically they'll
Freedom to gather, freedom to
freedom of
gather,
assembly, yeah.
basically in protest, a peaceful assembly. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
but clearly, what it's not saying you've got the freedom to shout "asshole" at 170 decibels at 4 a.m. in a neighborhood, does it? So why does everybody say, "Oh, freedom of speech"? That means I can shout what I like when I want, and I can shout what I like whoever I want to. That's clearly not what it's framed to do, is it? Freedom of speech.
Well, there's some Americans that will beg to differ. Like, you should be able to scream obscenities or even racial slurs, and there should be absolutely no penalty or punishment or reprimand for that.
But they're not using the Constitution as a framework in a sense in which it was intended, and also they're awful and selfish people for wanting to do that. Why should you tolerate that?
There might be some social repercussions, right? Like everybody's gonna hate you, maybe not allow you to sit in a restaurant or whatever. But there shouldn't be any like government penalty for screaming obscenities at 2 o'clock in the morning at your neighbor or whatever.
There should be, clearly.
There is. Disturbance of peace. That's a charge. So there's a charge.
Freedom of speech doesn't mean you can make a god awful fucking noise whenever you want. That's freedom to make noise is not the same as freedom of speech.
It says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
I don't see institutions that are stopping that.
Yeah, it's how you interpret the law, how you interpret the Constitution.
I would say it's more about how you interpret your position in society. For society to exist, we have to agree on some fundamental things, and like the freedom of speech and things like that. It's not like kind of what was said. It's not this freedom just to make noise. And like getting to these fundamental understandings of what that document even gives us the rights to do is a core function. And that's why I say I really hope people vote, because that's the only way potentially you'll ever get your voice heard or make a few $1 billion. I mean, that's kind of the only way you can do it here.
What about you? If you're in a library and it's people that are reading, they expect you to be, quiet. You can't just start playing your music, dude. You can't just start preaching about the gospel in the library. You're gonna get kicked out, dude. You're not allowed to just take over and but no, a library.
Could be
But you know,
federal or state.
a library
Yes,
is
I
considered
agree.
it's part of the public. It's a public library.
Yes, it
Public
could be federal
property.
or state.
Yeah, you still can't do whatever the hell you want and say whatever the
I
hell
agree
you
with
want to
that.
say, dude.
I agree with that. But if you walk out of that library and you walked onto the sidewalk and you did the exact same thing, you wouldn't have the same protests. It's very similar to the highway example. Depending on the time of day, but the library's open is probably during a time of business. So
I think it would have to depend on the city and the town and the jurisdiction, because even on the sidewalk, you might get pushed down the road a little bit.
but the thing is, at that point, you're on public property. You're exercising your rights to protest and all that other stuff. What they can get you for is not obeying a lawful order by identifying yourself, because potentially the ruckus inside you've caused by the library had them call them, and now they're investigating something. You know what I mean? That's how shit escalates. But at the same time, if you walk out of that library and they said, "Hey, sir, you need to leave," and you just pick your shit up and walk out and go to the sidewalk, do the exact same fucking thing, and that's public property that you're on, there's really not much that they can do.
They're gonna ask you, "Where's your permit? Let me see your permit."
Go for it.
So I was going to say, I don't know what it's like in the US, but a public library, even though you've got the public got access to it, yeah, and it's paid for from by the government through public coffers, isn't just a public space. You still effectively agree as you enter the building that you're going to behave yourself, and yet the people who run it have got a legal right to tell you to eject you.
Yeah, but not
it's a public space, and there are plenty of auditors who have chosen to push it. I mean, I count it disrespectful. There's those hidden rules that we have amongst ourselves of respect and disrespect. It's disrespectful, but it is a public space, and even when the police come, the police can't eject them because they understand it's a public space.
No, if they're inside causing a disturbance and they will not stop causing the same disturbance, the police will remove them from that space upon request of the library.
It depends on what's considered a disturbance, because if it's just considered a disturbance by the library staff, but the cops don't consider it an actual disturbance, then the cops won't do anything.
I think the example was like you're listening to music or you're giving some speech about something, and it's just you're sitting there kind of just yelling and being loud.
It all comes down to your jurisdiction, bro. That's what I've noticed, because there are more conservative, right-leaning states that will give you more freedom when it comes to like the right to bear arms or the freedom of speech, right? And then there's like the bluer the state, dude, the lesser freedoms. I feel like good luck trying to preach the gospel on the library street, dude, or preaching against abortion. Yeah, you might get shut down, dude.
Might or you will.
You might, because it's really up to the cops that arrive at the scene, the faculty at the library. Like there's a lot of things that come to play,
Yeah. When it comes to freedom of speech, in which sort of state are you more likely to be able to, as a transvestite, read a story to children in the library? A red state or a blue state?
A blue state.
Yeah. So what? So much for the more free, more lackadaisical Republican states than they. What about I mean, there's places everywhere where you have different kinds of political and even social and regional reactions to different things. But I don't think it's necessarily one side of the politic is affords you more freedoms than the other. I mean, which kind of state is more insistent that you about your birth control and your abortion rights? Is that a taking away someone's rights?
No.
If you stop them,
because
if you stop them having an abortion.
because you have the argument of whether or not it's murder or not. So it's either is there states that allow for murder, or is there states that prohibit murder in all causes and don't make some exception and not call something murder?
Is there any part of the U.S. legal framework that frames or defines abortion as murder?
The fact that a woman who is pregnant, if she's hit by a car, you're convicted with a double homicide by law. Shows
Yeah. You didn't. No, you didn't answer my question.
Again, I'm explaining it to you. Just because it's put in other words, just because a procedure where a doctor inserts something in a woman and kills the baby and sucks it out, does not mean that it's not murder in the same way as a car striking the mother that's pregnant and being convicted of a double homicide.
Okay, but the answer. Go back to the question. Is there any? Go back to the question I asked. Is there anything in the legal framework of the U.S. at all that says that an abortion rather than murdering someone who's pregnant, an abortion is in any way framed as a murder?
I just expressed it to you. The only framework of the law that you have to point to that is if a pregnant woman is killed by somebody where they're just killing the woman, they are charged by law with a double homicide, because in the instance of the law, the unborn baby is still considered a person. So that's in regards to the law.
Okay, so in answer to my specific question, there isn't one, is there? There's nowhere that frames an abortion as murder.
If you kill an unborn child in the womb, it's considered murder by law. If so again, you're trying to rephrase killing a child in the womb as abortion to make it something separate. But the law already shows that killing an unborn child in the womb is murder. Whether you want to reclassify the procedure in which you get it done does not change it from killing an unborn child in the womb.
When was the last time someone had an abortion in the US and was then convicted of murder?
If you can't follow, then again, you're trying to hide.
No, well, you see, no, I'm asking you about abortions, and you're going on about people killing women. Yeah, please try and understand why you're doing this.
No, I didn't say anything about killing women. Well, I did say something about killing women, but it wasn't the point. The point was killing an unborn baby in the womb.
Okay, fine. Okay, so we're not going to get to a point where you answer the question. When was the last time in the US someone who had an abortion went on, or a doctor that performed the abortion went on to be convicted of either first or second degree murder?
Again, I already made the case.
Fucking crickets.
What murdering the baby is.
Yeah. Again, you're gonna go back to some nonsense not related to what I'm asking.
I don't know the last time a doctor or a woman was convicted of murder for doing an abortion. I would imagine it would have to be a case where the person wasn't a doctor, okay, or the woman doing it to herself. So it's a crime. It is illegal in this country for a woman to perform an abortion on herself. It is called murder. A registered doctor has to perform it. If the person isn't a doctor, it's considered murder. So the cases would have to be a woman doing it to herself or the person not being a doctor. But in the cases of doctors, I don't know any, because they reclassified murdering a child in the womb to abortion when it's done by a doctor. But the changing of words does not change the action and the outcome. Okay?
Right. But the legal framework for a doctor is that he's not committing a murder, and the person having the abortion is not committing a murder. Is that correct?
Again, under the classification of under the classification of murdering a baby in the womb being called an abortion, there's no legal framework because it's separated as if it's something different. Are you stupid?
Well, no. Why you keep asking that? I'm asking you. I don't think it's I don't think an abortion. I don't think in the legal framework of the US an abortion is classified in any way as the murder of a child in the womb. It's not framed that way, is it? You're making that up.
Again, if a woman were to kill a baby while it's in her womb, she would be convicted of murder, of killing the baby. If someone who wasn't a doctor did the same thing the doctor did, they would be convicted of murder. You understand that, right? It's only under a doctor, only like understand, it's just by changing the words and who's doing it that makes it all of a sudden not murder. I don't believe you're that stupid. I don't believe you're stupid at all.
Listen to what I'm saying. This is the problem. In the framework of your legal system, this is the caveat I put on everything, which you're blithely ignoring for some reason.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm just going past the legal framework to excuse murder and just like pointing out it's still the same thing. It's murder.
If I'm asking questions about and I'm stating within the legal framework and you're ignoring that bit, you're no use to me.
Again, if I said under the unique classification of a doctor doing it and it be changed, the word for murder be changed to abortion, all of a sudden in the legal framework, yes, there is nothing stopping the doctor from doing it.
Oh my God.
I can agree to your point. Why can't you see what I'm saying?
I have to agree. I didn't know that if a woman aborting a baby herself is classified as murder.
Yeah, is there any actual cases of that? Because that's
if a woman takes a medicine or drinks or does something to induce an abortion, is she committing a murder?
It says a person is guilty of killing an unborn child if the person intentionally causes the death of an unborn child by performing an abortion of the unborn child in violation of the provisions. Like they're not criminally liable if they seek a doctor to do the action, but if they do it themselves, they're criminally liable for the death.
All right, I didn't realize that was the case in the US.
Yeah, so that should
how would
show
they prove
you
it that even if a woman stuck a rusty coat hanger up
does it, it's not murder. Like only because a doctor does it, it's not murder. How does that make sense?
I didn't know. I didn't know it was illegal for a woman to perform her own abortion.
Yeah, I call bullshit on that. Maybe going to a non-doctor, saying that she's doing it by doing that, but sticking a rusty coat hanger up herself and aborting it, how can anyone ever prove that she did that? There would be no investigation into that if she lost a baby.
There's even the Unborn Victims of Violence Act of 2004. It's Public Law 108-212 is a United States law that recognizes a child in utero as a legal victim if they are injured or killed during the commission of any of over 60 listed federal crimes of violence. The law defines this term child in utero as a member of the species Homo sapiens at any stage of development who is carried in the womb. So yeah, unless you seek a doctor, it's not considered murder. But only if you seek a registered doctor who can perform it is it not considered murder. But if you or anybody else does it, it's murder.
In the US, I'm reading offline, a self-managed abortion, SMA, where someone ends their own pregnancy outside of a clinical setting, is generally not explicitly illegal, although the legal landscape is complex and evolving. In essence, while self-managed abortion is not outright prohibited in most states, individuals face potential legal risks due to the interpretation and application of various laws. So it's not a done thing that if you
because it's an overarching federal law. It's not even a state law. It's the protection of unborn children, 18 U.S. Code, that's 1841. Under federal law, harming an unborn child in utero during the commission of certain other crimes carries the same penalty as if you had committed the crime directly against the mother and is charged as a separate offense. This law embodies the title 18.
Well, that law you're reading out is a third party hurting the mother and the child. This is not the same as what we're talking about, and SMA is not that.
Again,
Don't keep saying again like you got. Don't keep starting with again like you're a.
Did I not say that if the mother or another person that isn't the doctor performs the abortion, it would be considered murder?
Why? Why are you saying that? That's not what's in that framework of that legal statement you made.
You just said this is to cover third parties. This is to cover third parties, and the one I gave you previously carries the single party of the mother.
Where? Where does it do that?
The first one, the first law I gave you, the one that was secured in 2004. This one is older. They obviously had to make
read
it
out
more
the first one
specific.
again. Read out the first one again. I don't think there is a law for SMA.
This one is 18 USC 1841. So then there's the Unborn Victims of Violence Act, and that is Public Law 108-212. They're two different laws, and one.
But they sound like
this one right here, the one that's 108-212 is one that just covers the specific hurting of the utero, of the child in utero. The other one is it covers third party actions of like a person, like the person hitting a car against the mother and the baby dying too. Because if they save the baby, the person isn't convicted of double manslaughter. The baby survived. But if the baby dies, they're convicted of that.
No,
That's what the US 18 USC 1841 covers.
So why is it when I look online, the first statement I read in is in the US, self-managed abortion where someone ends their own pregnancy outside a clinical setting is generally not explicitly illegal?
Are you reading ChatGPT or something?
I'm
like literally pulling up the actual state law, the stipulations and the subsections and all that for the law. Like here's the here's 2604, murder of unborn children, first degree murder of Section A, first degree murder of unborn children, subsection 1. A criminal homicide of an unborn child constitutes first degree murder of an unborn child when it is committed by an intentional killing. Subsection 2. The penalty for first degree murder of an unborn child shall be imposed in accordance with Section 101 or 1102A or Section A, subsection 2. Relating to sentence for murder and murder of an unborn child. Then the 2604 Section B, second degree murder of unborn child. Subsection 1, a criminal homicide of an unborn child constitutes second degree murder of an unborn child when it is committed while the defendant was engaged as a principal or an accomplice in the perpetration of a felony. Subsection 2, the penalty for second degree murder of an unborn child shall be the same as for murder of the second degree. 2604 Section C, third degree murder of an unborn child, subsection 1. All other kinds of murder of an unborn child shall be third degree murder of an unborn child, subsection 2. The penalty for third degree murder of an unborn child is the same as the penalty for murder of the third degree. 2604 cross reference, section 2604 is referred to in section 2603 of this title, section 9714 of the title 42 Judiciary and Judicial Procedure. I'm reading the law.
Yeah, but that's the law regarding everybody else. Nowhere does it state. I haven't seen anywhere in there it state that a self-managed abortion isn't classified as a murder.
That is from cis.us. This is the U.S. stipulated law. This isn't opinions. This isn't like I don't like.
How
if
many?
You read an opinion.
How many women have been convicted of SMA then?
I don't know.
I bet it's 0.
No, I know that there are a few, but I don't know how many.
So Wikipedia, in the United States, experts report that self-induced abortion can be medically safe, but legally risky. It is not common for women in the United States to be charged for the crime of self-inducing an abortion. However, a small number of people in the US have been arrested for ending their own pregnancies with pills ordered online, including blah, 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 blah. These women are prosecuted under a variety of laws, including laws directly criminalizing self-induced abortions, laws criminalizing harm to fetuses.
And it was probably the defendants on these cases probably used the mentality because with murder you have to seek intention and whatnot, and with the overarching kind of elastic mentality of a woman's rights and my body, my choice, which interestingly, I don't know if most people don't know, but my Mind My Choice doesn't exist in the U.S. anymore. The Supreme Court ended it during COVID. But regardless, it says right here, between 2000 and 2020, 61 people, including 7 minors, were criminally investigated or arrested for allegedly ending their own pregnancies or helping someone else to do so. According to a Monday report from If When How, a reproductive justice group a reproductive justice group probably helped them framework the case into a mental health issue of their life, and not one of intentionally trying to murder or viciously end the life of another human being. And that's probably the route they took. But this is a real thing, bro.
Yeah, it says here there are. Yeah, it is a vagary though, by the looks of it. It says as of 2022, there are 7 states with laws directly criminalizing self-induced abortion, 38 states with laws criminalizing harm to fetuses that lack adequate exemptions for the pregnant woman, and 15 states with criminal abortion laws that could be applied to women who self-induce the abortion. That sounds like there's an awful lot of states where there's no legal framework.
Yeah. Because
So
the overarching law, the federal law of the country, ends up being argued with certain state statutes and certain sentiments within the state. But the overarching law is clearly there to outline exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Because like I know that like if a woman was pregnant and she like drank herself like silly or whatever and the baby died and she went to the hospital and they found the tox report and all that, she would be arrested.
Well, she could be arrested.
How do you feel about the child care system in America, Yahweh?
The what?
The care system, the child care system. You know, when kids get adopted or fostered.
Okay. I was wondering because the child care, most people refer to child care as like, you know, nannies and daycares and kindergarten and stuff like that.
Okay. In the UK, we say the child's gone into care.
That would be like the foster care program or the adoption system, the foster system. And even the foster system kind of the adoption, when people talk about the foster system or CPS, Child Protective Services, it kind of wraps adoption, foster care, and group homes kind of into one in a way. I believe it's very corrupt. I was a child that had to go through it when I was younger. My father and mother got into a custody battle. My mother was part of a Baptist church, and they did a lot of spanking. So there was an argument of child abuse in that regards. My mother ended up having to hire the best child attorney and spend all of her inheritance from my great grandmother for a guy who was like, she says he was like something like 10 grand an hour, and this was back in the 90s. But the judge that they had, it's in San Francisco, and the judge was like pro homosexualism and against churches. So having a church backing my mom kind of like set that up. But through the case, it got set into case law where any biological parent has the right to spank their child if it's with their hand and not a foreign object. So people who are scared of spanking their kids in California, my mother actually got case law made through fighting her own custody battle with that. But through that, I ended up in group homes and foster care until she got us back. By the time I was 11, and I went in at 7. My mom had to sit us down and tell me and my sister, I can't keep you anymore. It was a very foreign concept to a child. Like, what do you mean? But during that time period, I personally witnessed the corruption within the care system for children. Vindictive people, like the people who help run, like not the like the therapists and the psychologists that are in place to try to help the kid and their path, whatever, but more of like the in-house people that like watched over things. They're regular people. Some of them might be going for psych degrees and stuff, but a lot of them, they're mean, like like vindictive. Um, well,
So the reason
it's and some
reason
yeah,
I was
and it's
asking was
crazy.
because there is some talk of there being like child trafficking. A lot of it happens through the CPS. So my thinking is,
Yes.
if we don't if there's no abortions ever done and just a lot of children are getting fed into that system, like that's not always a good thing.
I get the arguments for that sense and whatnot. I mean, when I was younger, I used to be a utilitarian in conceptualization with like society philosophy. And a utilitarian aspect is if there's someone born mentally deficient, then the child's put to death because it won't serve anything to the betterment of society and will just drain it'll just drain resources with not adding anything else to society. I no longer think that way, but I had that aspect, so I understand the arguments in regards to that. I don't believe not having abortions is just like a clear cut thing, and then the society's left the way it was. Not having abortions also comes with setting up education for society to be better parents, to make better choices. Like that's what comes with a society that would outlaw abortions. It would come with encouraging your society to be better people, which would lead people to be parents or lead society to I'll take care of that child. I'll help you with that, this, and that, and to where there's not so much of a system where government is doing it upon the people.
Daddy, later after you're done, can you come to
No, I'm sorry, bro. I'm somewhere where I can't speak now. But yeah, thanks for that, dude.
I want to know what plum looks like compared to the tilt of the earth. What's plum versus 23 degree horizontal forward? Vertical. What is plum on a globe?
I didn't catch any of that.
Globe tilts 23 degrees, like a diagonal line poured through it, right? North to south. What does plum look like versus that? How do you actually prove the tilt? How do you prove the earth is tilted versus the plum? Show me. What they call it, sidereal rotation or some dumb shit. Anyway, how can you prove the Earth's tilted? Tilted compared to what? Where and how? How do you have plum on a tilted planet? You guys make the tool to react to the tilt of the planet? No, damn. And if it's filtered, that means all your jokes about 90 and zenith and something being at high noon and 90 and 40, like that's all joke. That's a damn joke. Your high noon to be 23 point whatever degrees, right? It won't be straight up. It'll be a diagonal line. 33 degrees, baby. High noon is 33 degrees on a globe. How big is the line left to right of the data of Earth when you read the data strips? Is it like a piece of floss? So you map out the Earth one piece of floss at a time. We just need that 9-inch tall, 1 mile and 6-inch long swimming pool with no third wall. And we proved the globe and gravity all at the same time, and we're good. We can all go home, pack it up. As long as no water goes and touches that last place where we had that wall at, we're good.
Pretty quiet. Pretty quiet room. What's going on? Expect a lot more activity here these days. With the flat two forces, you know. Expected a lot more activity with the flat two forces. Disingenuous, dishonest do forces. What's up, people?